the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Cerberus and the Battle Royal. When Kai received the message, it was already midnight. At that time, Susie was seriously injured and was sent to the hospital by ambulance by the surrounding residents. During the rescue process, the hospital would contact Susie's emergency contact according to the procedure, but the problem was that it was night. The nature of Susie's unreliable mother's work determined that night was her busiest time, and no one answered her personal phone at this time. Kai was the second emergency contact, but unfortunately, in order to track down the escaped demon, Kai and Kelly chased all the way to the deep mountains, where there was no signal at all. It was not until the two of them came out of the mountains without finding anything that they learned that Susie was seriously injured. When they rushed to the hospital, Kelly immediately felt a different atmosphere. Her body was stunned in place, her eyes went black, and then scenes flashed in front of her like slides. The pictures were blurry and distorted, and they were not real, but as a whole, you could still see something. The general content seemed to be a picture of a girl being attacked from a first-person perspective. If you put it in, it would be like Kelly himself attacking the girl in red. Kai originally planned to go into the intensive care unit to check on Susie's condition, but after walking a few steps, he found that Kelly's eyes were empty, his face was staring at the void with fear, and his body was shaking slightly, as if he had seen something terrible. Kai instinctively grabbed Kelly's arm and woke her up. "Kelly, what's wrong with you?" Kelly was immediately pulled out of the illusion by Kai's pull. She only felt a sway in front of her eyes, and then all the previous scenes disappeared, leaving only the ordinary hospital in front of her. Nothing. She was not sure what she saw, and she was afraid that she had hallucinations. She had always been worried that she would have any terrible side effects if she had the blood of a demon, so when she found something abnormal, her first reaction was to feel guilty, and she dared not tell anyone. Although Kai was a little confused and knew that Kelly was full of her, the most important thing at the moment was Susie's condition, so Kai did not go into it. When they arrived at the intensive care unit, Susie's attending physician told Kai about Susie's condition. There's a large tear on the left abdomen, a broken arm, 3 serious lacerations on the thigh, a heavy blow to the head, and a severe concussion. There are also multiple abrasions and lacerations on the body. The doctor said that this was the first time he had seen such injuries. The victim seemed to have been bitten by a pack of wolves. At the same time, the doctor also raised a question. Judging from the wounds on Susie's body, it should be caused by a large dog attack, but the problem is that he can't think of what kind of dog can cause such a large wound. After thanking the doctor, Kai entered the intensive care unit. Susie inside had been tied up like a mummy, with a bruised face and a weak complexion. She was completely different from the rebellious and high-spirited person before. Kai held Susie's hand and carefully checked her physical condition. He found that it was not as serious as he had imagined. Most of them were hard injuries and would be fine after 2 months of recuperation. But for insurance, Kai still cast 2 low-level healing spells to help her recover faster. Now Susie is still in a coma. According to the doctor, she suffered a heavy blow to the head, which would cause this situation, but it will gradually get better. While Kai was casting the spell, Kelly also approached the ward cautiously. But for some reason, the closer he got to Susie, the more Kelly felt close to her, not to Susie. Although Kelly sympathized with Susie's experience, she still remembered that she was her rival in love. It was a bit serious to gloat over her misfortune, but she was still a little happy in her heart. When Kelly walked to Susie's bedside, she had hallucinations again. This time it was not the scene just now, but a yellow-eyed demon was talking to the empty wilderness, and the low barking of dogs continued to sound around. Until Kelly was interrupted by Kai again, she finally understood what she saw. "You said you felt the devil." "Yes." Kelly carefully recalled the illusion he had seen before, and then said again with certainty, "I did see the illusion." Kai did not make a conclusion immediately, but walked outside, found the nurse, and asked for Susie's clothes before she was sent in. The moment she got the clothes, Kelly was sure that she did feel the presence of the devil, because in the previous illusion, she saw the girl in red being attacked, and the coat Susie was wearing before was red. It was just that Kelly hadn't thought of it before. Kai took the clothes and looked at them. In addition to various holes that were torn, There were also some small holes that were corroded. He smelled it. In addition to the smell of blood and a faint smell of sulfur, there was also a very unpleasant stench. It was like the smell of rotten meat. According to the case report sent to him by the police station before, Kai came up with several key points. Dog barking, dog bites, stench, sulfur, and devil. Combined with the illusion Kelly had seen before, it was not difficult for Kai to guess the murderer. The devil dog, the more popular name is hellhound. Kai had fought with hellhounds before. These things were actually not very powerful except that they were fearless and had a large number. But this time it seemed different, because from beginning to end, no one saw what was committing the crime. This doesn't seem to match the characteristics of the hellhounds that Kai had seen before, but this is also normal. There are tens of thousands of demons in the demon world, no fewer than the species of creatures on Earth. Even among the hellhounds, there are many types. It's possible that Kai has never seen them. And this possibility is very high. After all, Kai is not very familiar with demons. Well, now that the murderer has been found, how to eliminate it? Kai asked Kelly again if there was any way to find the hellhound. The answer was no. In fact, Kelly still hasn't figured out what the mechanism of his illusions is, let alone how to control it. Faced with this dilemma, Kai could only rub his forehead. He didn't know how to predict spells, and it was really difficult to catch an invisible and intangible hellhound. Kai had no choice but to choose to exploit the police. He asked the police to strengthen patrols and asked residents to be careful when going out, and it was best not to act alone in remote places. Just as Kai was strengthening his patrols, Emma woke up from the cold wind in a wilderness 30 kilometers away from GA town. She was woken up by the cold. But when she opened her eyes, she was immediately stunned. Where is this? Shouldn't she be in her apartment in Manhattan, New York? Why is she here? Emma is a college student from Seattle. She went to college in New York and is currently studying at the JR school. She originally rented an apartment with a friend, but her friend went to accompany her boyfriend and left her alone at home. In addition, she broke up with her boyfriend recently, so she had nothing to do and could only surf the internet at home. She remembered that she drank some wine, then cursed the most popular presidential candidates on Twitter, and then fell asleep. Then, here. She sat up and touched her mouth. A dog collar was put on her mouth. She touched the back of her head and found that the collar was locked. She had played this thing with her boyfriend before, and her boyfriend liked it very much, but she felt it was too restrictive and uncomfortable. In addition, she hated doing that with a collar because it was insulting to women. She looked up and saw a girl who had the same experience as her by the creek opposite. But the girl seemed to have a problem. She looked stupid and was playing with water by the river with a few leaves. Emma called out several times in a vague voice, trying to call the girl. But her mouth was hurt, and the girl didn't respond at all. At this time, many people came out from all around, about a dozen. Like Emma, they were wearing collars and looked confused. Suddenly, an uncle suddenly saw something, hummed a few times, and then rushed to meadow first. Emma followed immediately and found a big wooden box in the middle of the meadow. There was no one around, and a group of people saw the wooden box and didn't understand what was going on. Emma tried to communicate with several of them, wanting to know what was going on. Unfortunately, no one knew where this place was, or how they got here. A weird atmosphere spread among the crowd. Although it was not clear what was going on, it was definitely not a birthday party prank according to this situation. And more importantly, they didn't know each other at all. For a time, panic spread. Finally, the uncle with a baseball cap couldn't help it. He took the lead to walk towards the wooden box. No matter who brought him here, there must be a reason for the wooden box to be there. Instead of waiting to die here, it is better to see what those people are doing. As a movie lover, Emma immediately thought of movies such as Saw, 9-Person Lockup, and Battle Royale when she saw this situation. This scene is too similar. A group of people who don't know each other are taken to a mysterious place by a mysterious person. Isn't it going to start a battle royal? So Emma's first reaction was that the wooden box was a trap. She wanted to stop the uncle with a baseball cap. But the uncle didn't listen to Emma at all, or he couldn't hear what Emma said. A white-bearded uncle in the crowd also loudly reminded the uncle with a baseball cap not to touch the wooden box. But the uncle with the baseball cap didn't care at all and directly picked up the crowbar next to the wooden box. After the reminder of the white-bearded uncle, the others also thought of those movie plots at the same time, so they quickly scattered to find shelter. The man in the baseball cap looked at the scattered figures, spread his hands, and uttered a series of mutterings, which roughly meant greeting their mothers and their mothers' occupations. Then he turned around and pried open the wooden box. However, he was a little nervous. So he moved very gently, holding the lid of the wooden box, slowly backing away, and then waited for a while. He blocked the lid in front of him. If something really happened, this wooden board might help him resist. Although it may not be very useful, it is better than nothing, right? The others also squatted down and hid behind the cover waiting for something. Suddenly, in the box, a piglet wearing clothes came out. It was not something strange or scary, but just a very ordinary pet pig. It seemed that a group of crows flew over the heads of the group of people. The man in the baseball cap was a little angry and felt that he was fooled, so he threw the lid and planned to see what was inside. When he got into the wooden box, he seemed to have found something, and then he dragged something out with force. Then everyone saw that the wooden box contained a huge weapon rack. There were all kinds of long and short guns, all kinds of bullets, grenades and cold weapons. After finding that there was no danger, everyone came over. Emma was more cautious, so she was the last one to go over. But when she walked near the wooden board where the baseball cap was thrown, she found a small paper bag behind the board. She took off the paper bag and found that there was a key inside. So Emma immediately went to find other people, but the others were focused on distributing weapons at this time and didn't pay any attention to her. Only one curly-haired handsome guy noticed the blonde Emma. The two of them opened their collars for each other. What the hell is going on? The strange experience made Emma a little unable to restrain herself. She usually didn't swear, especially in front of handsome guys. But now. Calm down, okay, we will be fine. After the handsome guy comforted her, he immediately untied the collars for others. At this time, the white-bearded uncle handed Emma a gun. Hey, girl, take it for self-defense. Emma took the gun and was a little at a loss. Emma has never used a gun since she was a child. I can't. The white-bearded uncle made a helpless expression, then hooked his index finger. With the uncle's very friendly face and a little wretched expression, there is always a sense of impropriety. Then can you do this action? The uncle's action made Emma stunned. This action reminded her of her action of self-entertainment in the bed alone the night before. A little shy. Although this action is very ambiguous, Emma still nodded. If you can do this, you can shoot. Emma thought the uncle was driving, but there was no evidence. Soon the curly-haired handsome guy came over. He was very enthusiastic and said he would help Emma learn to use a gun. But just when the handsome guy was about to hold Emma's hand, bang! A bullet hit the wooden box. Others immediately laid down to avoid. Only Emma was a little confused. She was a little confused about the situation. The handsome guy pulled her aside to avoid. Just now, it almost hit me. Before she finished speaking, a bullet hit Emma's right eye and blew her head off. The handsome guy was stunned. No. According to her looks, shouldn't this girl and I be the protagonists? Shouldn't we survive in the end, gain love, and live a shameless life? Why? Why did the heroine die at the beginning? This is unscientific. Then the gunshots rang out one after another, but it seemed that the shooting skills of the popular gunmen were very poor. Except for the heroine who was shot dead, it was like turning on the outline cheat, and no one was hit. The gunshots kept ringing, and a man finally couldn't stand it anymore. He picked up 2 automatic rifles and rushed out to fight with the enemy. As a result, he was shot to death after running a few steps. Damn, those people are not bad at shooting, they just want them to resist. At this time, a woman with a round and plump figure wearing tight pants finally couldn't stand it anymore and ran out. The magical thing is that the enemy's shooting skills were outlined again. However, the woman did not run far before she suddenly disappeared. It turned out that she fell into a pit. When the handsome guy saw this, he immediately ran to save her. He remembered another routine in movies and TV series. The heroine is not necessarily the most beautiful one. After all, every horror movie will have a sweet-looking and hot bitch to set the atmosphere. The previous Emma might be this role. There are not many girls in total. This girl looks worse than Emma, but she is also very good, and the most important thing is that she has a good figure. When she ran, her chest and butt were doing. It's you, my destiny. The handsome guy used his warm man's mouth cannon talent while pulling the doing girl out of the pit. The girl was also unlucky. The bottom of the pit was full of steel knives and she was stabbed. But fortunately, she didn't hit the vital parts. It turned out to be my destiny. She didn't die. The handsome guy felt safe. They ran to the woods. But just at the edge of the woods, there was a sudden click under their feet. The handsome guy looked down and saw that it was a landmine. The handsome guy raised his head and sighed helplessly. Fuck. How could I forget that I am not the hero in this book? Boom. The mine exploded. The two were killed. Chapter 302 Reporting a Crime and Fake Police. Male protagonist did not end the reality like the movie, the killing continued. Someone was secretly hunting these people, and they drove them like prey, making them panic and run around aimlessly. The people who organized this hunt obviously enjoyed this feast very much. They did not just want to enjoy killing, they gave these victims weapons so that they had the ability to resist. They also let them escape. Although they would set traps, they would not block their way out. Instead, they would try to hunt them carefully instead of killing them all at once. This is just like hunting in nature. When lions hunt taking, they must also be careful of the sharp horns of taking. This is a thrilling game. If either party makes a mistake, they will be punished. Of course, since they are hunters, they will naturally have an advantage over the prey. So until now, the prey still don't know who the hunters are, how many people there are, where they are, and what they are doing. Do you know how lions hunt buffalo? They will not attack the buffalo herd at the beginning, because that will cause the buffalo herd to resist collectively. Buffaloes are bigger than lions. They are also stronger than lions, and the sharp horns on their heads can kill lions directly. So lions will only start to intimidate the buffaloes from the periphery to panic. As long as one buffalo panics and starts to run away, the whole buffalo herd will be in chaos. Once the chaos begins, the seemingly powerful buffaloes will be nothing. The first to be attacked are always the old, weak, sick and disabled in the buffalo herd. So when panic comes, those who lose their composure first begin to die. There are many ways for these prey to die, such as being shot to death by bows and arrows, being blown up by grenades, having their heads cut off with fishing lines, being shot to death, etc. These people run around like headless flies, and then are killed one by one. Hunters enjoy the prey's escape after panic, the despair of the prey after they cannot escape, the hysteria before the prey dies, and the repentance and madness of the prey at the last moment. This is the reporting center. This is the reporting center. We just received a call that someone was being chased on Highway 31. Well, I think it was a prank by a group of kids who were high on drugs. If anyone is nearby, go check it out. Kai was patrolling outside the town in his Chevrolet when he suddenly heard the sound of the radio. Without thinking much, Kai picked up the radio and replied, "This is Kai. What's going on?" "Hey, Sheriff, have you seen the wolf?" Susan at the reporting center immediately teased after hearing Kai's voice. Recently, the entire police station has been tortured to death by Kai, and even the people at the reporting center have to work overtime. So when they get the chance, their colleagues in the police station will tease them to vent their recent stress. Kai can't do anything about it. He knows that there are one or more hellhounds wandering nearby, and they are hungry. But other people don't know. What's worse is that he can't tell the truth. The only thing he can do is to ask the police to patrol more frequently to protect the safety of the town. You know, it's hard to get a raise if you tease your boss. Especially since your boss, me, is a very stingy person. So, Susan, the extra allowance you were supposed to get is going to go down the drain. Oh, don't be like that, Sheriff. I still have 3 children to support. Actually, they didn't mean any harm, they were just venting. Kai could only let it go. They're all working in shifts, and they're not allowed to complain. Susan is a fat black woman who wasn't originally from here. She used to live in Chicago, but to escape her ex-husband who was a drug addict and had a serious violent tendency, she and her children moved to Minnesota, and then she was recruited by the police department as a clerk. Later, Kai found that she was very good at talking, so he arranged her to be a switchboard operator. Unless you bring me a piece of your barbecue tomorrow, otherwise you'll just be jealous of others happily getting subsidies. No problem, boss. You'll see a perfect roastville. Okay, tell me what's going on. After the nonsense, Kai started to ask about the business. Due to Hamilton's abuse, a group of drug addicts appeared in the town. Although many of them have returned to normal life after drug rehabilitation, some people still continue to indulge in drugs. These people are hidden dangers. Although they are unlikely to do something harmful to the world, they may still cause small troubles. So Kai thought at first that it was a fake police call made by this group of people who took drugs. The reporter said that they were being chased and someone was holding a killing party. Cool. Kai's first reaction was that the person who reported the case had a good imagination. I think so too. Susan also laughed. Okay, I'll go over and see where it is. Let's see who is so bored. Wellington Grocery on Highway 31. I wish you a good mood today, and by the way, give us a holiday. I haven't had time to clean the house for 5 days. Oh, those 3 little solar balls have made a mess of the house. I'll try my best. Kai smiled and hung up the call. Highway 31 is an interstate highway. It does not pass through GA Town. It is just very close to GA Town. Strictly speaking, it is not the jurisdiction of GA Town Police Station. The police in the United States have very strict division of jurisdiction. For example, although Kai is the head of GA Town, he has no law enforcement power in other places, and the interstate highway is the jurisdiction of the state police. But reality and regulations are always different. This section of the interstate highway was built decades ago. Later, after the new highway was built, the traffic on this section of the road gradually became sparse, so the corresponding state police rarely come here. After all, a state is so big, the state police have limited manpower and it is impossible to cover everything. So a long time ago, the state police and the police station in the nearby town had a tacit understanding to let the police station in the nearby town take over. In just over 20 minutes, Kai arrived at the place where the case was reported. It was a grocery store next to the highway. Like many rural grocery stores, it also provides gas services. Pushing open the door of the convenience store, I found that there was only an old couple in the store. After the old couple saw Kai, although they looked calm, there was still a panic in their eyes. Kai felt a little strange, but he didn't show it. Did someone call the police here just now? Facing Kai's question, the old couple looked at each other and said, yes, a few young people called us just now. Where are they? While Kai was talking, he suddenly felt a strange smell in the house. They left. The old woman and the old couple said so. Left. Kai looked at the ground and found that it was wet. Kai walked to the deepest part of the wet mark and smelled it. There was a smell of detergent and blood. Just when Kai was about to ask what the blood smell was about, a bell rang at the door. A woman wearing a yellow jacket, with a dull face and dull eyes walked in. She pursed her lips and looked around. The old couple exchanged glances when they saw this woman. Then the old woman reached under the counter, took out a mobile phone, and sent a message blindly. Kai noticed the old woman's actions, but even if Kai felt that there was something wrong, he would not take action against others because of such an action. Buy a pack of cigarettes. The woman ignored Kai and walked slowly to the counter. She spoke slowly and was a little confused. Looking at her face, Kai suspected that she was on drugs. Or was she just mentally retarded? But Kai soon overturned his thoughts, because Kai noticed that she was on guard from her position and posture. Although on the surface, she seemed to do nothing, Kai could see clearly that she was on guard against something, and her sight was very interesting. Although she was staring at the ground, Kai saw that her eyes were constantly observing. That look was completely different from the previous dullness. She was observing the old couple, and also observing Kai. Ding-ling-ling. The bell at the door rang again, and 2 people in state police uniforms rushed in. Without any warning, they pulled out guns and pointed them at Kai and the woman. Don't move. Kai's first reaction was to touch the pistol under his ribs, but someone was faster than him. As soon as the state police rushed in, the woman grabbed the old woman's head and slammed it against the counter. The 2 state police reacted a bit slower, but still shot without hesitation. There was no warning before the shooting. This is totally against the rules. Before the police shoot, there must be a set of procedures, such as warnings. Generally speaking, it is something like put down the gun, we are XXX police, otherwise we will shoot, but the 2 men shot without any hesitation. One of them shot at the woman, and the other pulled the trigger at Kai. Now Kai understood that there was something fishy. Bang bang. 2 gunshots, but both missed. The woman jumped into the counter before the shooting and kicked the old man away. Kai's movements were faster. The moment the guy shot, Kai's body flashed and hid behind the shelf. Then Kai pulled out his gun and fired 2 shots in a row. One shot hit the instep of the state trooper who shot him, and the other shot hit the knee of another state trooper. The severe pain made the 2 state troopers scream and kneel on the ground. Kai was unmoved. While moving, he fired 2 more shots. One of the 2 state police officers was shot in the left hand holding the gun, and the other was shot on the shoulder. They could no longer hold the guns in their hands and drop them. At the same time, the woman bent over and grabbed a shotgun from the counter, and shot the old man who was about to say something. Even a big bear would be shot away by a shotgun in the chest less than 3 meters away, let alone an old man. The old man flew 2 or 3 meters and knocked down a row of shelves before stopping. Then the woman turned a gun and shot the old woman in the head from under her armpit. My goodness, the old woman's head exploded immediately. Kai, who had just walked up to the 2 state police officers, was shocked by the cruelty of this woman. This woman's method was sophisticated and obviously had a military style. More importantly, she was going to kill people without hesitation. This is not a fancy trick, but a method that only people who have really killed people and seen blood can use. So Kai immediately pulled out his revolver from his waist, pointed one gun at the 2 state police officers who were kneeling on the ground and wailing, and pointed the other gun at the woman. "Don't move," Kai warned the woman while kicking the 2 state police officers' service guns away. The woman looked at Kai, hesitated for a moment, and finally raised her hands. She had a double-barreled shotgun in her hand, an old-fashioned one. It only had a capacity of 2 rounds. Even if she wanted to resist, she couldn't. Although she killed the old couple, she had been paying attention to Kai's actions. She saw Kai's actions clearly just now. In less than 10 seconds, he killed the 2 state police officers, and only disintegrated their force, without harming their lives. In such an emergency, he could still shoot so accurately. He must be a tough guy. The woman was not arrogant enough to think that she could fight back in this situation. Apart from anything else, the woman believed that as long as she had any overreaction, she would be immediately shot to death. Seeing that the woman was honest, Kai turned his eyes to the 2 police officers. "Who are you?" "We are Minnesota State Police." The 2 knew the seriousness of the matter. Looking at Kai's police uniform, they regretted it in their hearts. If they had known that this police officer was so powerful, they would never have been so impulsive. Besides, this police officer was not originally in their plan. They just wanted to solve the problem and let the game continue, but they didn't expect something to go wrong. Kai tore off the shoulder badge of a state police officer, which had a number on it. "What's your name?" Kai pointed his gun at the state police officer and asked. My name is James." "James when?" The police officer hesitated, but Kai stepped on his injured foot. This guy was obviously not a tough guy, and he hung up immediately. "Susan." Kai picked up the walkie-talkie to contact the reporting center. "Yes, Sheriff, check this police number XXXXXX, it's from the state police." Although Susan didn't know why Kai wanted to check this, she knew something was going on from Kai's tone, so she didn't hesitate at all. 10 seconds later, Susan's voice came. "Charlie Lyman, female, black, 34 years old, works in the physical evidence department." "Thank you, Susan." Kai heard this and immediately ended the call, and then immediately stepped on the guy's injured foot. "Who are you? You can't do this to me. I want to find my lawyer. I want to sue you." The severe pain made this guy speak without thinking, exposing his true nature. "That sounds like a rich man. Don't look at American TV series and movies. Many Americans like to find a lawyer for everything. But in reality, not every American finds a lawyer for everything. As for the reason, it's very simple, it's too damn expensive. The 2 high-income professions in the United States are lawyers and doctors. Why are the incomes high? Isn't it because the fees are high? Let's not talk about doctors. If you don't have medical insurance, going to the hospital is equivalent to bankruptcy. Especially ambulances, they are even more expensive. They charge according to the distance, which is more expensive than renting a luxury car. Not to mention lawyers, especially since this guy said my lawyer. Let's put it this way, people who don't have private lawyers are not necessarily poor, but people who have private lawyers are definitely rich. Tell me, who are you and why are you pretending to be a police officer?" Just as the man was about to say something, an arrow shot in from outside the window. But what stunned everyone was that Kai raised his hand and used a pistol to knock the arrow away, and then raised his gun and shot without even looking. Then a figure fell from the window. Kai went out immediately and found a middle-aged man in a red plaid shirt lying on the ground. But before Kai could get close to check the situation, gunshots were heard from the woods across the street. Kai ran back immediately. The gunshot was obviously from the Barrett's M82A1 sniper rifle, which Kai used when he was in the military. Chapter 303 Hunting Club. Hiding back in the grocery store, Kai immediately leaned down under the window. Facing a sniper rifle, the best thing to do is to hide out of the enemy's sight. The woman on the other side did the same thing, but the difference was that while she was dodging, she also began to look around for weapons at the counter. After a while, she pulled out a MK-14 enhanced combat rifle and a silver revolver from the bottom of the counter. The silver revolver was obviously expensive. The walnut handle and the carved gun body should be an antique pistol, but it didn't matter. As long as the gun was not broken, the power could be guaranteed. The two fake state police immediately became excited. They kept shouting at Kai and the woman to let them go. At the same time, they also called the woman Snowball. The two kept saying things like elites and country bumpkins. The general meaning was that Kai and Snowball should not resist them. This country belongs to them, but people like Kai and Snowball shamelessly think that this country also belongs to them. They think that they are the ones who maintain the country, and people like Kai and Snowball are the country's parasites. They do some stupid things, but they need people like them who are really useful to the country to spend money and work to settle them. But even so, those poor ghosts and country bumpkins continue to cause trouble for them. You only believe what you want to believe like stupid pigs, and disdain the truth of the matter. You only follow the crowd and never have the ability to think independently. In this case, why do you resist? Anyway, you are just zombies. Kai looked at the two people in surprise. The United States is known as a country of wisdom, but in fact, the United States has always been ruled by elites. Moreover, the world that Kai traveled to is more strict than the United States in Kai's previous life. Looking back at American history, the United States has experienced a total of 42 presidents so far. The plot timeline is 2008, but 41 of these 42 presidents came from WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, that is, the Protestant upper class in the United States. This group of people calls themselves elites and conservative forces, and controls most of the power in the country. Of course, there are exceptions, such as President Kennedy. The Kennedy family is Irish Catholic. But soon, Kennedy was assassinated, and the assassination process was extremely sloppy. The gunman just walked around and passed through the defense forces around the president. He shot Kennedy in public. Then, after being arrested, the gunman was killed by another gunman at the door of the police station. The gunman who killed the murderer was soon killed in the detention room of the police station. In short, although the United States is an elite society, many people know it well, but they just say it. But the elite is a bit too much. This is just like the ancient feudal society, which divided people into two classes, nobles and slaves. They still gave up resistance. Are these two people mentally ill? Snowball's experience is a little deeper. Since they are not allowed to resist, why give them guns and let them escape? Kai was just about to ask what was going on. After all, he still didn't know what happened. But before Kai could speak, the woman named Snowball raised her gun and shot the two people to see God. Why do you want to kill them? Kai questioned. Unexpectedly, the woman's cheek twitched, and then she stared with her eyes and made a very funny expression. This expression was very abrupt, as if she had some kind of neurological disease. After a long while, the woman slowly said, "Because the pause was a little long, which made Kai a little confused. She said, "Well, and then? I work in a car rental company, and I can't vent all that, so maybe today I can." As she said that, she made a neurotic movement again, her eyes wide open, looking forward, and making a humming sound. Although her words were a little inconsistent, Kai still understood it. It was that her daily life was very depressed and she couldn't vent. Today, someone wanted to kill her, so she took this opportunity to vent. Kai was thinking at this moment, should he arrest this girl? Damn, venting emotions means killing people? This is so scary. The cell and the mental hospital are the best places for her. But in the end, Kai gave up this idea. Because the enemy came up. The sniper rifles outside had stopped firing, replaced by a group of fully armed personnel. These people were very skilled in tactical movements and were obviously professionals. They maintained their formation and began to approach the grocery store. Kai immediately made a gesture to let Snowball get ready. Snowball saw Kai's gesture and almost subconsciously ran to the window, holding a lens and using the reflection of the lens to observe the situation outside the window. But she saw two teams of armed personnel approaching, and immediately made a gesture, indicating that Kai should be responsible for one side. Kai saw Snowball's reaction, raised his eyebrows, and immediately understood that this girl was also from the army. But it was good that way, at least she would not be a drag. Those armed personnel were obviously very cautious. They did not attack right away, but threw a few smoke bombs. Seeing the actions of the armed personnel, the woman reacted very quickly and immediately threw a gas mask over. Kai caught the gas mask. Although he was curious about why this small grocery store had everything, he still put on the gas mask immediately. There were 2 sounds of broken glass, and 2 cans were thrown in, and then smoke sprayed out of the cans. But Kai guessed wrong, it was not a smoke bomb, but a poison gas bomb. There was a skull logo on the can. Fortunately, there were gas masks. Kai and Snowball stood on both sides of the door, holding short weapons in their hands, waiting for the armed men to come in, and then they would attack directly. Soon, the door was kicked open, and then a stun grenade was thrown in. The moment he saw the stun grenade, Kai immediately cursed. These people are really cautious. First, poison gas, but it was not enough, and stun grenade was used. There was no way. Kai could only cover his ears and fall to the side. Although the explosion and flame of the stun grenade were of little use to Kai, the noise was very deadly. The woman was doing the same thing. After the stun grenade exploded, immediately, 2 armed men rushed in, and they guarded the 2 sides of the door on the left and right, and then others came in. The room was filled with smoke, visibility was very low, and they had no vision. "Turn on the exhaust fan," one of them shouted. But what answered him was a burst of hissing sounds. He turned his head and saw that one of his teammates behind him had been slashed in the neck by someone. The sound just now was the sound of blood spurting out. He just opened his mouth to warn, and the figure behind his teammate swung the dagger in his hand. It hit the eye part of his gas mask. The 2 companions were attacked, and naturally they could not hide it from others. But when they pointed their guns at the enemy, the figure surrounded by them was holding 2 guns. The figure was seen swinging his hands as if dancing, but every time the gun was pointed at the enemy, gunshots rang out. Those people wanted to shoot back, but when their fingers touched the trigger, they felt the vitality leaving their bodies. The gunshots stopped, and several armed men fell to the ground. The figure just now was of course Kai. A total of 8 enemies were killed by Kai. Don't look at Kai's fancy play just now, in fact, there is nothing special, just a quick reaction. After the 8 enemies fell to the ground, Kai immediately dropped the pistol in his hand, picked up an automatic rifle, pulled the bolt, checked the ammunition, and immediately took off 2 grenades and 2 magazines from their bodies. The armed personnel left outside heard the gunshots in the house and immediately shouted to the radio. "Report the situation inside." Repeat. "Report the situation inside." Then they heard 2 dings and 2 grenades were thrown out. "Be careful." Grenades. Unfortunately, it was too late. Any trained soldier would have expected such a thing in advance. Then a group of people were blown up. Then a figure rushed out of the door with a slide, and at the same time, the rifle in his hand fired continuously. This time it was not so fancy, just highlighting one word, accurate. All the bullets rushed to the vital parts of those people, the head, chest, and neck. When Kai stood up from the ground, the enemies were basically dead. Only one person, who didn't know whether it was because of luck or quick reaction, was shot on the neck, but shot through from the side and did not die immediately. He held his neck tightly, blood gushing out of his mouth, nose and neck, but he didn't die immediately. Kai walked up to him, looked at his injuries, clicked his tongue, and looked dissatisfied. He was not satisfied with his shooting skills. "Help, help." The man covered his neck and made the last request of his life to Kai. Kai didn't say anything, but slowly raised the muzzle of his gun. Bang! This kind of injury can't be cured except by using magic. It's better to let him die quickly. This can be regarded as Kai's last mercy to them. When this group of people attacked before, there was no hesitation. Although Kai doesn't kill innocent people, it's obvious that these people are not innocent. After killing the last enemy with one shot, Kai looked up. In the air not far from him, a drone was hovering. There was a camera on it. It seemed that there was someone behind it. Kai raised his hand and shot down the drone, and then took out his walkie-talkie. "This is Kai, I'm in trouble. Requesting support, this is the command center, report your location, Wellington Grocery on Highway 31, what? That's not." Susan was still on the other side. "Yes, the call reporting the crime just now was real. Someone really held a murder party here." At this point, Kai couldn't help but swear, "Fuck. There are really such crazy idiots in this world. Is it really like in the movie?" Susan asked cautiously. I don't know, but it should be similar. Although Kai didn't know the whole picture of the matter, it was not difficult to draw a conclusion based on the fact that there was an arsenal under the counter of the grocery store, 2 fake policemen and 2 teams of fully armed personnel, plus the previous call to the police. The only thing that Kai couldn't figure out was, what was wrong with these people? Why were they playing murder? Like Texas Chainsaw, Susan was obviously a fan of B-level movies. Hey, your boss is in danger right now. Can you be serious? Send someone over here. Remember to bring weapons. That's it. Kai hung up the phone and walked back to the store. Snowball was leaning against the counter and vomiting. The stun grenade was not pleasant. Kai waited for her to finish vomiting so that he could understand the situation. On the other side, when Kai shot down the drone, a group of people were in chaos. They were hiding in a bunker, surrounded by shooting holes with various sniper rifles and various instruments. They were watching the images sent back by the drone together. They just saw Kai showing off his power. What should we do? What should we do? Paul, Martin, Jules, Miranda and Carl are all dead. They are all dead. Why is there a policeman? There are no policemen among our targets. Remember our rules? We only kill people who deserve to die. Why would we involve a policeman? It's all Paul and Martin's fault. Why did they shoot? If they didn't shoot, we could have gotten away with it. Hey. Paul and the others meant well. You can only blame Jules and Miranda. They asked those 3 to make the phone call. Oh, how can you blame Jules and Miranda? They did a good job, really? What did they do? They didn't even think of unplugging the phone line. Come on. You. This group of people were dressed like decent people, but they were obviously not very skilled in what they were doing. At least they didn't solve the emergency immediately after encountering it. Instead, they blamed and shirked the responsibility. It was not until a woman in hunting clothes stopped their quarrel that the group of people thought about the main topic. We must assess the risks now, so that we can decide whether we should leave or continue. The woman held a recurved bow and suggested while wiping the bowstring. No one else spoke because they were afraid that they would be boycotted if they spoke. Everyone here wanted to leave, but no one wanted to be the one to leave, otherwise they would be laughed at when they talked about this matter in the future. To put it bluntly, they were just trying to save face. In the end, the woman was smart. She threw the question to the only outsider present. Sergeant Dale. I need your advice. Sergeant Dale was wearing U.S. military camouflage and had been standing in the corner. He did not participate in their conversation because he knew very well. He was just a service staff. What he had to do was to satisfy the customers. But since the customer asked the question, he would naturally give the most professional advice. My suggestion, retreat immediately. We will solve the subsequent troubles and will not implicate you. This is the service you deserve. The cost of a hunt is as high as more than 30 million, not including the cost of setting the prey. Of course, it must be worth the money. Retreat? We spent more than 30 million, and you want us to retreat now. The favorite thing of this group of guys who think they are elite is to argue. Obviously, everyone is scared to death, but in order to show their uniqueness, they still want to argue. Is this the service level of the Hunter Club? You must give me a satisfactory explanation. Sergeant Dale shrugged his shoulders and didn't care about their arguments. The Hunter Club is not an ordinary organization. They provide various hunting services, and the flagship product is hunters. How can those who can do such business have no background? So he didn't take their threats seriously. According to the agreement, we only provide plans, training and hunting ground layout, as well as various necessary equipment. Although we also have the responsibility to protect the safety of our customers, but the premise is that you must follow our plan. It was you who changed the plan and arranged the entire hunt by yourself. After the accident, we immediately sent a maintenance team to carry out maintenance. But you saw it. When the others heard this, they immediately stopped talking. There were lawyers among the people present. When they signed the agreement, they were very clear about the terms. Seeing that they were silent, Dell spoke again. Now I seriously suggest that you retreat immediately. You have seen the skills of that policeman. I can tell you for sure that you are no match for him. Moreover, with a maintenance team already sacrificed, you have lost your last line of defense. Since these people have killed people before, they may be repeat customers. The club likes this kind of customers the most, and they will try their best to protect them if they can. So Dell himself did not want them to die. There is a commission for each service, at least 2 million, and it is tax-free. In fact, The other few people had already known the answer in their hearts, but their hypocritical personalities determined that they could not show weakness. Now with Dell's warning, it's easy to say, woof woof. The group of people originally planned to be hypocritical again so that they could have a decent step. But a deep dog barking interrupted them. Whose dog is it? Hey, don't look at me. Although I have a dog, I won't bring it here. Whose is that? I don't know. Could it be a stray dog? Here? A stray dog. This place is in the wilderness, and stray dogs can't survive. A shrill scream broke the peace outside. What's going on? That's our security personnel? Sergeant Dale immediately raised his alert when he heard the voice. Pick up your weapons. Don't use those long, handy weapons. Dale was holding a gun and was about to walk out of the bunker to check what was going on, but screams came from outside. Now even Dale didn't dare to go out. There were only a few security guards outside, and it sounded like they were all dead. He immediately closed the door of the bunker and started calling for help on the radio. But something terrible happened. All the communication equipment failed and there was only noise. Woof woof. The barking of dogs was getting closer and closer. They could even hear bursts of heavy breathing mixed in with the barking of dogs. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Hunting and Being Hunted. In the grocery store. Snowball has recovered from the effects of the stun grenade. However, the gun in her hand has been taken away by Kai, and she herself has been temporarily detained by Kai. During this period, two more men approached the grocery store. At first, Kai thought they were also enemies, but Snowball told him that they were also unlucky people who were captured. Snowball was the first one to wake up among them, because she had a history of taking sedatives and had a good resistance to sedative drugs. After waking up, she observed everyone and made a compass by the river to determine the direction and find the grocery store, rub the hair with a needle to form a small magnet, and then put it on the water to rotate naturally. The two men are Tang, a farmer who likes to criticize current affairs, and Gary, an online anchor. Both are typical American middle-aged and elderly men, obese, bald and diabetic. In addition to these, the two have a common hobby, that is, they both like to be public intellectuals. They like to point out everything and blame everything on the current system. They believe that the government is not the people's government, but a puppet manipulated by capitalists. More importantly, they care a lot about political correctness. These two guys even care about how to call black people. For example, when Kai was talking to them, he accidentally said black people, and they scolded him, saying that this was discrimination. Kai was so shocked. Those people called themselves that, why couldn't he say it? Then Kai was scolded again because he said those people. They said that this was a kind of implicit discrimination, and the correct term should be African Americans. Kai wanted to complain at that time, there are white people in Africa, okay. But after thinking about it, he didn't argue. Arguing with two nitpickers would only make him suffer. So he simply ignored them. Anyway, these two guys couldn't say anything useful. Have you been to the battlefield? Kai chatted with Snowball while waiting for support. Afghanistan. Snowball wanted to go out several times, but was stopped by Kai. This woman is too murderous, and Kai dare not let her wander around. PTSD. Kai opened his mouth and finally asked this question. PTSD is post-war syndrome. It is a type of post-traumatic stress disorder, also known as post-traumatic stress disorder, post-traumatic stress syndrome, post-traumatic mental tension disorder, and sequelae of major blows. It refers to the sequelae of a person's psychological state being disturbed after encountering or confronting major stress. This woman's various behaviors seem a bit abnormal. Coupled with her battlefield experience, it is not difficult to guess. Snowball nodded, but did not say much. Kai did not ask much. This kind of thing is considered personal privacy unless someone takes the initiative to bring it up. Why do you think you were arrested? I don't care. You don't care at all about what you are experiencing now. I don't care. I just know that they want to kill me. Then I will kill them. It's that simple. Why do you have to ask so many whys? Kai said a few words and couldn't communicate anymore. He could feel that this woman seemed to enjoy this hunting feast more than the organizers. How did those idiots choose people? They actually found such a bad guy. Just as they were talking, there was a sound of propellers turning in the sky. At the same time, several police cars also stopped at the door of the grocery store. Kai saw Sage and Raukiu pushing the door open and immediately asked, "I don't remember us having helicopters." Sage was stunned when he heard this. "Didn't you call them?" Sage originally thought that the helicopters flying here were the work of their boss. After all, their boss was so rich, it was not difficult to accept that they would find a few helicopters for rescue. Okay, prepare for battle. That means it is difficult to distinguish between friends and enemies in those helicopters now. At this critical moment, it is better to be careful. Sage not only brought Raukiu and Portman this time, but also brought 6 policemen. These policemen have been receiving training from Sage and his team in recent months. They cannot be said to be really better than the soldiers in the army, but at least they are much better than civilians who have not received military training. Under Sage's command, several policemen immediately entered the best shooting point. On the helicopter, a group of fully armed special forces also noticed the police car below. The commander of these special forces immediately pressed the throat transmitter on his neck to report to the unknown object. "There are police officers at the scene. What should we do?" "Don't worry about them. You are now the Minneapolis City Star Special Forces. You have received orders from your superiors to carry out a rescue mission. Tell them that this case is now under your control. Control all prey, pick up the client, and then leave. Do you understand?" "Understood." If you look closely, you will find that the word stars are printed on these people's bodies. It means Special Tactics and Rescue Team. And there is also the state emblem of Minnesota on the armband. Soon 3 helicopters landed around the grocery store, and a total of 12 Special Forces soldiers immediately got off from them. Stars is not a specific title. In fact, many major cities in the United States have similar forces, and they are all affiliated with the police departments of major cities. Simply translated into Chinese, it is a special police team. Star means star, and S represents the plural. It is easy to imagine and catchy, so it is widely circulated. These are obviously the special forces of the Minnesota Police. But Kai doesn't understand why they are here. The command center that led the team didn't care about Kai's doubts. He just briefly said a few words about his background, and then told Kai that they had taken over here. Kai naturally refused. What did he mean? This is his territory. Not to mention just stars, even if the chief police inspector came, it would be useless. In the United States, the administrative agencies at the county level are not large, so most of the county police chiefs have the 3 functions of the criminal justice system. This is the most unique police work in the county police agencies in the United States, so don't talk about power suppression. Kai has no boss above him. His boss is the residents of the whole town. But others also have good reasons. This is an interstate highway, which is under the jurisdiction of the state police. It is not the jurisdiction of GA Town. This statement does make sense, and Kai can't refute it. But this group of people is obviously abnormal. They are so eager to take over that it is hard for Kai not to think of some unspoken rules. What if this group of people takes the 3 survivors away to kill them? So Kai firmly rejected the request of these people. He wants to take the 3 survivors back to his police station. The task these special forces received was to clean up the mess caused by the hunting accident, take the client back and destroy all evidence, and naturally they would not let the police intervene. Although they had a deep background, they could not really take down an entire police station. That would be a big trouble. The entire American society would demand severe punishment for the murderer, which would be a disaster for them. So they could only argue with each other. But the argument was soon interrupted. The sound of semi-automatic rifles stunned everyone. Then the gunshots became louder and louder, accompanied by shrill screams and various scoldings. Regardless of who they were, the people present immediately picked up their guns and prepared to fight. This sound was not something that could be made by an ordinary battle. Those who didn't know would think that there was a war going on over there. In fact, it was almost the same. Sergeant L and his men were fighting a war, the most bizarre war he had ever seen in his life. When Sergeant Dell suggested that the client retreat, he was suddenly attacked. Although he didn't know what happened, he still carried out the aftermath rescue according to the safety manual. This is the rule of the Hunter Club. Once an accident occurs during hunting and it is irreversible, they will send out a cleanup team to clean up the entire hunt. Kill all prey and witnesses, clean up the scene in disguise, take back the client, and confiscate the client's deposit. After that, the situation got worse and worse. The last protection measures they set up failed, and the outer security guards were killed one after another. What's more terrifying is that no one saw the murderer. In view of this situation, Sergeant Dale immediately led the remaining security guards to protect the clients to rush out of the bunker and rush to join the cleanup team. Staying in the bunker can only wait for death. Only after he got out, he realized that waiting to die was actually a kind of luck. The situation reversed, and they turned from hunters to prey. They were killed, torn apart, and devoured, and everyone died extremely miserably. What's even more tragic is that they don't know what is hunting them at all. All they saw was that their companions were thrown to the ground inexplicably, and then torn apart by something out of thin air. The hunting methods of those things were extremely cruel. They dug open the chests and abdomens of the victims, ate up their internal organs, and then smoke-like things were sucked out of their bodies and disappeared into the void. Everything happened in front of them, but they could not see anything. They died so unclearly. They thought about resisting, but neither guns nor grenades could stop the hunting. Think about what they did to the prey before, and then think about what they are experiencing now. Sergeant Dale felt sad. Those invisible monsters were just like them. They didn't intend to kill them in one breath. Instead, they kept chasing them. As long as someone was driven crazy by fear, they would pounce on him and kill him. The survivors continued to flee in panic and despair. They were so arrogant before, thinking that they could manipulate and play with other people's lives at will. But now it was their turn. Fortunately, they seemed to be reaching the rendezvous point. Dale just wanted to reunite with the support as soon as possible. As for whether the support could deal with these monsters, he didn't care. He was like a frightened antelope, just wanting to reunite with the main group as soon as possible. Do you know how antelopes escape from lions? The key is not how fast you can run, as long as you run faster than other antelopes. Help! Help! Come and save us! There were a total of 10 people participating in this hunting game, but now there are only 3 left. Sergeant L and the security guards can't even protect themselves. How can they protect them? However, when they saw the support sent by the club, the 3 customers immediately became energetic, because they are consumers. The club must take the lead in protecting them. When the stars saw the people they were going to pick up appeared, they immediately stepped forward to protect them. But they still didn't know what they were going to face. But Dell and the customers knew that they climbed onto the helicopter as soon as they reunited with the stars, and then immediately let the helicopter take off without caring about others. The helicopter pilot was also a member of the club. Customers are God. So they took off very quickly. Dell and the customers immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Snowball seemed to understand something. She rolled over and picked up the pistol that Kai had confiscated from her on the counter. She raised her hand and shot at the helicopter. Her movements were so smooth that Kai had been paying attention to the situation outside and could not stop her for a while. A bullet hit the helicopter, but Snowball was obviously too anxious and could not control the aim. Besides, this gun had not been adjusted. It was fine for close range, but it would not work for a little distance. The situation in TV dramas where you can shoot heads with a gun casually is impossible in reality. When you get a gun, unless it is a gun you often use, you need to adjust it. After all, the condition of each gun is different, and everyone has different habits of using guns. So you have to test shoot, adjust the aim, and feel the recoil before you can guarantee the hit rate. So even if Snowball is a veteran, he can't pick up a useless new gun and shoot someone in the head from dozens of meters away. But this shot attracted everyone's attention. The first reaction of those stars was to raise their guns and point the muzzles at the grocery store. Kai and the police officers around him also raised their guns reflexively. The two parties did not trust each other in the first place, and raising guns to protect themselves in this situation was the most reasonable choice. But this choice also gave other things a chance. Woof woof. A low barking sound suddenly sounded, and then several stars on the outermost periphery were suddenly knocked down by something. Dell and the customer on the helicopter immediately slapped the seats nervously, asking the pilot to leave quickly. Those things are coming. The helicopter did take off, and it was already 3 meters above the ground. Unfortunately, it was too late. The helicopter had 3 scratches on its fuselage in full view of everyone. This scene scared the helicopter pilot, but before he could think more, the door of the cab was pulled down out of thin air. And then the pilot seemed to be bitten by something and dragged out. The pilot's body was floating in the air and was constantly being thrown around, and the blood and screams woke everyone up. Shoot. Shoot. The quality of this group of stars was quite good. Although they could not see what was attacking the helicopter, they at least knew that the enemy should be near the pilot. It should be right to shoot there. The bullet hit something near the driver. There was even some black blood spurting out of the void where there was nothing. As soon as the blood hit the ground, it made a hissing sound and the ground began to bubble and turn black. It was like sulfuric acid spilled on the ground. But in the panic, they obviously did not consider the possibility of accidental injury. The driver died under the bullet, and the helicopter, which had lost its driver and became crooked, was also hit, and then fell down as expected. The propeller hit the bottom and broke into several sections and flew out. One of the unlucky guys was hit by the fragments of the propeller, hitting his chest, and even his chest cavity was smashed through, and he died on the spot. However, the few people on the helicopter were lucky. After all, they were not high above the ground and could not die from the fall. Those guys climbed out of the helicopter screaming and howling. Among them, Dell and 2 customers were not seriously injured and limped to the grocery store. The other customer was miserable. His calf was hit by something and was broken at 90 degrees. He couldn't run. Save me. I don't want to die. You can't leave me. Save me. The unlucky guy wanted to ask for help, but a nasty smell of burning sulfur hit his face, making him swallow back what he wanted to say. He couldn't see anything, but he could feel something stretching its nose towards his face. He could hear panting and the grunting sounds of a canine expressing aggression. The guy raised his head and wanted to say something, such as threats, begging for mercy, or coercion and inducement. In short, he wanted to save himself. But the problem was that he didn't even know what he was facing. What should he say? Give money? He was still racking his brains to think of a solution, and a drop of sticky and smelly mucus dripped on his face. He touched it with his hand and found that the transparent liquid was slowly corroding his fingers, and his face was also in great pain. He was about to scream, but his eyes went black, and something covered his upper body, and then he knew nothing. But in the eyes of others, his upper body suddenly disappeared, as if something was about to bite him off, and he disappeared, leaving only his bloody lower body. A chilling chewing sound came, bones broke, and flesh was torn. God! What did we encounter? Sage was stunned by the magical reality happening outside. Portman wiped the saliva that flowed unconsciously, swallowed his saliva, stared outside with his eyes wide open, and muttered, "We are in big trouble, right?" Kai was the one who felt surprised. "Damn, I finally found these cubs." "That's right, these things are the hellhounds that Kai has been looking for. I don't know how these things appeared near GA Town, and then caused a lot of trouble and hurt Susie. These days, Kai has been working day and night for them, but he didn't expect to meet them here." Just when several people in the grocery store had different thoughts, those stars also began to suffer. They had been focusing on the invisible monsters attacking the driver and the customer, which made them ignore the back, and then at the same time, 3 stars were suddenly knocked down from behind and torn to pieces. By the time the others realized that there were other monsters, those monsters had already pounced on them. 1, 2, 3, 4, Snowball was counting on his fingers at this time. The white-bearded Uncle Tang was also scared, but after seeing Snowball's actions, he couldn't help asking, "What are you doing, counting?" Kai looked at Snowball in surprise. This woman is really bold. Chapter 305 Battle. But Kai understood what she meant. She was calculating the number of enemies based on the status of the stars under attack. The stars outside were quickly defeated. This was inevitable. Even the most elite warriors could not withstand fighting against a group of invisible and intangible monsters. They were not afraid of dangerous enemies, but this kind of incomprehensible thing was an exception. So under no choice, the remaining 3 stars could only retreat to the grocery store. Snowball originally planned to kill these 3 people directly, but Kai stopped her. There was no other reason, because they simply could not survive. Others might not be able to see how many monsters there were, but Kai's perception could see it clearly. Admittedly, if Kai did not use magic, his eyes could not see through the invisibility of the hellhounds, but although these hellhounds were very invisible, their footsteps, panting, and the lingering fishy and sulfur smell on their bodies made them know where to hide. In fact, let alone Kai, even an ordinary person with sharp ears and eyes can see some clues as long as he calms down and observes. However, people are always full of fear of unknown things. Under such circumstances, only Snowball can calm down and observe. This makes Kai admire this somewhat neurotic woman very much. However, Snowball still guessed wrong. There were not 4 hellhounds present, But 5. One hellhound has not participated in the battle group, but hid on the periphery and did not launch an attack. If it were not for Kai's super high perception that he felt a trace of almost undetectable breathing, he might have missed it. And this hellhound that has not participated in the battle seems to have been unable to bear it after the stars were almost dead, and walked into the battlefield. What a coincidence, its location is exactly on the retreat route of the 3 stars. Then the 3 guys turned around and encountered a surprise. Everyone in the room watched the 3 unlucky guys being torn to pieces. Although this had happened many times before, they were still shocked. They watched 3 people being torn apart in the air, screaming and begging. One guy was still alive when he was torn in half. But the only thing he could do now was to pray to the people in the room. Not to pray for his life, but to pray for others to give him a quick death. Then 2 bullets shot into his head. This made him look like a dog when he died. It was a quick death, but why did you shoot me one more time? Kai and Snowball put away their guns a little embarrassedly. As soldiers, they all knew that such injuries could not be saved on the battlefield. The best and most humane way was to give him a quick death, so the 2 of them fired without hesitation. But who would have thought that the whole thing would be chopped off? Let others get shot in vain. Others did not have such a big heart as the 2 of them. Even Sage Portman and others were also uneasy. Not to mention the others, the police were better, at least they could make sure they didn't wet their pants, but the 2 unlucky survivors didn't have the courage. They really peed. Boss, what should we do? Sage swallowed and asked in a low voice. How should I know? Kai said unhappily. It was really depressing to say that he had been looking for these hellhounds for days and nights, but he didn't get a single hair. But now he finally encountered them, and there were people all around. This made it impossible for him to use his power. If he were alone, he could open the prince's treasure, bombard them, and then chop those hellhounds into slag with a holy sword. But now, there were too many spectators. He didn't want to be in the spotlight. Fortunately, for some reason, those hellhounds didn't seem to want to approach the grocery store. But they didn't give up. They kept wandering around the grocery store, looking like they wanted to eat but were afraid of being beaten. Kai didn't quite understand at first, but he didn't realize it until he saw Portman take out an amulet and pray. Since the last demon attack, didn't Kai take some amulets from Camelot? In order to prevent his brothers from encountering such a situation in the future, Kai specially gave them a few amulets. They also experienced a female corpse incident, and they are very receptive to these gods and ghosts. So they also carried the amulets honestly. This amulet has the effect of expelling and protecting demons. Although it cannot cause direct damage to demons, demons will still feel dangerous and uncomfortable when approaching those amulets. But immediately another question came to mind. In this case, why don't they leave? If they leave, it will be a good thing for Kai. It would be fine if they didn't encounter it, but now that they have encountered it, they want to escape Kai's pursuit. That's a dream. If Kai doesn't even have this ability, he has really lived in vain. But these guys are always wandering around the periphery and just refuse to leave. This is fucking. Such embarrassing situations have happened several times. If there are people watching, Kai can't show his strength at all. If he keeps doing this, sooner or later one day Kai's true identity will be exposed. It will be troublesome then. Just thinking about SHIELD and the mysterious organization that captured Red Tank, Kai felt a headache. To be honest, he came to this world without any ambition. He had no intention of dominating the world, nor did he think of being a powerful person. He was still very satisfied with his current life. Being a policeman was his old profession. No matter where he was, being a policeman to keep the people safe was not wrong. But he wanted to make himself an alien that attracted worldwide attention. Kai thought it was better to forget it. He didn't have the hobby of fighting against the world. Thinking about it, Kai suddenly remembered that he had another ability, a clone. Isn't this ability the best solution? This ability can be used to avoid the public's view. However, there are still some technical problems that need to be solved. Although the clone is good, there are too many disadvantages, such as being too fragile. The ability value of the clone is too low, less than 1/10 of his own, and the ability to resist attacks is very weak. Once hit hard, it will be wiped out. But this is not impossible to improve. There are also some other problems that need to be carefully considered. But these are not insurmountable. Kai was thinking about all these messy things in his mind, and his eyes were also scanning around. This is probably one of his habits. When he is nervous, he likes to observe the surroundings. At this moment, His eyes suddenly swept across a can of spray paint. Seeing this thing, Kai's eyes immediately lit up. He ran over and found more than one can of spray paint. Then Kai smiled. With this thing, it will be much easier. Kai took the spray paint and threw it to Soggy and Meatball. Then Portman prepared. Soggy didn't understand what this meant at first. Portman understood a little. But he still had a question. We can't see the position at all. What should we do? No problem, I can feel it. Soggy and Meatball listened to my command. Don't throw it too far. Kai patted his chest and promised. If Soggy still doesn't understand this, then he really doesn't need to mess around. Kai's idea is simply obvious. Aren't those monsters going to be invisible? Then use paint to make them appear. The previous battle made everyone understand that those hellhounds are not formless. Many bullets have hit them before, but they are invisible and can't see them. Soggy, who understood, immediately prepared with Meatball. 12 o'clock direction, 10 meters. Kai closed his eyes and felt the position of these guys. In fact, it was not that troublesome, but Kai could not be too magical. So when it was time to pretend, he had to pretend. Saggy immediately threw the spray paint can in the direction Kai reported. Portman on the other side was ready. When the spray paint can flew to the position, he immediately fired. Bang! The spray paint exploded, and the red paint inside exploded into mist and covered a small area nearby. The paint can was high pressure, and it exploded with one hit. A monster the size of a bull appeared in the paint. It looked a bit like a canine, but its snout was wider than that of an ordinary canine. Its mouth was very large, with a mouthful of sharp teeth exposed. It looked a bit like a crocodile's mouth, but it had many characteristics of a canine. Its body was extremely strong, and its muscles were piled up together, making it look like a small mountain. What was conscious was that it had 3 tails, and these tails were not the tails of ordinary canines, but more like the tails of lizards or crocodiles. It has sharp horns on its head and thick bristles on its back. They look like hedgehog thorns, thick and hard. These bristles extend from the top of its head to its tail. When the others saw this, they were surprised and started shooting immediately. It was fine if they couldn't see it before, but now the monster has revealed its true form. What are they waiting for? Go get it. This is also for their own survival. So everyone used all their strength. The hellhound was stunned. But Kai didn't care about him, and took Meatball and the others to the other side. 11 o'clock. 7 meters, this time it was Meatball, and he still did the same operation. Bang! Another one appeared. The others were startled and a little panicked when they saw another monster appear. But someone was not panicked. Snowball was not panicked. She dragged a wooden box out from under the counter. There were grenades inside. The others were almost scared to death when they saw this thing. Damn, who is so fierce that he put so many grenades under his own counter? The 2 hunting clients who escaped into the grocery store knew that it was the old couple who set off the fireworks. They planned to set off fireworks after the hunt, using grenades to blow up the entire grocery store. The romance of the old couple. They are already 70 years old and have been married for 40 years. If it weren't for this little romance in the store, they would have broken up long ago. Others also thought that this was a bit too much. But the problem was that they were all old people and it was difficult to persuade them too much. So they just let them do it. Anyway, if something happened, they would be killed by the explosion, so what's it to them? But they didn't expect that at this moment, they would get the upper hand. Snowball used his mouth to remove the pull ring without hesitation, and then threw it over. Saggy didn't throw the can at this time, and simply ran to throw grenades together. Grenades still need to be played by professionals. If a new recruit plays with him, something might go wrong. Kai heard about it when he was in the army. A new recruit threw a grenade, but he was nervous and threw it out. It hit the bunker and bounced at his feet. Although he didn't die, he was still injured by the explosion. Fortunately, the grenades used in training were not very powerful. The injury was not serious. But the follow-up was serious. Of course, the soldier was fine. He recovered his wounds and was punished. But his squad leader, company commander, and instructor were in trouble. The army attaches great importance to the safety of new recruits and has repeatedly emphasized it. If such a thing still happens now, it is naturally impossible to let it go easily. So they were caught as examples and criticized by the higher-ups. The squad leader who had the opportunity to be promoted was forced to retire. The company commander was transferred to another company as a quartermaster. His future was over and he could only retire when the time came. The instructor was not doing well either. He was punished with a serious demerit. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have no chance to move up. At this moment, if those green hens had thrown grenades directly at his feet, it would have been fun. If you say that the hellhound is magical, it is really magical. Anyway, it is difficult for the earth to evolve such a thing. It has thick skin and flesh and is very durable. It was hit by bullets for so long and bled several kilograms, but it was fine and was still flailing. The body structure is totally unscientific. It can also be invisible, not the fake invisible like chameleon. It is real invisible. There is no flaw at all. But if you really want to say how powerful they are, that's not the case. They are still flesh and blood, even weaker than those black smoke demons. It's not difficult to kill them, at most you need to use more force. Kai reported the position while letting Meatball throw the cans and Portman explode the cans. The cooperation is very tacit. At the same time, Kai also secretly changed the bullets for his gun. This is the bullet that Kai figured out based on some knowledge of camouflage after the last demon attack. These bullets are highly toxic to demons. Once they are hit, their vitality will be immediately consumed until they die. The 4 hellhounds were all painted out of shape. They wanted to make a last stand and kept attacking the grocery store. But without the ability to be invisible, they are actually stronger beasts. They don't even know any other way to attack except melee. In this case, they are almost naturally defeated by a pile of guns and grenades. They wanted to fight to the death, but Kai's bullets always hit them at the most critical moment, making it impossible for them to attack the grocery store. The hellhounds could clearly feel their vitality fading away. But they still fought to the death. Others didn't feel anything about it. But Kai found a clue. Didn't I say before that there were 5 of them? But so far, only 4 are attacking, and the other 1 is retreating. It can even be said that these 4 hellhounds were left behind by the hellhound that didn't appear, and they used their lives to cover the retreat. There is something wrong with that hellhound. But Kai didn't warn them. The hellhound had already gone far away from the grocery store, and Kai didn't need to waste time. Anyway, it had been marked by Kai, and Kai could find it even if it ran to the ends of the earth. So there was no need to care about it for the time being. With everyone's efforts, the hellhound was finally killed. When the last hellhound fell, the others felt like they were dreaming. They didn't expect that a monster that a group of stars couldn't deal with was actually destroyed by them. The shock that the hellhound brought to them before was too strong. So many elite special forces seemed powerless in the hands of these monsters. But they were still in the excitement stage. In their opinion, they had to fight hard to defeat those monsters. They didn't think it was easy at all. Everyone was immersed in surviving the disaster. Boss, here, how do we deal with it? Sage knew that Kai had some special abilities, and he also understood why Kai didn't want others to know, so he was particularly worried about the aftermath. If it went wrong, it would attract public attention, which would not be a good thing for Kai. This matter was too evil. If it was exposed, it would definitely be the headlines of national news. Someone organized a hunting activity and hunted living civilians. This was already very popular. In addition, the organizers were the elite class, which was even more explosive. The class contradictions in the United States were no joke. Now there are people in society who are calling for the occupation of Wall Street. Once it was exposed, it would definitely be a news hotspot. This is not the end. The invisible monster behind it would definitely cause a global sensation. Kai also knew that this was a problem, but he had already thought of how to solve the problem here. Remember that he had dealt with SHIELD before? At that time, the bald agent Phil gave him a business card and told him to contact him next time he encountered such an incomprehensible incident. Isn't this the scope of work of SHIELD now? It's okay, I'll make a call. By the way, arrest these 2 guys. Kai pointed at the 2 surviving hunters. Before the 2 guys could finish their fun, they were handcuffed. They looked confused. Chapter 306 Handover and Motherhood. Thank you very much for your support for our work. Agent Phil was very efficient. After a phone call, the SHIELD people showed up in GA Town in less than 2 hours. 2 hours later, Agent Phil himself also came to the police station. Kai still had a good impression of the bald man in front of him who had a professional smile but was full of affinity. The feeling he gave Kai was just 2 words, professional. Kai liked to deal with professionals because it meant saving time and effort. No, it should be you who helped us a lot. Kai pointed to the 2 hunters who kept clamoring to hire a lawyer, and Kai said with a hint of meaning. Kai was really not being polite. Apart from anything else, the fact that this group of people could gather a group of people from all over the country as prey and use elite special forces meant huge trouble. The identities of those hunters who had died were either rich or noble. Although Kai was a local emperor in Ga Town, he was just like that in the whole United States. In this small piece of land, Kai's words were effective. But in this world's largest country, Kai is really nothing. Don't let these two bastards plead guilty and be punished, and cause a lot of trouble. So let S.H.I.E.L.D. take over this mess. As for whether S.H.I.E.L.D. is responsible for this, what does it have to do with Kai? Isn't that a problem that S.H.I.E.L.D. should care about? Not to mention, Phil is also very troubled by the mess that Kai handed over to him. S.H.I.E.L.D. has great authority, but it is only responsible for security. Although the means of this hunting incident are cruel, it has not risen to the level of national and world security, and has nothing to do with them. But S.H.I.E.L.D. can't just throw it away, because the Hellhound incident happened to them. Oh, by the way, Hellhound is the name given by S.H.I.E.L.D. to the four monsters. I have to say that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s naming is quite accurate. That thing itself is a Hellhound. The main purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s coming is to get the bodies of the four Hellhounds. This kind of supernatural creature is also within the scope of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority. There is one thing I hope you can understand. This matter is not within our jurisdiction, so we will transfer the case. But don't worry, what you are worried about will not happen. The one who took over the case is your old friend, FBI Special Investigator Agent Booth. And this case was transferred by our S.H.I.E.L.D. I believe the FBI will treat it seriously and carefully. Phil's words are true. Let's not talk about Agent Booth himself. He is an investigator with a strong personality. He came from the military, has a strong sense of justice, and has a good relationship with Kai and others. At least he is much stronger than the group of shady people in the DIA. I don't know if it is because of the long-term dealings with drug dealers. Those people in the DIA give people a very gloomy feeling. This group of people look at everyone with caution, so Kai and others don't want to stay with them. Secondly, a case transferred across departments like this means that too many people know about it. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. does nothing and just watches from the side, the FBI has to take it seriously, otherwise S.H.I.E.L.D. will be crooked and the FBI will be passive. Unless the background of this group of people is so big that the FBI must use its reputation to help them clean up the mess. Otherwise, the FBI will definitely handle it impartially, as fair as it can be. You know, what S.H.I.E.L.D. likes to do most is to use the name of the FBI to cause trouble in the country. The FBI has sued S.H.I.E.L.D. more than once for this. If S.H.I.E.L.D. catches the handle at this time, the FBI will only be more frustrated in the future. So Kai is not worried that the FBI will bend the law for personal gain. Then they chatted for a few more sentences, and then Phil gradually began to turn the topic to the Hellhound. Although Kai had briefed Phil before, Phil still hoped to get more details, and Phil did not intend to use the interrogation method, which was too targeted and easy to cause disgust. Anyway, Kai's combat effectiveness has been ranked in the eyes of many people with ulterior motives. Both the FBI and the DIA want to recruit him, and S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally has this intention. So unless it is necessary, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not want to cause Kai's disgust. People with ability will be respected wherever they go. Where do you think those monsters come from? Phil asked casually. Kai raised his eyebrows, knowing that the bald man was testing him. But Kai didn't care. After all, he was doing this job. There was no reason to hate him for this kind of thing. This was his job. Just understand each other. How should I know? Maybe it's a product of the government's biological experiment? Or some mutant creature? I watched the Godzilla movie yesterday. Although the movie wasn't very good, the plot was quite interesting, such as the nuclear bomb causing mutations, turning marine iguanas into giant monsters. This Godzilla movie is an American movie I watched before. It's a bit old. The name is Godzilla or something, but glass in it is too bad. He is just a lizard. Phil's expression became very subtle. He knew Kai's background. At least he thought he knew Kai's background. A commander of the most elite special forces of the U.S. military, an absolute elite among the elites, would actually watch such a crudely made monster movie? And believe in the things in it? Although the concept of mutation is very popular in the market now, as a senior agent, Phil is very clear that the so-called mutation cannot happen suddenly and in a short time. If a species wants to undergo a huge mutation, it will take at least thousands or tens of thousands of generations to accumulate before it can manifest. Do you believe in this kind of thing? Well, do you think that compared with the things I encountered recently, the things in the movie will be more bizarre? Unexpectedly, Kai's counter-question was also very sharp, leaving Phil at a loss as to how to answer. Well, there's still a difference between them. Phil thought about it and felt that they were two different things. Whether it was mutants or the hellhounds in front of him, they could be explained by science. Marine iguanas turning into Godzilla or something, that was magic. What's the difference? Kai asked. Phil couldn't say it. He was an agent, not a scientist. He knew that those things could be explained by science, but how to explain them, he didn't know. Okay, let's skip this question. Can I ask, how did you do it? Phil gave up on this question. And Kai's answer was also in line with the investigation. After all, how could a small-town policeman know where these monsters came from? What? Kai was a little confused. How did you defeat them? Unexpectedly, Phil's additional question made Kai even more confused. Just like that, didn't you know that? Ahem. What I mean is, how did you think of dealing with them like that, and how did you find their location? Kai understood now. He had already thought of an excuse for this. This is very simple. Although those monsters can be invisible, they do not hide their footsteps. Their voices and their smells are very obvious, then why can't others do it? This is a bit of an interrogation, and Phil really wants to know. After all, Kai's fighting ability is a bit confusing, and Phil must ensure that Kai is not a mutant or something like that. This is very important, which is related to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attitude towards him and the way they act in the future. Have you been to the battlefield, Agent Phil? Kai asked Phil unexpectedly. But Phil still answered him. No, then you must not know that on the battlefield, the most powerful person is not the one who can fight the best, but the one who is the calmest, Kai said with a little nostalgia. This is what my instructor told me when I was a new recruit. He told me that I was born to be a soldier on the battlefield. Because I am not afraid, or to put it another way, I am always the calmest one. Kai is of course not nostalgic for the US military recruit's instructor, he is nostalgic for his previous life. His instructor did say that. But his instructor also said something, that is, it is a pity that it is a peaceful era now. Back then, he was forced to postpone, and his old superior did not even regret it, because he felt that his personality could also make a career in society, so his old superior helped him to work in the police station as a criminal investigator. Again, he was born to do this. In fact, those things are just like that, as long as you calm down, you can deal with them. It's not as weird as you think. Kai waved his hand, with an expression that was not worth mentioning. Phil was envious of him. Damn, people with ability are awesome, look at this guy pretending. But Phil had to admit that it seemed to be right. According to the information they collected, although the hellhound can be invisible, it has no other abilities. But Phil is not really stupid. It is one thing to say it, but it is another to do it. Just like cooking, it sounds simple, but when you really start to do it, the difference between the chef and the rookie is like heaven and earth. So he is more enthusiastic about Kai. It would be a pity not to bring such a powerful person into S.H.I.E.L.D. But Kai rejected him again. He enjoyed his current life very much and didn't want to get involved in S.H.I.E.L.D. For a white-collar like him to join S.H.I.E.L.D., he can only slowly gain experience. There are a group of big guys above him who can command him. Isn't it better to be the boss himself? Besides, what's good about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Is the salary high? It's just so-so. Kai, a multimillionaire, runs to be someone else's younger brother for that little money? He is sick. What's more, S.H.I.E.L.D. itself is not clean, such as Hydra, so forget it. It's too troublesome. Agent Phil did not give up, but asked Kai to think about it again. Then the FBI came. It was Booth. They were all acquaintances. Kai originally planned to have a meal with Booth, but he didn't expect that the FBI's top brass took this matter very seriously. They didn't give Booth any time to react. They just asked Booth to take the suspect and witness back to the Washington headquarters immediately. The upper elites are not monolithic. For the elites, the anger of the people against the elites is also a kind of support that can be used. Don't imagine the elites as a united class. On the contrary, the struggle for interests between them is much more brutal than the little emotions between the elites and the lower civilians. Because the American elites know very well that the United States is an elite society. No matter how the people below make trouble, the ruling power is still the elites. This is determined by the social and political system of the United States. Otherwise, why is the election law in the United States unique? In short, this matter seems to involve the struggle of the upper political elites. Booth himself also felt that something was wrong, so he just had a brief chat with Kai and withdrew with his people. Seeing the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the FBI leave, Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed a little nervous, especially when facing S.H.I.E.L.D. He was always afraid that his ability would be discovered. That's right. It was Kai's clone who had been dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. Anyway, the clone was not good at fighting, so it was best to use it to deal with him. This was to test whether his clone would be discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. For this reason, Kai also stole a mutant detector from S.H.I.E.L.D. in advance. Anyway, the ability of clone was also taken from the mutants by Kai, so it was safer to try it first. The result was not bad. The detector did not react to Kai's clone. This was also within Kai's expectations. He just took away the ability, not a real genetic mutation. It can even be said that his clone's ability was completely simulated by the Goldfinger. Is it a real mutant ability? After that, it was to test whether S.H.I.E.L.D. had other means to test it. The result was still very good. S.H.I.E.L.D. did have some testing methods, but they were still useless for Kai's clone. Kai was relieved now, and the next step was to solve the other disadvantages of the clone. As for where Kai's real body was, he naturally went to chase the escaped hellhound. This time Kai did not bring Kelly with him, but tracked it alone. Following the tracking runes on the hellhound, Kai soon found the hellhound in a cave deep in the mountains. However, when he found it, the hellhound was not in a good condition. It was even very weak. Kai used magic to break the hellhound's invisibility, only to find that this hellhound was pregnant. When the hellhound looked at him with resolute ferocity, Kai was a little moved. After all, motherhood is the most unblameworthy emotion in the world. Especially for Kai, a purebred Chinese who received Chinese education. But thinking about its identity, Kai put aside all these. He was not a saint. How could he let go of such a monster and let it harm people? Sensing Kai's murderous intent, the hellhound stood up tremblingly. Even though it was extremely weak, it bared its teeth and growled threateningly at Kai. It was a little curious when it fell down. It was fine before, how could it become like this after a few hours? Before Kai could observe carefully, the hellhound's lower body suddenly made a splashing sound, and a large amount of blood and water flowed out. Damn! It's time to give birth. The blood and water in the lower body made the hellhound lie on the ground, gasping for breath, and looked very painful. Did it have a difficult birth? Woo woo. What Kai didn't expect was that the hellhound actually made a begging sound to Kai. Begging Kai to spare its life. No, it should be said that it was the life of its child. The intelligence of the hellhound is much higher than that of ordinary animals, equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. So it can express its emotions clearly. Kai didn't want to let it go, let alone let its child go. The hellhound is the hellhound. They can't change to vegetarian diet, they want to eat people. But at this time, the hellhound actually used all its strength to connect with Kai mentally. Then Kai understood the cause and effect of everything. It turned out that these hellhounds were really the enemies of the Wind brothers, sent by the yellow-eyed demon. They came for a deal. A deal decades ago. It turned out that Wen's father also made a deal with the demon. As for the specific content of the transaction, it is meaningless. After all, Wen Dad is dead. But the price needs to be discussed. That is Adam. At that time, the bargaining chip that Wen Dad took out was his youngest child. Originally thought it was Sam, so Wen Dad has been chasing the yellow-eyed demon, not only for revenge, but also for his son Sam. Unexpectedly, Wen Dad had a son named Adam because of a romantic debt. What's more, Wen Dad didn't know about Adam's existence until Adam was 12 years old. Because of this, Wen Dad chased the yellow-eyed demon more frantically. But unexpectedly, Wen Dad did find the yellow-eyed demon, but killed his eldest son Dean, so Wen Dad could only trade again, using his life to exchange Dean's life and cancel the contract about Adam. But unexpectedly, it was also this transaction that gave Wen Dad a surprise. He not only saved Dean, but also learned that the contract about Adam had disappeared. This made the yellow-eyed demon very angry, and he didn't know why Adam's contract would expire, because Adam had died. His soul also disappeared because of the deal with Kai. Originally, the yellow-eyed demon planned to capture Adam first, no matter what. Although Adam was not as important as the Dean brothers, he was also an important part of the plan. But unexpectedly, Lilith came, and the yellow-eyed demon did not have the courage to meet Lilith. So he could only summon a few hellhounds from hell at a huge cost, which was considered to be doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. After that, things went wrong. The hellhounds naturally could not complete the task. Jade Town was too dangerous at that time. There was Lilith and Camartage. How could they, a group of poor and helpless hellhounds, provoke those big guys? They were scared to death. It was also at this juncture that a hellhound became pregnant. This is an eternal legend. Of course, demons can reproduce, but for some unknown reasons, demons absolutely cannot reproduce here. Otherwise, why do demons always sneak here? They can just reproduce and grow here. This may have something to do with the strange vision that Lilith caused, but who knows? Anyway, she got pregnant. Demons are different from humans. Their pregnancy is how should I put it? It should be said that it depends entirely on luck, very random. Some demons get pregnant for several years, while others get pregnant and give birth in a few days. This hellhound is the latter case. They originally planned to go back. In the end, in order to ensure the smooth birth of their offspring, they had to stay and began to hunt in large quantities to supplement their nutrition. What's more, its bad child seems to be unusual and requires a lot of nutrition. It has begun to squeeze the mother's life. Because of this, they targeted the people in the town. As a result, Kai's existence made them afraid to act rashly. They finally made up their minds to make the next move, but they were discovered. After that, they smelled a breath of evil to the bones, that group of hunters. Evil souls are also very nutritious supplements for demons, only slightly weaker than pure souls. On the contrary, those souls that are neither good nor bad and have no characteristics are of average quality. So the hellhound, who had been forced to lie ancient, decisively attacked them. So there was the following thing. After knowing this, Kai finally understood why this hellhound had not participated in the battle. It turned out that it was pregnant. In short, the hellhound's child is finally going to be born. Out of a mother's instinct, what this hellhound wants to do most to the last moment of its life is to save its child. It is even willing to let its child become the servant of this human. Kai looked at the hellhound who was already dying but still begging him. Kai had to admit that he was a little soft-hearted. After thinking for a long time, Kai opened the king's treasury and took out a big black book. Book of the Dead. This book and the Sun scripture are in Kai's hands, but they are rarely used. The Book of the Dead contains content about enslaving the undead and demons. Seeing Kai's actions, the hellhound seemed to understand something. It raised its head and used all its strength. Wow! 2 lumps of flesh wrapped in flesh membrane slid out of its body, and then its body fell hard to the ground. The light in its eyes faded, but in the end it still showed an expression of joy and relief. Kai could feel that it was dead. It was really dead, the kind that could not be resurrected in hell. It consumed the last of its soul for its child. Chapter 307 The Hound of Tyndalis. When Kai's body returned, everything returned to calm. Neither the Hellhound nor the Hunter Club had anything to do with Jade Town. Neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor the FBI intended to expose what happened here. Especially S.H.I.E.L.D., they also asked the FBI to handle the matter here in a low profile. Even if they wanted to expose the case, they had to expose it selectively. It was also because of this that Kai lifted the alert order after returning. Anyway, the matter was over, and it was time for colleagues in the police station to return to their normal work and rest time. The whole police station cheered loudly for this order. However, Kai still had things to do. He needed to go to school and kick off the football game for GA Town High School. Americans like sports very much, especially those sports that are fierce and full of power. Most American parents also believe that sports activities actually train children's personality and quality, as well as their cooperation and leadership abilities in team activities. At the same time, sports activities also create opportunities for children to endure hardships and understand failure. They are very happy for their children to participate in sports. In sports, Americans like heroes, but they have little patience. They don't like slow sports, such as football. Yes, in the eyes of Americans, football is simply lame. 22 people on the field chase a ball for 90 minutes, and the result is only 1 or 2 points. It's very boring. Most Americans can fall asleep watching football. They like the kind of sports that are more direct, fast-paced, competitive, and high-scoring. So football has become the #1 sport in the United States. They like to watch a group of people bumping into each other and knocking people down. In school, the quarterback of football is often the most popular star in the school, and the salary of the football coach may be higher than that of the principal. Almost every high school in the United States has a football team, and GA Town is no exception. But how to say it? First of all, Minnesota is not a sports continent in the United States. Although Minnesota has professional teams in the 4 major professional leagues in the United States, American football NHL, baseball MLB, basketball NBA, ice hockey NHL, no matter what kind of sport, Minnesota is at the bottom. For example, in the NBA, the Minnesota Timberwolves are a weak team. They try to win the first pick every year. They are so bad. This year is even worse. Garnett, the star player of the Timberwolves, has transferred to the Celtics. This team is completely hopeless. Kai didn't pay much attention to sports in his previous life, but because of Yao Ming, he paid attention to the NBA, so he knew Garnett. Kai originally planned to go to the Target Center in Minneapolis to watch the game. It's not that Kai likes it so much, but he really feels that since he's here, it would be a bit sorry for himself if he doesn't go to watch the game. But just when he made plans, the star player ran away from home. What's the point of watching this? It's already very bad, and even the best player has left, so there is no point. That's right, Kai is a fake fan. However, Kai still wants to go to Houston if he has a chance. After all, that's Yao Ming. Kai is not very good at basketball and is not very interested, but that's Yao Ming. Kai was like many Chinese people at that time. Although he didn't understand why Yao Ming was so famous, who cares? Just knowing that he was famous was the right thing to do. In the past, he didn't have the conditions or the interest to chase stars, but now he is in the United States, so what's wrong with taking a look? Well, he decided to go to Houston this Christmas to take a look. What he didn't know was that there were no Rockets in the Christmas game this year, and the Rockets were on holiday on Christmas. Let's get back to the point. Anyway, the level of football in G-A-Town High School, let's put it this way, for so many years, G-A-Town High School has not produced a single NHL player, let alone entered the draft. But this does not affect the support of G-A-Town people for the high school team. Today is G-A-Town High School's home game against Smith High School in Windham City. It is also G-A-Town's first home game this year, but the problem is that the high school league will end in mid-November, and G-A-Town High School will not have many home games. The schedule is very bad. But there is no way. Who said G-A-Town always has accidents in the second half of the year? For safety, G-A-Town High School can only cancel the home game and borrow the stadium in Windham City. Therefore, the first home game of the year is particularly important to the people of G-A-Town, so Kai, the sheriff, was designated as the kickoff player. At the same time, the entire police station had to go out to maintain public order and ensure the smooth progress of the game. This was the last major mission of the G-A-Town police station this year. After it was over, the police station would be able to relax a little. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Kai came to G-A-Town High School. As soon as he entered the school gate, he saw all the students doing preparatory activities in the school. G-A-Town High School did not hold any large-scale activities this semester, and the students who had experienced unlimited adolescence had no place to use their strength. Now that they finally waited for the football game to finally start in their school, the students naturally prepared like the new year. The school was decorated with lights and colorful decorations everywhere, and youthful smiling faces were everywhere in the school. Hey, Kai was just about to go to the principal's office to discuss the kickoff process with the principal, but he didn't expect to be stopped just as he walked to the door of the teaching building. Looking back, it was Susie. This girl is still in a plaster cast, and she actually went back to school. Susie? What are you doing? Oh, the hospital is so boring. Look, Susie used her crutches to lift the plaster on her hands and feet to show Kai. There were all kinds of messy signatures and drawings on them. These are the signatures my classmates gave me. Kai frowned and looked at the messy things on them with a confused look. He couldn't understand. But seeing Susie's smiling face, Kai thought it was not bad. At least it allowed Susie to integrate into the small society of the school, which was very good for her. As long as you like it, perhaps she had never been the focus of everyone's attention, which made Susie feel very good. So she showed a smile that was completely in line with her age. Then she remembered something and said, "By the way, the doctor said that I can be discharged from the hospital in a few days, so soon." Kai was a little surprised. Although he had done some tricks, the effect was not so good. Well, the doctor also said that I was a medical miracle. I got better so quickly, Susie said very complacently. Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was not a medical miracle. It was clearly. Forget it, it was meaningless. Kai didn't think much about it. This kind of thing is different for different people. Maybe it's really a medical miracle as the doctor said? Are you sure you're okay? If not, I'll take you back to the hospital. I'm not kidding, Kai finally confirmed. It's okay. I came out with the doctor's approval, that's good. I have something to do now. After the game is over, I'll take you back. Don't run around, thinking that he still had something to do with the principal. Kai didn't talk much, just gave a few instructions. Watching Kai stroll into the teaching building, Susie was a little dazed. So handsome. Hey. Susie, what are you looking at? She didn't know how long she looked at it until someone patted her shoulder and she recovered. Looking back, wasn't that her good friend Kelly? It was actually Kelly's idea for Susie to go back to school this time. Even during her hospitalization, Kelly visited her many times. In the eyes of the outside world, these two girls are definitely best friends. But in fact, only they themselves know that they are not best friends, but mortal enemies. Susie knew better that Kelly approached her just to get information and paralyze Susie, planning to do something behind the scenes. Little bitch. But Susie was not given away for nothing. When Kelly was doing something behind the scenes, she would just go with the flow. Scheming. Nothing. Let's go prepare the ribbons. As a scheming bitch, how could Susie give Kelly and Kai a chance to get in touch? Although these two people can see each other every day, it's not possible for Susie. Humph. That's just her nature. Poor Kelly was taken away before he knew anything. High school football games are actually close to professional leagues in many places. They are not just a group of people playing a game. In fact, a game is no less than a grand event and is very lively. First of all, before the game started, the marching bands of both schools had already played majestically in the audience stands. For example, the larger schools have brass bands consisting of 300 or 400 people. G8 Town is a small place, not so crowded, but there are still dozens of people. The performance is also very good. The beautiful girls in the brass band made uniform movements and simple formation changes to the drum beats of the band. The cheerleaders on the field also began to perform. Most of the audience were fans of both teams and teachers, students and parents of the school. During the game, cheers and shouts were heard from the stands of both sides. The brass band and the cheerleaders took turns to perform. This is also a kind of competition. In short, the confrontation started from the beginning. Even the beauty of the girls on both sides is also a part of the competition. Although it is just a high school game, the scene is still very large. There are more than 10 big instruments that have to be pulled on the field by special carts. The two conductors are standing on a high ladder to conduct. The band usually plays classical music, marching and playing, constantly changing the cue and formation quickly. And there are girls dancing in between. The band members are all in uniform. Watching these children perform is also a kind of enjoyment. The lights on the rugby field are as bright as day, and the slogans of the teams of both sides are hung around. The slogan of the opposing team is "Tame the Wildcats." The mascot of the Guardian High School is a wildcat. In fact, the mascots of Minnesota teams are very wild. For example, the Timberwolves of basketball, the Vikings of football, and the Wildlings of ice hockey. The names have a very wild flavor, which is probably because there are many wild animals in Minnesota. The slogans of Guardian High School are even simpler and more brutal. "Eat them, or kill them," which are very brutal. Even when they went to other schools for competition, they were complained by parents, but Guardian High School has always refused to change. There is nothing wrong with a kickoff. Just a few simple words, and then nothing else. Kai is not the kind of person who will give a long speech. He said a few dry words and then came down. But the people of Guardian were very respectful and applauded. I guess they didn't care what Kai said. They just knew that their game was about to start. In the audience, Kelly looked at Susie beside him with a sullen face. Little bitch, oh, Susie was not at all moved by such foul language. It was too low. You didn't even tell me that Kai was here. I had been notified of this kind of thing a long time ago. Who told you not to pay attention? Then you should have told me. Why? What do you think? We are all bitches. Why do you have to hide? You have your reasons. Kelly thought she was hiding well, but she was still too young. Same here. Wait, you little bitch, you will never succeed, then we'll see. Kelly was originally going to retort, but suddenly she felt a restless breath, which made the hair on her back stand up. She immediately looked up to find the breath, but found nothing. At the same time, Kai was also suppressing the restlessness in the shadow. That was his new pet. Two hellhounds. To be precise, Tindalus hounds, a high-level species of hellhounds. Tindalus hounds, a high-level demon dog from the demon world, should be considered as the nobles among the hellhounds. Strictly speaking, they are a special variant of the hellhounds, and their number is extremely rare. They are stronger and more dangerous than other hellhounds at birth. In the demon world, only those extremely lucky high-level demons have the opportunity to subdue this kind of hellhound. Their mother is the Akato hound among the hellhounds, a dog breed that specializes in dealing with demon contracts. It is also a relatively high-level species. Many demons will collect this kind of hellhound to help them deal with some things. And Tindalus hounds are even stronger than their mothers. They look completely different from their parents. They don't have the tyrannical figure of the Akato hound. Instead, they are very thin and very long, a bit like an elongated dachshund, with slender limbs but very sharp claws, which makes them look like pythons with limbs. But the surface of the body is covered with blood-red hair, with black smoke lingering on it, and its body will also secrete a blood-colored, strange pus-like substance, which makes their bodies look blurry. Their heads are also different from the general impression of canines. First of all, the snout is very long and very large. A bit like the product of a mixture of a crocodile and a snake, with dense and sharp teeth in the mouth. The tongue in the mouth is very long, and there are two of them. Most of the time, they use their tongues as hands. But the most conspicuous thing is its eyes. It has a lot of eyes, and the top of its head is densely covered with eyes. In addition, there are many eyes on the surface of its body. Each of these eyes moves independently, and the bright red pupils will automatically pursue those living creatures and look at them with extreme greed and desire. They are more brutal, greedy, and evil than their parents. They crave anything that can be eaten. It seems that all the evil in the entire universe is concentrated in their thin and hungry bodies. Of course, if it is just the appearance, this thing is curious, but there are more curious things in the demon world than them. What really makes them famous in the entire demon world is their ability. First of all, they are extremely stubborn creatures. Once they are locked, they will track their prey until they kill it, and they will never give up. They can see through the world, lock their prey, and cross time and space to chase the victim. Secondly, they can penetrate space. They are one of the few demons in the demon world that can freely go to other worlds. This is thanks to the black aura on them. When they want to go to their own prey, they will spray strange black smoke, and then the black smoke will appear in the corner of the shadow next to the prey. Then it will get out of the smoke and attack the prey. After that, although they have entities, they can also cast their own shadows. They can escape into the shadows and merge with the shadows. Ordinary attacks can't do anything to them. Kai's two Tindalus hounds are hiding in Kai's shadow. In addition, they can also cast some simple spells, such as spraying bloody, strange pus-like substances, which are highly corrosive and have a strong paralysis effect. Once the venom comes into contact with the body, or the venom evaporates and is smelled, the body will be paralyzed immediately, but the body's perception will not change, and may even be enhanced. Before killing the prey, their favorite thing to do is to paralyze the prey first, and then tear the prey into pieces bit by bit, so that the victim will die slowly, bit by bit. In short, the strength of these two Tindalus hounds is beyond words. But there is one thing that gives Kai a headache: they are very easy to run away. Although they were subdued by Kai because of the Book of the Dead, their nature cannot be eliminated. The restless crowd in the stadium made them extremely hungry. They were eager to kill and devour those living bodies and souls. They kept sending Kai the idea of killing everyone. And it kept getting stronger. If it weren't for the constraints of the contract, they would have broken free from Kai's suppression and killed people on the court. But even so, their restlessness became stronger and stronger. For this reason, Kai had to give them some sweetness, such as his own experience points. It was the first time Kai knew that his soul energy could make them subside. The soul power produced by the golden finger seems to be a very rare energy. Only a little bit is enough for them to calm down. After they get the energy, they will take a few days to digest it. During this period, Kai can order them to sleep. But this kind of sleep is very easy to be interrupted. Such as the enthusiastic crowd in front of him. Kai felt that he had to think of a way to isolate this influence. To be honest, Kai really regretted being soft-hearted for a while. This monster is so cruel. Killing it at that time was definitely the best choice. It's not like now that I have to work hard and share experience points with him. It's too troublesome. Sheriff, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? The mayor of the town was originally sitting with Kai to watch the game, but he found that Kai's face was a little blue, so he asked with concern. While forcing the two little guys to sleep, Kai smiled reluctantly and said, "It's okay, I'm just a little tired recently. It's really hard recently, but to be honest, the recent actions of the police station have made the residents of the town feel very good. Your patrols make them feel very safe. This is what we should do." Chapter 308, Peace and Logan. The game ended with a loss of GA Town High School. In fact, the whole town knew the result. There was no way. For a town of several thousand people, it was good enough to have a school. It was a bit far-fetched to want to form a strong football team. So the people in the town expected more from the game. No one took the win or loss seriously. Everyone just wanted to vent their anger and drink beer. After the game, Kai drove Susie and Kelly home. The two girls were acting strange all the time. Although they talked and talked normally, Kai always felt that there must be some secrets between them. There are always some secrets between girls, and Kai didn't think much of it. But for some reason, seeing the two girls' carefree appearance, Kai felt particularly comfortable. He felt that there was nothing wrong with this kind of life. People don't have to live in excitement every day. At least Kai felt that peace and security were good. In the following days, life in GA Town was indeed as Kai thought, and it completely returned to peace. Kai also did what a policeman should do. Every day, I help residents deal with trivial matters, such as finding dogs, helping the elderly to repair broken roofs, and helping Sandra unclog the pipeline. Yes, they broke up. But we can still be friends after breaking up. It's just that the way of expressing friendship is different. Each has its own characteristics. If there is nothing else, Kai will take Kelly to the deep forest to hunt. By the way, train her to better control her power. Then take Susie to the lake to fish. Susie once said that when her father was still alive, he often took her to the beach. Minnesota is an inland state and there is no beach, so we can only make do with a lake. By the way, the fat boy Russell and Tank, Red Tank, just called Tank from now on, will also follow them. Tank and Russell also enjoy their days in GA Town. Tank does a good job in the lumberyard of Sage's family. He is honest and capable. Now he has even become a foreman with an annual salary of $23,000, which is considered an upper middle income in GA Town. The only thing that gave Tank a headache was the grades of the fat boy Russell. Although the fat boy was a mutant and had suffered, he was optimistic and cheerful, and he was like a fish in water in school. The only thing that made people anxious was his study. This guy's brain was like full of sawdust, and his study was a mess. Tank was also preparing to save money for this guy to go to college. But the fat boy was very open-minded. Since he was not a student, he should not force himself to study. Although this guy looked mean, he had his own ideas about the future. He had two wishes, one of which was to become a truck driver. Because it was easy to find a girlfriend. There is such a saying that every American female college student wants to find a truck driver as a boyfriend because they can travel around the country for free. The fat boy's focus is naturally beautiful female college students. The second wish is to own a large farm. Kai originally thought that this peaceful life would continue for a long time. After all, this is Minnesota, it is GA Town, a small place with fewer people and fewer troubles. But until he saw a man, he felt that his peaceful daily life seemed to encounter twists and turns. Name, Logan. Name, Sir, Susan said a little helplessly. She was originally a telephone operator and didn't need to record people's statements. But today all the police officers went to cooperate with the Windham City Police to arrest a group of mules, and the police station was short of people. So her colleagues could only ask her for help. Although Susan is a 200-pound black woman who looks extremely tough, she is actually a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and she is very good at rejecting people. Logan Howlett, opposite Susan, was a bearded man, who was strong and not very tall, but he looked like a tough guy. However, facing Susan's question, he was very honest. Where are you from? Canada, Alberta, Canada. Why come to Minnesota? Susan was a little surprised. Although Canada is next door, it's not that a Canadian would go to the United States to fight, right? Immigration. Oh, it is very easy for Canadians to immigrate to the United States. There is no difference in culture and language between the two countries, and the population flow between the two sides is very frequent, so it is not a rare thing. Why did you fight with someone? The reason why Logan was taken to the police station was also very simple. This guy had a fight with someone in a bar. He beat up 3 motorcycle gangs by himself. They were the kind of guys who liked to wear leather vests and drive big motorcycles around. It was not accurate to say that they were gangsters. It was not comprehensive to say that they were motorcycle enthusiasts. In short, they were a very complicated group, and fighting and making trouble were absolutely commonplace for them. Logan originally planned to say that he was brave and righteous, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was meaningless. He didn't know where the people he saved had gone, and no one could prove it, so he simply didn't say it. Hey, Susan, someone came to bail him out. It was also a coincidence that someone came in and told Susan that someone had bailed Logan out. Who? This was what Logan asked. He had just come to this town and didn't know anyone at all. It was said that you were the one who saved the beauty. The person who came said so. After more than 10 minutes, Susan took Logan and Kara to go through the formalities. It's okay. This kind of thing happens all the time. You don't have to worry about being sued. We won't believe what those bastards say. Through Kara's testimony, Susan basically confirmed that Logan was innocent. Because of her personal experience, Susan hated men who bullied women, and at the same time, she was very fond of people like Logan who were willing to lend a hand to strangers. Logan still had no expression, but the beautiful woman who bailed Logan was very grateful to Susan. Her name is Cordelia Grace Frost, a 30-year-old from Boston, who just moved here. Her friends and family call her Kara. Originally, after moving today, she planned to celebrate by herself, but she was harassed by 3 motorcycle gangs. Then Logan came to the rescue. Susan had just helped them with the formalities when Kai came back from outside. His work was over and they didn't catch anyone. It was a day of work in vain. But Kai didn't care. Originally, this case had nothing to do with Jade Town. It was a case of the Wyndham Police Department. They just assisted as required. It is true that things have not been peaceful recently. Since the last Chicago War, the GD Gang, the largest gang in Chicago and even the entire central and northern United States, and their boss Hoover have been destroyed, causing a series of shocks. First, the gang alliance headed by the GD Gang collapsed. After the collapse of the dynasty, it is natural that the princes will fight for hegemony. Countless small gangs began to fight each other in order to grow stronger. That's not all. Hoover originally formed the Family Alliance in order to unify the world, and the GD Gang's mortal enemy, P-Stone and the Crime Lord, in order to fight against the GD Gang, joined forces with a group of hostile gangs of the GD Gang to form a gang alliance. Now that the GD Gang has collapsed, the gang alliance that originally came together because of the GD Gang naturally has no reason to continue. So the gang alliance here also collapsed. For a time, the world was in chaos, and many heroes rose up. In addition, some gangs from other places also wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush into the Great Lakes region, which was called lively. In short, even Minnesota is not peaceful now. Minneapolis, the largest city in Minnesota, is not very safe. There are also many gangs there, but they have never been as famous as New York and Chicago. Now these gangs see the chaos in the Great Lakes region and plan to expand their business. In recent times, the amount of weapons and drugs shipped from northern states to Chicago has increased significantly. For this reason, a new profession has also emerged, mule. Simply put, it is a person who carries goods for some illegal transactions. Recently, there is a very famous mule in the mule circle. Every time he carries hundreds of kilograms of goods. So it attracted the attention of the police stations in major cities along the way, including Wyndham. Unfortunately, I worked hard all day today and got nothing. Kai, who wasted a day, would be a lie to say that he was not depressed. A group of professional police officers could even get such an important clue wrong. He was convinced. If he didn't catch anyone this time, it would definitely attract the attention of the other party. If he wants to catch him next time, he will have to wait. Kai just walked in and saw Logan. In a moment of excitement, he actually called out Logan's name. Logan was also shocked. The last time he went to Minnesota was decades ago. He didn't expect that someone in this remote place would know him. But when he looked up, Logan found that he didn't know the person in front of him, although the person did look familiar. But Logan was sure that he didn't know him. We know each other. At this time, Kai also knew that he was a little excited. But he didn't expect that he would see Logan again. The last time he saw Logan was 90 years ago in England. Before Kai decided to go on an adventure to the Lost Highlands, the Logan brothers were still guests at his home. I didn't expect to see him again today. What's more amazing is that he is exactly the same as he was 90 years ago, without any changes. If you have to say that he has changed, it is that he looks more vicissitudes and numb than 90 years ago. Kai can't see a trace of vitality on his face. It's like a living dead, without goals and no future. Kai originally planned to deny it directly, but after thinking about it, he felt that this was too much of an attempt to cover up. Moreover, although Kai's identity could not be known by ordinary people, Logan was not only not an outsider, but also not an ordinary person, so he simply said, "Indeed, it's just that I haven't seen you for a long time." "I didn't expect to see you here again," Logan frowned. The activity of his body cells was frighteningly strong, including his brain, which made his memory quite good. He still couldn't remember where he had seen this child. Logan was almost 200 years old. In his opinion, most people in this world were children. Where have we met? Logan also felt that he seemed to really know the person in front of him. Kai didn't intend to talk about those things in public, so he smiled and changed the subject. He glanced at Karen and asked with a smile, "Your friend?" His tone was too natural, as if they were really good friends. This made Logan unable to react for a while, and blurted out, "No, we just met, boss." "He is your friend?" Susan asked curiously. As everyone knows, their boss is a weirdo. He doesn't like drinking, picking up girls, watching football, and even rarely socializing. He always likes to read quietly or sit by the lake and fish. Susan couldn't understand what fun that would have. She might as well go to a nightclub and have fun. Back then, Susan was also a nightclub queen, until she got hit in the knee. No, it was after she met a scumbag that she became like this. She can only work to earn money to support 3 children. It's depressing to think about it. So she couldn't understand Kai's life as an old man. He wasn't short of money, he was tall and handsome. Why didn't he go out to play? Old friend. Right, Logan, remember what we did with Diana in Greece? Logan didn't understand what was going on with this guy at first, but when he heard the words Greece and Diana, he was immediately shocked. He had only been to Greece once in his life, and Diana and he had never met again since that incident. There are very few people in the world who can know 2 things at the same time, and there are only 3 people who survived besides him. Alfu, Diana and his brother. Logan was about to ask Kai who told him, but he immediately thought of a person who disappeared and never appeared again. Everyone thought he was dead, but Logan didn't believe that person would die because of an expedition. He remembered everything, the familiar feeling in front of him, and the face that he seemed to have seen before. Logan said in disbelief, "Kai?" Kai laughed. It was rare to see an old friend who hadn't seen him for decades, and Kai was also very happy. "Remember it? What happened to you? Why did you become like this and become a policeman?" Logan looked at Kai sitting opposite him silently for a long time, and finally took a sip of whiskey, and then asked slowly. "Well, that's a very long story. I'll tell you when I have time. Anyway, when I returned to this world, 90 years had passed, and I had to borrow this body to revive again for some reasons. Since 90 years have passed, the world has changed, and I don't want to be too troublesome, so I just change my identity and live again." Logan himself is not a curious person, or more than 100 years of wasted time. He has lost interest in many things. He didn't care what Kai had gone through, but he was very envious of Kai's current attitude towards life. At least Kai knew what he wanted to do and how he wanted to live. But what about him? He now envied the birth, aging, illness and death of ordinary people. At least it was better than him, because everyone had a goal, but he didn't know what his goal was. He was a little crazy now, and he had no idea what the meaning of his life was. The most things he had done in his life were fighting and killing. Moreover, he didn't even know why he fought or why he killed in his life. He was very confused. Chapter 309 New Life and Mule. Logan is actually a difficult person to get along with. He always shuts himself up and builds a high wall around himself to keep others out. Some people may think that he is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, but I can tell you for sure that it is wrong to think so. He is cold and numb from the inside out. If Logan was still passionate 90 years ago, then now, Kai can't see the kind of passion to fight for others from him. He has lost himself. Kai doesn't know what he has been through, and he didn't ask. Kai is not suitable to be a life mentor. Some people always give what they think is correct advice after listening to others' confessions. Kai can do this, but for Logan? This set doesn't work. He has experienced too much, and he is too sensitive. He hates pity and hypocritical comfort. Kai is not him, and has not experienced the life he has experienced. Kai doesn't think he is qualified to enlighten or inspire him. At least seriously, Logan's life is much longer than his. All Kai can do is get drunk with him. In order to prevent Logan's damned super regeneration from affecting the effect of alcohol, Kai also took out a jar of Sumerian wine from his collection. That was the cellar wine that Gilgamesh gave to Kai. Now that 10,000 years have passed, the wine has become more mellow and refreshing. The power of prehistoric wine is beyond Logan's imagination. Because of Logan's super regeneration ability, his body's metabolism is extremely terrifying. Toxins and alcohol have little effect on his body, and ordinary alcohol has no effect on him at all. But the collection Kai took out made Logan drunk. Logan's drinking habits are not good. After getting drunk, he first cried, then laughed, and then got angry. Kai's good house was like a husky, a mess, and it was unbearable to look at. Watching Logan's bone claws pop out of his fists and scribble on the walls and floors, Kai did not stop him. Come to think of it, Logan is actually quite miserable. He is an introverted person who keeps everything in his heart and is unwilling to tell others. In the past, he could still vent his inner emotions on the battlefield, but since the end of World War II, Logan has lost the way to vent. In the past, Logan and Victor could fake their identities to sneak into the army, but with the development of technology, the military's entry system has become more and more strict, and it is difficult for Logan and Victor to sneak in without being noticed. After that, Logan worked as an invisible mercenary, referring to a unit that is not recorded in any official data, with the military for a while. Although it sounds very similar to the unit Kai was in before, it is actually two different natures. The special response unit that Kai is in will not be made public, and the military and the government will not recognize the existence of this unit. But in fact, both the Pentagon and the Special Operations Command recognize this unit, and they just exist in the archives under other names. But the secret special forces that Logan is in are different. The government and the military do not recognize it at all. In fact, it is not the government and the military's fault, because they are indeed not actively recruited and trained by the government and the military. Logan and a group of brothers were actually recruited by a major general named William Stryker. The government and the military only allocated funds to Stryker, and then issued tasks for Stryker to complete. As for how Stryker completed the tasks and who he used to complete the tasks, the government and the military did not care at all. If Kai and his troops dealt with some things that were difficult to deal with on the surface, then the team that Logan was in before was completely doing dirty things. What kind of massacre, assassination, kidnapping, extortion, they all did it, and there was no bottom line. So after Logan joined for a while, he took the initiative to withdraw. Because it made him feel sick. They didn't kill for any noble reasons or justice, but completely for their own desires. What they did was completely shameful. After Logan left the army, he didn't want to be like Victor, indulging in killing and abandoning the last of his humanity, but what else could he do besides that? So he lived like a walking corpse afterwards. He had nothing to vent, except women, but the problem was that he had lived for more than 100 years, and women and things were just like that. But now Kai gave him a channel to vent, drunkenness. Sometimes it's hard to get drunk in life, and then forget everything and do whatever you want. Isn't it a way to vent? Kai looked at Logan, who was like a lunatic, and took a sip of wine gently, looking at this man who was already full of holes with sad eyes. He understood him a little, but he could never fully understand him. Originally, he had Victor, a brother who had the same experience as him and supported each other, but now he didn't even have a brother. How pathetic this man is. Finally, Logan was exhausted. He lay on the ground, mumbling something in his mouth. Tears kept flowing out, and he couldn't stop it. Kai sighed and didn't say anything. He just picked up the wine can and poured it all into Logan's mouth in one breath, making him completely drunk. Then he took a blanket to cover him. 3 days later, Kai overestimated Logan's physique a little, and underestimated the power of the 10,000-year-old wine. Logan slept for 3 days. When Logan woke up, he rushed to the toilet as soon as possible. He urinated for almost 10 minutes. After that, he simply took a shower. When Logan appeared in front of Kai again, the breath of the living dead on him dissipated a lot. "Thank you, Duke." Logan thanked Kai a little embarrassedly with a bath towel around him. Kai threw him a few clothes and said nothing. He just asked him to follow him. The two drove out and soon arrived at the logging yard of the Sage family. "Since you don't know what to do, Why not stay here? It's okay to be an ordinary lumberjack. I'll introduce you to a friend." Then Kai introduced Tank to Logan. Logan was a little hesitant at first. He was not sure whether it was right for him to stay here. People like him were destined to bring tragedy. He had experienced too many times in his life of more than 100 years. It was not until Kai restored Tank to its original form that Logan understood why Kai wanted to introduce Tank to him. After that, Logan also asked Kai to seal his ability. Kai did it, but Logan was different from others. Kai's seal would only make him look like an ordinary person. For example, if he was slightly injured, he would be like an ordinary person, but if he was really seriously injured, his ability would still appear automatically. His bone claw Kai can seal it. There is no way. Logan's regeneration ability is too abnormal. If I have to describe it, it is a bit like a passive ability. It is impossible to completely eliminate it. Logan is helpless about this. Although he doesn't want to die yet, he has lived enough. He wants to grow old and die normally. As for whether Kai is really powerless, that is a matter of opinion. After Logan settled down, Kai didn't interfere with his life much. He is a tough guy who is almost 200 years old. He doesn't need Kai to ask about his well-being. He is not that fragile. In short, this matter has been put aside. By the way, do you remember the woman Logan saved last time? It seems that this woman has a good impression of Logan because of the heroic rescue of the beauty. She goes to Logan whenever she is free. Logan was very resistant at first, but gradually, they started dating. Kai is happy to see this happen. Kai has investigated the woman and there is nothing wrong. Besides, there are not so many conspiracies in the world. So Kai didn't care too much. But Kai didn't know yet that it was because of his momentary negligence that Logan had what happened later. Now Kai's more focused on catching the mule. Just yesterday, Windham City received news again that the mule that was targeted was on the road again to deliver goods. Today, Kai and a group of colleagues are squatting on the road again. Kai is really fed up with these idiots in Windham City. These grandsons have been dispatched 4 times in a row, but they didn't catch a single hair. Sometimes Kai even suspects that the police in Windham City grew up eating shit. They can't even do such a small thing. They have the intelligence, but they can still get away. I am impressed by them. That's okay. At most, they are incompetent, and Kai won't be angry. At most, it's just a waste of time. But the problem is that these guys are really wicked. Except for the first time when they gave intelligence, they didn't say a word, and the other 3 times and just let them wait on the roadside. What is this? It's obvious that they don't believe them. After failing to catch the man the first time, the police from Windham City disappeared without revealing anything. They just let them wait foolishly since the morning. As a result, the others delivered all the goods 4 times, while they just squatted foolishly on the roadside for a whole day. Kai is considered a good-tempered person, but he was fooled 4 times in a row, and was inexplicably suspected of being a traitor. Even a good-tempered person would get angry. Today, Kai couldn't help it anymore, so he went directly to the head of Windham City. Without saying much, he told him that he could either give him intelligence and let them participate in the arrest, or they could go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. No one is so free to accompany them here to make trouble. After 4 consecutive problems, the police from other towns who were asked to assist were also unhappy. Originally, Windham City had no jurisdiction over them, and they came to help, which was really helpful. Before, they also tolerated it because Windham City often provided some support to the surrounding police stations. Who said that Windham City was richer? But after so many times in a row, it was a bit bullying to do so. So there was no choice but for the city of Windham to give in. Unfortunately, what made Kai depressed was that the intelligence these bastards gave was very vague. They only knew the route and time of delivery, and nothing else. They didn't know what the characteristics of the mule delivering the goods were, whether it was a man or a woman, and how old it was. If it were in the previous life, if the police station did things this way, even the deputy director of the Winduct, the instructor, and the frontline action commander would be criticized for doing a rough job. But since they had accepted the call, they just let it go. So a group of police officers who came to help could only start to arrange things indignantly. Forget it, what kind of arrangement is this? How can we arrange things if we don't know anything? Kai was too lazy to care about it, so he drove his men directly to a highway service area, intending to spend an afternoon there. Kai did no magic, but he was not a god, and he could catch people without any information. But just as he was drinking coffee, Three people came into Kai's sight. An old man, who looked very old, probably about 80 years old. The other two young men, who obviously followed the old man in, pretended not to know him. After finding a seat and sitting down, they looked at the old man's seat from time to time. The old man didn't feel anything and just did what he was supposed to do. The two young men had a gangster vibe to them. More importantly, they were obviously of Central American descent. It's not that Kai is racist, but in a state like Minnesota that is dominated by white people, there are really not many blacks and people of color. 88.2% of the total population of Minnesota is white. Blacks only account for 3.5%, and other people of color only account for 1.4%. Moreover, most blacks and people of color are not good people, especially those of Central American descent. Most people of Central American and South American descent like to stay in the warm South and will not come to a bitter cold place like Minnesota. Most of those who can come are gangsters. Kai just felt that there was something wrong with these two people and was a little worried about the old man. So he walked over. The two men immediately became alert when they saw Kai approaching. One of the younger ones even reached for his waist. "Put your hands where I can see them." Seeing this action, Kai immediately touched the handle of the gun and warned. When the other police officers saw Kai like this, they all stood up and touched their weapons. The two young men immediately raised their hands. "We didn't do anything. We are innocent." At this time, they remembered that they were here to check the goods and didn't have any weapons in their hands. What are they afraid of? Even if the police checked them, they were not afraid. "What do you want to do by following this old man? Don't say you didn't follow him. I'm not blind." In just a few minutes, you looked at him 5 times. Kai was too lazy to say anything more to this kind of gangster. Don't think that the police have little power just because they see American TV shows saying that the police need evidence and arrest warrants to arrest people. It's wrong to think so. The kind of police that need formal procedures only appear in big cities. In rural America, the power of the police is really great. As long as they think you have a problem, they can question you or even take you back to the police station. There is no other way. The quality of the town police station is poor, and they don't have as many resources as the police in big cities. They can only be a little rude. The two people were quickly controlled. Just when they were about to search them, the old man who was followed came over. Speaking for them, the old man was very enthusiastic. He said that he knew that the two people followed him, but he didn't think that the two people had any bad intentions. Otherwise, they would have taken action long ago. The two young men also immediately said that the reason they looked at the old man was just because they thought the pickup truck he drove was cool. It was a Nissan Titan XD. Although Japanese cars are not very popular in the United States, this pickup truck is really cool. Originally, Kai didn't plan to continue after hearing what the old man said, but the two tinderless hounds in his shadow suddenly gave him a message. The old man smells like drugs. Although the tinderless hounds don't look like dogs, Kai still thinks that since he has received them, he should let them play a role, so when he is free, he will still train them. At least it is much more useful than police dogs. Their sense of smell and perception are far superior to ordinary police dogs. More importantly, they are very smart. As long as they smell it once, they will remember it. Kai looked at the old man with a smile on his face. He was still playing this at his age? Did he think he was not dying fast enough? But Kai stopped laughing immediately, because the hounds told him that the smell of drugs on the old man was also on the two young men. Kai looked at the old man in confusion. No way. Chapter 310, Darkness in the Officialdom. It turned out that the hound's nose was fine. This old man was indeed the mule they wanted to catch. Kai found 300 kilograms of laundry in the back of the old man's pickup truck. Kai didn't know how to describe his feelings at the time. This old man looked like a typical middle-class retiree. He was well-dressed, humorous, and polite. Such a person should have no worries about food and clothing with pension insurance and retirement benefits. Why would he become a mule? Mule, it doesn't sound like a good word. It is a job that only people on the margins of society do. Although the pay is rich, you never know when you will be caught by the police, and even worse, you may be robbed by the gangsters. I have never been right in my life, including now. But I need money. You know, I have lived in this country for more than 80 years, I have fought for it, I have paid taxes for it all my life, but in the end I became penniless, but those drug dealers made my last days better than ever before. During this time, I paid for my granddaughter's wedding, I paid to save our Veterans Club, I reconciled with my daughter, and accompanied my ex-wife through her last days. Oh, by the way, a few days ago, I also had sex with 2 young models. I haven't been so crazy in many years." Kai was speechless. He originally planned to ask the old man why he wanted to be a mule, whether he was coerced by others, or simply didn't know. But unexpectedly, the old man was very calm. Even when he was arrested, he was very calm, and he even asked Kai to release the 2 young men. He did not admit that he knew the 2 people, but he confessed to what he had done. "I need money, very much. I thought that at this point in my life, I shouldn't care about those things, but the reality is that as long as people are alive, they need money. Do you think this is normal? I should go to jail, young man. I knew it from the beginning. I made a mistake, but I have to ask, what the hell is wrong with this society? I have worked all my life, but in the end I have nothing. I don't smoke, don't take drugs, don't gamble, I don't even have a criminal record, but why do I have nothing? Can you tell me?" The old man had just attended his ex-wife's funeral, and his mood seemed to be a little bit off. "I think you need a better lawyer. Earl. He will help you reduce your sentence." Kai didn't think the old man was innocent. No matter what the reason, drug trafficking was a crime. Even if Kai sympathized with him, he would not think he should escape the punishment of the law, but considering that he was already old, Kai still made a serious suggestion. This was his power. "Lawyer? No. I don't need one. After I first found out what I had done, I knew what would happen to me. I am happy to accept the punishment I deserve. People must accept the consequences of their mistakes, right? Besides, lawyers are too expensive. I think I should leave some money for my granddaughter and daughter." The old man is more open-minded than anyone else. He is a veteran of World War II. He has achieved nothing in his life. His family life is even more messed up. His wife left him. His daughter even refused to talk to him for the rest of her life. Among all his family members, only his granddaughter is willing to communicate with him. In his old age, he has nothing. He can be said to have accomplished nothing in his life. But he is like all people of the old times. No matter what, they have persistence. His persistence is that if you make a mistake, you must bravely pay the price. Of course, even if he doesn't want it, according to American law, the judiciary still has to appoint a lawyer for him, free of charge. The Wyndham City Police wanted to take him away, and Kai was powerless. This was not his case in the first place. All he could do was to let those rookies treat the old man better. Kai always thought that the professional level of the police in Wyndham City was shockingly low. But half an hour later, Kai overturned this idea. Because he found that these guys were completely idiots. Their convoy was attacked, and there were only 3 cars and 9 people to deal with. And how many people are there in the Wyndham police? 5 cars and 20 people. But the result was that when Kai received the news and rushed over, the 9 people on the opposite side were like Rambo possessed, holding machine guns and shooting wildly, and the police in Wyndham were beaten so badly that they couldn't even raise their heads, and several of them were injured. If Kai remembered correctly, the equipment on the Wyndham side was not bad at all, with automatic rifles and shotguns. But these guys were too cowardly, and they didn't dare to aim at all. They would just hide behind the car, stick out their guns, and shoot randomly. If they were lucky, they might hit someone, but if they were unlucky. Just like now, the gunfight lasted for several minutes, and they didn't even kill a single gangster. How can such a coward be a policeman? In fact, Kai was really a bit harsh. Others were just working as policemen to make a living, but Kai, in his previous life and this life, always had a strong attachment to soldiers and policemen. He regarded these 2 professions as his own career, as if he was born to do these 2 professions. He had never thought about other professions, and he would not do them. While the car was still moving, Kai opened the car window, held the steering wheel with one hand, pulled out his gun with the other hand and fired continuously. Bang bang, 2 shots. The 2 idiots standing in the front and the most arrogant of the 9 gangsters were immediately shot and fell to the ground. One was shot through the neck, and the other was shot in the chest. When the remaining gangsters saw how fierce Kai was, they immediately turned their guns and fired wildly at Kai's car. But since Kai's car was smashed last time, Kai spent a lot of money to upgrade his car. Although it is not comparable to the configuration of the President of the United States, it is barely enough. Kai was too lazy to dodge, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and crashed into the group of guys. The gangsters had never seen such a fierce policeman. The key point was that they had never seen such a rich policeman. How much does an alloy car shell cost? Add bulletproof glass. Anyway, they couldn't afford it. In fact, Kai wanted to use light tiles and combine them with multiple layers of high-tech aerospace materials to make composite armor, but the problem is that the surrounding area is all rural, and the repair shops in Wyndham City don't have this ability. You can only get that kind of composite armor in big cities. But this was enough to scare the gangsters. Seeing that Kai was about to hit, those people didn't care about pretending, and ran fast to avoid Kai's impact. Because he was extremely confident in himself, Kai removed the airbag when modifying the car. So after the collision, there was no airbag to mess up. After the car stopped, Kai immediately pulled out the Desert Eagle. He kicked open the slightly deformed car door, got out of the car, and kept firing with 2 guns. Kai didn't hide his strength this time. He was so prepared to fight, and he shot down a person with 1 shot, and it was never wasted. The police officers from Wyndham City were all stunned. The police officers from GA Town who came with Kai to support them were all proud of it. They all raised their heads high and looked at the police officers from Wyndham City with contempt. Recently, the police officers from GA Town have really had a bad impression of the police officers from Wyndham City. It's okay if they can't do things well, it's just a matter of ability. But these people are not only incompetent, but also petty. When something goes wrong, they push the blame on others. That's okay. It's common for them to blame others, but you can't blame others while begging others to do things. This is a problem with your character. They came to support them because they are all police officers. If the police officers from Wyndham City were killed by the gangsters, they would also be embarrassed. The most important thing is that the dignity of the police would be destroyed, and they themselves would not be well. Now they see their boss killing people everywhere and solving a group of gangsters in a few moves. Naturally, there is no need to hide their emotions. The police in Wyndham were also embarrassed. They did a bad job at first. More importantly, seeing Kai's bravery, they didn't have the confidence to get angry even if they wanted to. With such a fierce man around Wyndham, they were not sure whether they would ask him for help again in the future, so they should be polite. The gunshot stopped soon. Among the 9 gangsters, 6 were dead and 3 were injured. At this time, the people in Wyndham became brave and rushed over immediately to restrain the injured gangsters. Kai now had no eyes for the police in Wyndham. The bottom line of these people was too low. Kai was too lazy to say anything about their behavior of stealing credit. Anyway, he didn't need credit. He just left his car and let the people in Wyndham take care of it. These guys were not good at catching thieves, but they were familiar with those evil ways. Of course, they knew what Kai meant. Others even gave them credit, so what was wrong with asking for some benefits? So the police chief leading the team in Wyndham did not ask his superiors for instructions, but directly patted his chest and promised that he would definitely repair Kai's car. Kai originally thought that the matter should be understood here, but a few days later, someone came to him again because of this matter. This is Agent Colin Bates and Agent Antonio from the Chicago DEA. This time, 4 DEA agents came to Kai, 2 of whom were from the Minneapolis DEA, and the other 2 were from Chicago. Kai met the 4 DEA agents in his office. But he was still confused. He didn't remember any connection between him and the DEA. "Hello, agents, how can I help you?" The 4 DEA agents looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Finally, it was the DEA agent named Colin Bates who spoke. "Sheriff, do you still remember the drug smuggler Earl Stone you caught before?" Kai didn't expect that this group of people came to him for the mule in his 80s. "Yes, I caught him myself. I have a deep impression of him. He is an interesting person, very talkative and likes to talk to people. To be honest, for a criminal, I have a very good impression of him." Ahem. "Then, when you caught him, you also found 227 kilograms of laundry from his car, right?" Colin Bates looked very embarrassed, but he still asked with difficulty. "Yes, my friends and I found it at the time, and then I handed him over to the Wyndham City Police." The more Kai listened, the more puzzled he felt. What exactly did this group of people want to say? If you have something to do, shouldn't you go to the Wyndham City Police? Why are you running to my place? But Kai's question only made the scene fall into very awkward silence. After a while, the agent who was obviously of Mexican descent spoke. "The 227 kilograms of drugs are lost? Oh, no wonder you look so ugly." "Wait, lost?" Kai didn't care at first, but he immediately realized that the drugs were lost. Wait, That's 227 kilograms of drugs. 3 travel bags of drugs, lost. What does 227 kilograms mean? Take the Minneapolis DEA for example. According to the report of the last quarter, Minneapolis only seized 5 kilograms of drugs in a month last quarter. 227 kilograms is equivalent to the seizure of the entire Minneapolis DEA in more than 3 years. But now these DEA agents told Kai that they lost these drugs. Shit, this is going to kill me. Although the market value of 227 kilograms of drugs is only $6 million US. But it is drugs, and the nature is really too bad. This item alone is enough to make the heads of the DEA in 2 states bow down, and as for the group of idiots in Wyndham, what else can be said? But soon, Kai thought of another thing. Wait, the drugs are lost, this matter is indeed serious. But what does it have to do with me? Why are you looking for me? There was another awkward silence, and then Kai's face became more and more ugly. Damn it, can you pass the buck? You don't think I took it, do you? Ahem. Well, according to the confession of the Wyndham City Police, at that time, besides them, you were the only ones who had contact with drugs. The Minneapolis DEA agent spoke with difficulty. They were also very depressed. Originally, the credit for this case had already fallen into their hands, but who would have thought that the Chicago DEA would intervene? Because these drugs originally flowed from Chicago to Minneapolis, Chicago had been keeping an eye on this case, but was intercepted by Minneapolis. Naturally, they were not happy, so they asked for a joint investigation. Whether the law enforcement agencies of each city are strong or not has a lot to do with the local economy. For example, the head of the New York Police Department, even if it is just the head of a city police department, his status is much higher than that of the chief of the Wyndham City Police Department. Chicago is one of the largest cities in the United States, and what about Minneapolis? Although it is not a small place, it is definitely not as good as Chicago. Even if you ask in the United States, there may be many people who don't know where this city is. But the problem is, when I handed it over, those bastards did an inspection. Kai was almost depressed to death. He originally disliked the people in Wyndham City. But now these people still didn't forget to throw a pot on him. And they used nonsense to frame him. Yes, they did do an inspection when you first handed it over, but after the subsequent gunfight, you still had the opportunity to contact those drugs. And at that time, the Wyndham police did not do another inspection. Agent Antonio had a much better psychological quality than the other 3 people. He seized on every little loophole and began to question Kai directly. There was no way. This matter was too big. They had to give an explanation, otherwise the 4 unlucky guys would definitely become the first suspects. Even if they were ruled out of suspicion in the end, their future would be ruined. So they had to catch the criminals and get the drugs back. Kai was so angry that he laughed. He went to save those grandsons with good intentions, but when he turned around, he was bitten and threw such a big pot on him. Kai could be said to have seen the officialdom of the United States. It was too dark, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Threat Package. I say, have you done any investigation before? Kai took a deep breath to avoid cursing. Kai didn't like to get angry at people. His teacher once told him that anger is a reflection of one's own incompetence. Getting angry doesn't help solve problems at all. It's better to think about how to solve problems. The 4 DEA agents looked at each other. In fact, they were embarrassed because they had done the investigation. It seems that you have done the investigation. Then you should have a general understanding of my financial situation, right? The Mexican agent was about to speak when Kai stopped him. I know you want to say that the good or bad financial situation cannot be used as evidence that I have not committed a crime. But I think you should be able to think that my good financial situation can do a lot of things, such as finding the best lawyer in the United States for me, and then let you 4 idiots and those bastards in Wyndham City lose their jobs together, bang. Although Kai kept telling himself not to get angry. But he couldn't help it at the end. He had never suffered such a cowardly anger in his life. He rescued those bastards in the midst of gunfire, but what he ended up waiting for was such a big black pot. Kai just has a good temper, not no temper. And these 4 DEA agents are even more weird. They found his office to interrogate him based on just a few words from the Wyndham City Police. "Now, you four, get out of my office. And next time you want to see me again, remember to bring evidence." Fuck. A bunch of idiots. Kai was too lazy to continue arguing with him. These people came to him, probably most likely to let him take the blame. As for why he was chosen, Kai didn't know. But he didn't want to know. By the way, don't say that the American judicial system is sound and there will be no wrongful convictions. Haha, the person who said this is either a brainless American cent or a fool who follows the crowd. If the system is sound, there will be no wrongful convictions? Don't be funny. No matter how sound the system is, it is still implemented by people. People in all countries in the world are the same people, and no one is necessarily nobler than anyone else. So wrongful convictions are not uncommon in the United States. The four DEA agents were a little angry after being scolded by Kai. It's not that they really have ill will towards Kai, but they do want to find a breakthrough from Kai. But now, they really doubt Kai. Because the reaction is too intense. These four guys also regard Kai as an ordinary person. If it were an ordinary policeman, they would cooperate obediently even if they were angry when encountering such a thing. After all, the case is too big. But Kai drove them away directly with a few words and threatened to hire a lawyer to sue them, which made them feel like he was trying to cover up the truth. Both sides were quarreling. In fact, most of Kai's anger was not directed at the four of them, but was disgusted by the police in Wyndham City. When the other side saw Kai's attitude, they became suspicious and thought that Kai had a problem. However, even if Kai knew, it didn't matter. Anyway, he didn't do it, so he was afraid of nothing. I think we should keep an eye on him. There is something wrong with this sheriff. Agent Antonio was suspicious of Kai from the beginning. This is his personality, suspicious of everything. This kind of personality is an advantage in an organization like the DEA that has been engaged in intrigue with drug dealers for a long time. However, the two DEA agents in Minnesota frowned. They really didn't want to get involved in this matter. It was embarrassing enough that Wyndham City lost the drugs. If a sheriff embezzled the drugs, then Minnesota would be completely embarrassed this time. Colin Bates also frowned, but he was the one who was least suspicious of Kai among the four. There was no other reason, just because Kai didn't look like that. He had seen many drug dealers, and those drug dealers were also strange. Some drug dealers were very inconspicuous. If you didn't catch him, you would never think that he would sell drugs. Some were very high profile. There were the most and the most difficult people, because they were the most daring and could fight with a DEA at any time. Some hid in the dark and manipulated. He had seen police selling drugs before. But Kai, he couldn't say it, anyway, he didn't look like that kind of person. Besides, he was born in the military and had a lot of money, so there was really no reason for him to run into drug trafficking. Let's go. Let's continue to interrogate Earl Stone and find out his superiors. Maybe those drugs were stolen by them. Earl was the old mule. Since he was caught, he confessed to what he did, but he didn't say a word when it came to others. In this regard, the DEA agents understood it very well, because the old man had a big family outside. The DEA agents knew how drug dealers treated traders. So they had been working with Earl, promising to guarantee the safety of his family. They also promised that as long as he was willing to confess, they could plead with a judge for a reduced sentence or even a suspended sentence. For a veteran like Earl, who was born into a military family, was heavily in debt, and was old and weak, it was too easy to get a suspended sentence. Even a crappy lawyer could win this case by finding a few reasons, such as being deceived or being held hostage. Anyway, the jury would subconsciously sympathize with Earl when they saw him like this. No one would think that a World War II veteran who had never had a bad record and had never even run a red light would take the initiative to sell drugs. But the problem was that the old man was very stubborn and just didn't say anything. He didn't care about commutation of sentence or probation. According to him, he was already so old, how many years could he really spend in prison? Besides, for others, prison was hell, but for him, it didn't matter. He didn't have freedom after being released, but other things were really not bad. He had food and drink, the government took care of medical care, and he didn't have to spend money on anything, just like a nursing home. Maybe he could live a few more years this way. Kai was really depressed. Who would have thought that a voluntary help would get him covered in shit? But what Kai didn't expect was that the matter was not over yet. When he got off work today, someone suddenly played a package delivery in the police station. The police officer at the front desk didn't take it seriously and naturally delivered the package to Kai's office. Kai was quite surprised when he received the package. He couldn't think of who would be so bored to send him something. His social circle is not big. Apart from the police and Saji, he has military connections. But his friends are all rough guys. Who would be so pretentious to send gifts? But Kai didn't care. Maybe some idiot had a sudden idea? As a result, when he opened the package, Kai was almost angry to death. Inside was a small glass bottle with a finger soaked in it. This is not the key point. Kai himself has cut this thing so many times. How can he be so impatient and angry about such a small thing? When he was a criminal police in his previous life, it was not that no one threatened him. Back then, he also met a rolling knife meet. He stood in front of him with a knife and stabbed Kai with a knife several times without changing his expression, so that Kai surrendered. But Kai still handcuffed him. This idiot forgot that there is a technology called fingerprint identification. The key is the paper under the glass bottle. The words on the paper are all words made up of letters cut from newspapers and magazines. The content is very simple. Give back what doesn't belong to you, damn. It's fine that the idiots in Windham City threw dirty water on him at the Drug Enforcement Bureau, but they didn't expect that the mafia would spread the news. Kai's first reaction was whether he had killed the mothers of all the police officers in the Windham City Police Department. Otherwise, why would they do this to him? Just then, Saji walked in with documents, and saw Kai staring at a package with an angry face. He took a curious look, and then Saji immediately pulled out his gun and ran out. Someone sent a threatening package to the boss. Where is the person who sent the package? The police officers were stunned at first, thinking that there was actually such a tough guy in the world, who was so impatient to live that he ran to threaten their boss. The longer they were with Kai, the more these police officers admired Kai. Others were rich, good at fighting, and handsome, but they were willing to run to their small place to be policemen. He not only made these originally poor people become policemen, but also spent time training them and giving them subsidies. Every time an emergency occurred, he was always the first to go. The key is that others are really tough, with 2 guns in hand, and even gods and ghosts would kneel when they see them. After several battles, all the policemen became Kai's die-hard fans, and they were very proud to think that there was nothing their boss couldn't do. But now someone has eaten too much and threatened their boss? After being stunned, there was a burst of anger. The method of threatening by sending a package is not manly at all, it is absolutely despicable, and only those small hooligans on the street use this method. More importantly, they use this despicable method to scare their boss. This is not only looking down on their boss, but also not taking them seriously at all. A group of policemen rushed out with guns, vowing to catch the guy who sent the package. There is liquid in the glass bottle, and FedEx will not accept this kind of express delivery. Besides, the efficiency of FedEx. How to describe it? Let me put it this way. There was a guy in California who wanted to send a pot of orange tree to his daughter in Texas, but when the orange tree was delivered, it was already bearing fruit. It has only been 3 days since Earl was arrested. With the efficiency of FedEx, it is impossible to deliver it at this time. So it could only be that the guy who sent the threatening package sent someone to deliver the package. All the policemen were locals recruited by Kai. It was no exaggeration to say that they were local tyrants. GA Town was small and everyone knew each other. The person who came to deliver the package was definitely not a local. Although the locals could not be said to obey Kai's orders, most of them recognized him very much. Besides, the locals didn't know Kai's record. He was so fierce that a group of gangsters who attacked the police station were wiped out by him and his men. Who was stupid enough to provoke him? This small place has always been rare for outsiders. If they really want to get serious, it won't take much effort to catch them. Soon, a Mexican guy was arrested and brought back. The guy was not honest at first, but he was taken to the interrogation room by Portman. Half an hour later, the guy's face was blue-gray and he looked like he was about to die. He confessed everything. Portman was definitely a bad guy who knew a little bit of all kinds of crooked ways. Although the means of forcing a confession were not as professional as those of a sacrificed goat, it was definitely more than enough to deal with a small gangster. The Luton family? What do? A Mexican gang from Juarez, on the US-Mexico border. It's a well-known drug cartel. Although it's not as good as the 6 major drug cartel groups, it's also very powerful. Mexico has a good geographical location and is very suitable for growing avocados and marijuana. But Mexico is very unlucky, Also because of its geographical location, it's right next to the United States. Poor Mexico, too far from God, too close to the United States. This is the lament of former Mexican President Diaz about the problem that the more the country's drug trade is cracked down on, the more rampant it becomes. It's also the best annotation of this country. In Mexico, the major drug lords are almost evolving into local warlords. They have their own armed forces and collude with local police and even the military. In reality, many cities in Mexico are actually controlled by drug lords, and the government is powerless. Mexico is really miserable, but it is really useless. A country actually has to bow to drug lords. It is really unique. The Luton family is a drug dealer force in Juarez City, and Juarez City is known as the most violent city in the world. In this city, murder and kidnapping are very common. Murder is not news. In the place, it is news if no one is killed in a day. The Luton family can stand out from that hellhole. You can imagine what kind of style they are. In fact, the Luton family has been active in the United States for a long time, and their boss is very thoughtful. They did not develop in the southern United States. There are too many big guys there. Although the Luton family is also fierce, it is still a little worse than those big guys who can dominate in those big cities in the south. It happened that Chicago, the capital of crime, was in a situation of hegemony among princes. The boss of the Luton family decisively led his people to Chicago and opened up the situation in Chicago by relying on the supply of goods from his hometown and his ruthlessness. In recent months, the Luton family sent nearly 200 robbers to Chicago. Not only did they occupy a piece of land in Chicago, but they also developed the sales of contraband to several surrounding states and Canada. Old Mule Earl has been working for them for the past few months, and he has become the Luton family's most capable mule. Simply put, Earl has transported almost 1.5 tons of goods for them. This time, Earl broke the record and brought 227 kilograms of goods. Unexpectedly, this batch of goods was caught by the police. In order to protect their own interests, the Luton family intends to use their way in Mexico to deter those unintelligent American police and let them mind their own business. The 9 gangsters before were the Luton family's robbers. They planned to kill the police and Earl and take back the goods. But in the end, not only did Earl and the goods fail to get them, but the 9 robbers were wiped out. The Luton family is not an idiot. Seeing this situation, they also know that American police and Mexican police are two different things. They are ready to admit defeat, but Earl must be killed, otherwise they will be in big trouble. But just when they were about to kill Earl, they received news that their goods were lost at the Windham police station, and the suspect was a small-town sheriff. This made things easier, because if the goods were lost, there would be no evidence. What were they afraid of without evidence? Now, they became more creative. If they couldn't beat the American police, could they beat a black police? They planned to threaten Kai and return the goods. After Kai learned the whole story, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are they treating themselves as a soft persimmon? But it was normal to think about it. With the integrity of those bastards in Windham City, they would never reveal the truth in order to take credit. It was not surprising that they didn't know that it was Kai, the small-town sheriff, who killed the 9 gangsters. Chapter 312 Reason. What should we do? Portman and the others knew that Kai would never touch drugs. They had been in the special response team with Kai for 5 years and knew Kai too well. Sometimes they found it hard to understand why Kai hated drugs so much. After all, in the United States, the tolerance for drug use is actually very high. In college, many students smoke marijuana and think it is a fashion. Even many states have begun to legislate to legalize marijuana. But Kai is different. No matter what kind of illegal drugs, they will only end up in his hands and be destroyed. Over the years, all the illegal drugs seized have been burned by Kai. For this, the drug lords in South America once spent a lot of money to kill Kai. Of course, the results of those idiots were not very good, and many of them were killed by Kai himself. In short, Kai's attitude towards drugs is extremely rejected. Let him steal drugs? It's impossible. What should we do? Those gunmen, Portman said. Called it, the guy they caught was just a minion. Apart from this mainland news, they didn't know anything else. Kai didn't know how many gunmen there were, nor did he know the details of those gunmen, and he didn't even know when those gunmen would come. Knowing nothing, what could Kai do? Kai waved his hand to let others do their work, and he slowly walked back to his office. He had his own plans. Night fell quickly, and Akero, the police chief of Windham City, returned to his home, feeling exhausted. He now felt that he should not have taken the credit in the first place, and should not have even participated in this mess. Akero is only 40 years old now. To be able to become the police chief of a city at this age, he is definitely a promising future. But he knows his own weight. He can do this because of one person, the real controller behind Windham City, or the controller of the entire eastern Minnesota, John Dutton. The Dutton family is the oldest family in northeastern Minnesota. Since Minnesota officially joined the United States, the Dutton family has been operating ranches in Minnesota. Although so many years have passed and the family has experienced several ups and downs, today, under the leadership of the current head of the family, John Dutton, the Dutton family has the largest ranch in the United States. He owns more than 4 million acres of land, which is spread throughout the northeastern part of Minnesota, and many of the lands around Windham are also owned by the Dutton family. The Dutton family also lives in the northeast of Windham. Due to the generations of operation of the Dutton family, their family relationships are spread throughout Minnesota, and they are the largest campaign funder for the Republican Party in Minnesota. As the family's residence, Windham City naturally cannot be let go by the Dutton family. From the mayor to the councilors, the city has received funding from the Dutton family. The reason why Akero was able to climb to the position of chief of the Windham City Police Department before the age of 40 is naturally related to the Dutton family. Akero's father, Old Akero, was once an employee of the Dutton farm. About 30 years ago, when the Dutton family was expanding, they had a conflict with a local Aboriginal tribe. Old Akero was shot and killed by the Indians in that conflict. Since then, Akero has been taken care of by the Dutton family. This is definitely a good thing in the eyes of outsiders. It shows that the Dutton family is very good to their subordinates, and those who sacrifice for their family will be well taken care of. But in the eyes of the parties involved, it is not as wonderful as it seems on the surface. Especially now the head of the Dutton family, John Dutton himself, is a very, very strong person. Although Akero has become the chief of the Windham City Police Department, in the eyes of Old Dutton, Akero is still a member of their Dutton family and a subordinate of their family. This makes Akero very uncomfortable. A police chief has become a farmer's subordinate, and he is the kind who is on call at any time. The police in the entire police station will only listen to the words of the eldest son of the Dutton family, Lee, and have no respect for him as the genuine chief. Such a life makes Akero very depressed. He is only 40 years old, and he doesn't want to do nothing all day until retirement. Akero thought about resisting, but thinking about the power of the Dutton family, Akero decisively chose to follow his heart. So he thought of another way, that is, to transfer. Windham City is the private land of the Dutton family, and they naturally don't want to let Akero, such a useful chess piece, slip away from their hands. So Akero can only choose another way, that is, to make a big news and get himself promoted. If there is such an opportunity, I believe the Dutton family will also be happy to provide help. After all, Akero is their man, and the promotion of their own people is also a means for them to expand their influence. Although Akero wanted to get rid of the Dutton family, he never intended to turn against the Dutton family. He just wanted to run his own business, not to become a puppet and a living seal. So if possible, he also wanted to use the influence of the Dutton family. It happened that drug dealers have been rampant during this period of time. He wanted to do a big job so that he could make meritorious contributions and be promoted. For this reason, he found the new Indian chief of the reservation, Chief Thomas, who was a strong man, extremely rich and running a casino, and also ambitious. He wanted to take back the old Indian land that was occupied by the Dutton family, and at the same time expand the Indian territory in order to expand his business. Unfortunately, Old Dutton was also a strong and stubborn person. He often said, in the United States, no one will share land with others. He always believed that the Dutton family could only buy land and would never sell their own land. So Thomas and John Dutton had a fierce conflict, and even alarmed the governor to mediate several times. If possible, Akero did not want to be associated with Thomas, which meant betrayal. But the problem is that although the Dutton family has a great influence, in the end, those influences are also official, which is not very helpful to Akero, at least not very helpful to his plan. Thomas runs a casino, and the casino is a natural place for money laundering. Thomas's casino is naturally no exception, and therefore Thomas knows a lot of information that many people don't know. Akero made a deal with Thomas. He promised to hand over a coroner's report that was originally destroyed by John Dutton to Thomas, and Thomas gave him information. Thomas kept his word and gave Akero information. That is, the information of Old Earl. But the problem is that Akero messed up. With the help of the Gardner police, he caught Earl and seized 227 kilograms of banned drugs. For this credit, he even lost his face and took all the credit from others. Things were moving in the direction he wanted, but things started to go wrong here. The drugs were lost, 227 kilograms of drugs were lost. That's 227 kilograms. Let's put it this way, Shaquille O'Neal was only 154 kilograms at his heaviest in the NBA. Just think about it. Such a heavy thing was lost right under their noses. Akero was stunned at the time. If this was investigated, he would forget about his promotion. It would be more realistic to think about where to find a new job after he left. So Akero once again cheated the Gardner police and threw the Gardner sheriff out as a scapegoat. In fact, even Akero knew that it was a bit far-fetched to throw this matter to the Gardner sheriff, but he had to do it. So this guy was very cunning and spread the news, letting the gangsters know that the goods were taken away by the sheriff of GA town. He was confusing people and trying to attract other people's attention. Kai was cheated. Of course, Akero didn't know how effective this method was, but at least it could buy him some time. But another trouble was already in front of him, the autopsy report. Thomas wanted the autopsy report. For Thomas, he didn't care what Akero was like. He had fulfilled his promise and now it was Akero's turn. But now for Akero, this report cannot be handed in. He no longer has the idea of meritorious service and promotion. His biggest wish now is to rely on the power of the Dutton family to keep his position, otherwise he will really lose everything. According to the original idea, he made a great contribution, then made some operations and left Wyndham. At that time, the fight between Thomas and the Dutton family would have nothing to do with him. By then, even if the Dutton family knew that he had betrayed them, they probably wouldn't bother him. This autopsy report was enough to seriously injure the Dutton family. But now he can't leave, right? Akero is having a headache now. He is trying to find a way to break the situation before being torn apart by Thomas and the Dutton family. While thinking about these things, he walked towards the living room. But he immediately found something wrong. The house was too quiet. It was only 9 o'clock. It was impossible for his wife and children to go to bed so soon. Out of the vigilance of a policeman, he immediately pulled out the pistol from his waist. He moved gently to the living room. The living room was dark and the lights were not on. "Hello, Chief Akero." Suddenly, the table lamp next to the sofa in the living room was turned on. A man in black sat on the sofa, holding a silver desert eagle in his hand and pointing at him. Due to the light from the table lamp, the man's appearance was still hidden in the dark. Seeing the desert eagle in the man's hand, Akero raised his hands very cleverly. Let's not talk about whether his gun is faster than the other parties. Just say that he doesn't know what the situation of his wife and son is now. If the other party has accomplices, he will kill them over there as soon as he shoots. So surrender is the best way. Hey, men, you don't want to be wanted for killing a police officer, do you? If you want money, I can tell you the safe code. I just ask for my family to be safe. I can give you anything. Those are women and children. They don't deserve this, Tisk, faced with Akero's words. The visitor seemed dissatisfied. Chief Akero, don't worry. I won't touch women and children. I'm here to find you. After saying this, the man finally came out of the shadows, and the light hid his face, which made Akero feel nervous. Kai? You? Akero originally planned to reprimand Kai righteously, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say it. He knew what he had done. When he and his police officers accused Kai in front of the DIA agents, he never thought that this matter could be concealed. He just didn't expect Kai to appear in front of him in this way. This is not a good sign. A person who was wronged by him sneaked into his house in the middle of the night, pointing a gun at him, just to chat with him? It seems that you already know why I came to you. Well, Mr. Akero, tell me why you framed me. Kai crossed his legs, put the desert eagle on his thigh, and tapped it gently. Akero opened his mouth, and finally said in a hoarse voice, I think we can discuss this issue in a more peaceful way. You are also a policeman. You should know what the crime is of breaking into a private house at night and threatening a police chief with a gun. No, Mr. Akero, I am still in the office of the GA Town Police Station. So what you said is not true. and the Wyndham police will only come to this conclusion tomorrow. Last night, a gangster broke into the home of the chief of the Wyndham City Police Department and stole, and then happened to meet the chief who was going home, and then the chief was shot and the criminal is on the run. Well, we are all policemen. You should know that I can disguise the perfect scene, not to mention that I have a perfect alibi. So Mr. Akero, everyone, just keep it simple, tell me why, and let me clear this ridiculous charge. Kai seemed very relaxed, he didn't even take the gun that Akero threw on the ground. But Akero didn't dare to pick up the gun on the ground. His colleague had perfectly repeated Kai's fighting ability. Although he thought it might be exaggerated, it should be true that he could kill all 9 gangsters in a 1-on-9 situation. With such fighting ability, Akero didn't think he could be faster than the other party. I think this is a misunderstanding. I can explain it to the people from the Drug Enforcement Administration. I don't think we need to go to this step. Kai's words were too scary. It was clear that he wanted to kill him and disguise it as a burglary. Mr. Akero, although I haven't used violence so far, it doesn't mean I'm stingy with violence. Why bother? Let everyone relax a little, isn't it? Kai didn't want to joke with him anymore. He stood up and put the muzzle of the gun against his forehead. Tell me the reason. When a person is angry, noisy, and can't control himself, it is not scary, especially for the police. But when a person tells you in a very calm and even relaxed tone that if you don't do what he says, you will die, then you really need to take it seriously. Because that means he knows exactly what he is doing and has a complete plan and thinking. In simple terms, that means he is ready to kill. So Akero confessed everything very honestly. Tisk, what the hell is this? Kai didn't expect that there would be so many twists and turns in his false accusation. But he didn't care much about these things. What he cared more about was that since he was not specifically targeted, who stole the drugs? Where are the drugs? Who stole those drugs? I don't know, I really don't know. Those drugs were taken away from the evidence room of the police station. I really don't know. Okay, I have to find another way to clear my suspicion. Good luck, Mr. Akero, and have a good dream. Hearing what Kai said, Akero was almost scared to death. He thought Kai was going to attack him. Then his eyes went black and he knew nothing. Chapter 313 In the Manor. Kenilworth Township, Chicago, is located 24 kilometers north of downtown Chicago. It is the youngest town in the northern lakeside area of Chicago and the richest town in the Midwest of the United States. It is an absolute gathering place for traditional wealthy people. Its average annual household income is $247,000. Many families from the upper class of the United States live here, including the famous Daley family in American politics. The Daley family is one of the most powerful political families in the United States. Since Richard J. Daley was elected mayor in 1955, this family has controlled the mayor of Chicago for decades. The Daley family is a Daley dynasty with deep connections in Chicago and even in American politics. It is one of the few most powerful political families in the United States that can be compared with the Kennedy family and the Bush family. The Luton family is also stationed here. As a Mexican drug trafficking family with assets of $1 billion, they disdain to hide in dilapidated public housing like those Chicago gangs. They have money. So they have to choose the best station. And there is an advantage to placing the lair here, that is, the environment here is naturally an excellent shelter. Officially speaking, no underworld forces dare to play tricks here. This is much safer than their hometown, Juarez City. In Juarez City, it is not uncommon for even the head of the family to be beaten to death at home. We have sent people to find that rural sheriff. I believe that our goods will be taken back soon. The head of the Luton family, Luton, was grilling by his swimming pool while listening to the report of his men. Speaking of which, is it really okay to grill in the middle of winter? Opposite him, there were 4 people sitting or standing. They were the core backbone of the family. Gustavo, Emilio, Eduardo and Julio. Among them, Gustavo and Emilio are the 2 most brutal men under Luton. They are the leaders of Luton's armed forces. They are responsible for the family's thugs and gunmen. Eduardo is responsible for the production of his hometown. The Luton family's plantations are under his control. The youngest Julio has the most special identity. He was picked up from the street by Luton 20 years ago. He has been with Luton since he was a child. He has done all kinds of odd jobs. He is very trusted by Luton, but he is, how to say it, the most common description of him by others is he is a good person. He has killed people, but he is not as ruthless as others. And he has no opinion. Basically, he does whatever Luton says. Such a person is not popular in a drug trafficking group. At least others look down on him. His indecisiveness and lack of opinion are a symbol of not being strong enough in the eyes of others. Maybe it is because of this that Luton is very relieved of him. He doesn't have any fixed responsibilities in the family. He always does whatever Luton asks him to do. For example, this time, Luton gave Errol a large batch of goods to transport, and sent Julio to monitor. This kind of work is usually done by minions, but Julio agreed to do it at Luton's request. This made others look down on him even more. In their line of work, the hierarchy is more important than in other industries. You should do the corresponding work according to your level. Julio, who is a leader, actually went to do a job like watching the car. It is absolutely a shameful behavior. But Julio did not dare to resist. More importantly, their mission failed this time. Their goods were seized by the police. Even Julio and his men were almost caught. So when they came back, they were punished. But because Julio was deeply trusted by Luton, he was not punished. Instead, his men were killed by Luton, and their fingers were cut off and sent to the rural sheriff. As a result, Julio was despised even more. Any organization must pay attention to the distinction between rewards and punishments, otherwise others will feel unfair. Julio was obviously the person in charge, but when something went wrong, he was not punished at all. Naturally, other people were unhappy. Even Julio's own subordinates were very unhappy. Julio made mistakes, but nothing happened to him, but he let his subordinates take the blame. Who would dare to follow Julio in the future? So Julio is very depressed now. Very good. This time, I must make a bigger splash for me. I want to let those Americans know that the Luton family is different from those niggers. Luton has been developing smoothly in Chicago during this period, so he is a little arrogant. The Mexican drug cartel and the American gangsters are indeed very different in their style of doing things. Except for the mafia, the rest of the American gangs are those black gangs. Although those black gangs like to swagger around with guns, they are actually some gangsters. They are okay to scare people, but their organization is very poor. If they really meet a tough guy, that's it. In fact, the Chicago Mafia in the Golden Age is much more ruthless than the current black gangs. And most black gangsters don't actually dare to kill people, but for Mexican drug dealers, killing? Haha, that's normal. Not only do they have the guts to kill people, but they can be called cruel. If you search the news online, you will see what tricks those Mexicans can't come up with. In this regard, these Mexican drug dealers have crushed the black gangs in Chicago. During this period of time, the bosses of two black gangs that were against them were directly chopped into pieces and thrown into Lake Michigan to feed the fish. Their cruelty really scared those who could only shoot black people with guns. Luton felt that they should have come to the United States to develop a long time ago. The gangs here are really too weak. This is an undeveloped virgin land. With a contempt for the Americans, Luton's ambitions grew. In Mexico, he learned one thing, that is, fear is the best weapon. As long as people are afraid of them, they can do whatever they want. In Mexico, both the government and the police are afraid of them, so they can be domineering. Now he is just doing what he did in Mexico again in the United States. Several of his men looked at each other and smiled, saying it should have been done a long time ago. Click. Just when several people were about to discuss what to do next, all the lights in the villa went out. These Mexican drug lords often fight with others, and their vigilance is much higher than that of American gangs. When the lights went out, everyone put their hands on their waists. The sexy bikini beauties who were originally playing around the swimming pool also screamed one by one. By the way, Chicago is also quite cold in winter, especially now it is more than 11 o'clock in the evening. Even if the swimming pool here has a heating function, a group of women wearing two pieces of cloth outdoors. Are they really not afraid of freezing to death? Luton, the boss, is no exception. He picked up his golden double-barreled shotgun from the table, and while telling the women to shut up, he said to the bodyguard beside him, "Go and see what's going on." Soon the bodyguard came back and said that the surrounding lines were broken and their area was out of power. This situation made the average Mexican slightly relieved, and then began to curse. I think this broken place in the United States is not as good as their hometown. Although the power transmission there is not good, they have their own high-power diesel generators there, so they are not afraid of power outages at all. But here, high-power generators like that are prohibited because of environmental pollution and noise. Luton and his men thought that the Americans were just being hypocritical. On the outskirts of Luton Manor, all the bodyguards were told to be careful. This is the quality of Mexicans, not giving others a chance. The bodyguards changed their previous laziness and began to patrol the manor in 2s and 3s with guns. It is very easy to be attacked at a moment like this, and they must be careful. They responded very well, at least for a group of criminals. But no matter how careful you are, you can't stop the fate that is coming. The 2 bodyguards teased the girls in the swimming pool today in Mexican while holding AK-47s and moving towards the door. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and a bodyguard felt a chill on his neck, and then a stream of warm liquid flowed under his neck. He just wanted to open his mouth, but found that he had lost control of his body. His companion was still talking to himself, but found that his companion did not respond, so he turned his head and saw that he felt a cold wind blowing and a dagger pierced his neck. The last thing he saw was a man in a velvet suit pulling a sharp blade out of his neck. Kai watched the 2 guys fall to the ground, then he slowly pulled out a handkerchief from his handkerchief bag and gently wiped the bloodstains off the black dagger in his hand. This dagger is definitely an antique. It was the trophy Kai got when he killed a guy who called himself the King of Assassins in Camelot. This black dagger is not only extremely hard, but also extremely sharp. The key is that there is no reflection on it. At night, the blade cannot be seen at all, and there is no sound when it is swung. It is definitely a sharp weapon for assassination. Kai's profession is a knight, and he doesn't have much experience in assassins, so this dagger has never been useful. Until today, Kai remembered that he had such a sword. After learning that this group of Mexican drug dealers planned to send someone to assassinate him, Kai decided to fight back. Kai has always hated drug dealers. Since he knew that this group of Mexicans planned to find someone to kill him, Kai's personality naturally would not sit and wait for death. Especially when he didn't know when the other party's assassination would come, Kai decided to take the initiative. Kai is not afraid of assassination, but the problem is that who knows whether the assassin sent will hurt innocent people in Jade Town? Jade Town has been miserable enough in the past year. Christmas is coming soon. As the sheriff, Kai naturally cannot let people make trouble for the residents of the town at this critical moment. So Kai decided to solve the source of the problem directly. As long as the Luton family is gone, there is no need for those assassins to travel thousands of miles to Jade Town to commit crimes. Kai may not use such decisive means for ordinary criminals, but for drug lords, especially those in Central and South America, being soft on them is completely cruel to others. These guys dare to use any cruel means for money. It can even be said that these people are not wrong to be sentenced to death. Speaking of this, Kai has to complain about the laws of European and American countries. What's the point of canceling the death penalty? Isn't this a joke? If these drug lords are caught by the police, the most they will be sentenced to life imprisonment. What hundreds of years in prison are all nonsense. Who will wait until they die and keep their bones in prison? It looks more serious, but it is actually no different from life imprisonment. Unlike China, there is only one way to deal with drug dealers, which is to be strict and severe. How good it is to deter those who are ready to make a move. Drugs are originally a sinful thing, and selling these things is even more sinful than sinning. In his life, Kai hates 2 kinds of criminals the most. One is drug dealers, and the other is human traffickers. One is poisoning all living beings, and the other is inhumane. Anyway, Kai thinks that handing such people over to American law for trial is a crime against the victims. Sending them to the West is also Kai's contribution to the harmonious society of the United States. At least it can save taxpayers' money. After killing the 2 minions, Kai walked towards the Villa leisurely. He cast a spell on himself. This is a spell that Kai accidentally got. It has no name, but the effect is very good. It can greatly reduce its own sense of existence. When anyone sees Kai, they will subconsciously ignore his existence, as if he is an insignificant person. Even if they see him, they can't remember what he looks like. This is a spell that blurs other people's cognition. This spell is not as good as real stealth, but it is enough for Kai. He just walked around the manor casually like taking a walk, and when he saw those armed bandits, he sent them to heaven as quickly as possible. This way, it's good for everyone. But even if there are more spells, the others are not really stupid. They will naturally feel bad when there are fewer people. There are at least 50 robbers as bodyguards in the whole manor, but since the power outage, the robbers patrolling the manor have felt bad. Damn, they walked around the manor and didn't meet a companion. How big is the manor? You said that some people went AWOL, But you can't all go AWOL. They are the only ones who are loyal to their duties, right? That's ridiculous. So soon these situations were reported to Luton. Luton immediately sent people to look for them, and found more than 30 bodies in the bushes and gardens. All were killed with one shot. This scared the survivors to death. It's not that they haven't seen dead people before, but they died so quickly without even screaming, which is a bit fantasy. Luton immediately asked everyone to go into the house, gather together, and then asked his men to call the police. That's right, Luton is not a fool. On the contrary, he has a lot of experience. He looked at the bodies. Everyone was killed with one blow. There was no extra wound, and even less blood. Those unlucky people who were killed were all hit in the vital parts, heart, throat, spine, and back of the head. Among these vital parts, except for the heart and throat, there will be more bleeding. There will be no extra blood in other places except for a little blood in the wound. Especially the back of the head. The back of the head is very hard, but the connection between the back of the head and the spine is a very deadly place. As long as the knife is fast enough, one knife will go directly into the brain and die immediately. And it is clean and without stains. Seeing these wounds, Luton immediately understood that the person who came was definitely a master, and he was not a master in the ordinary sense. The reason why Luton dared to come to the United States from Mexico to make a living, and even planned to attack the police, was naturally because he had his own support. He was not really a reckless man. Of course, he knew that the US government was not easy to mess with. He had come into contact with some secrets that ordinary people would never be able to touch in their lifetime by chance. He got in touch with a mysterious assassin organization. It was also through these assassins that he saw another side of the world and knew that there were some beings in this world that were far beyond ordinary people. This organization only recognized money, not people. As long as they were paid and given a target, they would definitely complete the task. This time, Luton paid the people of this organization to deal with the rural sheriff. Although it cost a lot of money, and the person hired was a low-level killer in the organization, Luton believed that he would definitely get a satisfactory answer. If he hadn't received the news that the rural sheriff was very difficult, he would not have spent money to hire those mysterious assassins. He wanted a one-shot kill. His 9 men were killed before, which made him lose a lot of face. Luton knew very well that if they failed too many times, no one would be afraid of them. Once others lost their fear of them, they would not be able to get along. But now, Luton suspected very much that someone had hired people similar to those assassins to deal with him. So Luton made a decision immediately and called the police. This kind of people don't like to deal with official forces like the police. Only the police can save themselves. Miss, do you know where to eat? I'm a little hungry. Just when a group of drug dealers were trembling with fear, Kai was wandering around the big house in the manor. He was indeed hungry. Kai used his clone ability to split a clone to stay in the police station, while the real body ran out. He used a flying prop to run to Windham City to find out why their police chief wronged him, and then immediately rushed to Chicago without stopping. The consumption in the middle was a bit large, so he needed to replenish some energy. Coincidentally, he met a few young ladies who were shivering in the room because of fear. These young ladies were wrapped in blankets and huddled together at this time, not as bold as they were outside just now. Several young ladies were stunned by Kai's operation, but when they saw Kai in a suit and tie, handsome and unrestrained, they subconsciously didn't think much about it. There are still some Mexican beef rolls here, but they are cold. A young lady with particularly strong breasts pointed to the plate on the table in the room and said, "It's okay. I'll just have a couple of bites first. When I'm done, I'll go eat Mexican barbecue." I remember seeing a barbecue grill in the yard before, with barbecue on it. Kai picked up the cold beef roll and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Mexican food is mainly sour and spicy, which Kai can accept. Even compared to the taste in the United States, Mexican food is more to his taste. The taste in the United States is sweeter. In addition to eating tofu brain and rice dumplings, it is difficult for Kai to accept other sweet things. These young ladies didn't care at first, until Kai left the room. They realized that they had never seen this person. Although they didn't know everyone in the manor, Kai's style was completely different from those Mexicans. The difference could be seen at a glance, and he was so handsome, it was impossible for them to have no impression at all. And he also said to do things. Girls who can run to the drug lord's party, don't expect them to be really naive. Some things more or less know something. So a group of young ladies were immediately scared to death. They saw the murderer's face. But the next second, all the girls were stunned, because after they carefully recalled, they found that they couldn't tell what the man looked like. They only knew that he was handsome, but they couldn't tell how handsome he was. Chapter 314 Feast and Donation. Luton was panicking because the police had just told him that if he called the police again at this time, they would detain him and even fine him. Because they were busy enough now. They didn't have time to play D&D role-playing games with Luton. Because Kai didn't know much about electricians, he destroyed a substation to be on the safe side, causing 1/3 of the entire town of Kenilworth to lose power. Most of the residents in this town were either rich or noble. Such people were a disaster for the police. No police officer liked to deal with cases related to the rich. On the one hand, if the police wanted to live comfortably, they had to get donations, and the main donors were always the rich. You couldn't ask ordinary people who didn't have a dime in their savings to donate to the police. So the police must serve these parents who provided them with food and clothing. But on the other hand, the cases of the rich were often thankless. You should do well, but if you do poorly, then wait for bad luck. Your boss and the other party's lawyer will tell you why the United States is a country of money. Luton is undoubtedly a rich man. Logically, the police would not be so perfunctory. But the problem is that what Luton said to the police is really hard to believe. What do you mean by an assassin who killed all your dozens of bodyguards in a few minutes? What do you mean by you haven't seen the murderer yet? Killing dozens of people in a few minutes, and using a knife? Do you think you are playing Assassin's Creed? The police, who are now exhausted, don't bother to pay attention to him. They think it's another rich man who has nothing to do and is bored and looking for them to make fun of him. But Luton is about to collapse. What I said is true, I am not lying. After smashing the phone in his hand with trembling hands, Luton immediately asked his men to take out a satellite phone. The confidentiality of satellite phones is much better than that of ordinary phones, and the satellite phone is the one Luton uses the least. Generally speaking, he will not use this satellite phone unless there is an emergency. Hello. Sloane. I'm in trouble, I need you to protect me. On the other end of the phone, a very magnetic male voice rejected him very elegantly. Oh, dear Mr. Luton, you have to understand one thing. Assassins can only kill people, not save people. You can pay any amount of money. I'll give you $100 million US. As long as you can guarantee my safety. This is Luton's last straw, and he must grab it no matter how much money it costs. $100 million US is good, but rules are rules. Sorry, Mr. Luton. I don't think we can reach a consensus on this point. But immediately made Luton very excited, and he desperately wanted to grab this last straw. But what? Not enough money? I can give you, 100 million is not enough? I'll give you another 100 million, the henchmen on the side were all scared. What kind of thing costs 200 million? Especially Gustave and Amelia looked at each other, their eyes full of murderous intent. They were very dissatisfied with Luton. There was no other reason. Luton made too much money, and they got too little. Especially after entering the United States, they were just suppliers before. Even if the laundry in the United States was sold at a high price, it was wholesale price when they got it. But now they directly landed in the United States, cutting out a middleman to make a profit. And the profit was even more terrifying. But Luton ate so much profit, but never thought of sharing a little with them. So even though the Luton family developed well, in fact, cracks appeared inside since they entered the United States. The history of the rise of Mexican gangs is generally full of blood. The winners win together, and the losers are abandoned in the wilderness. Gustave and Emilio had already overthrown Luton to take the throne, so Luton's money was their money in their eyes. Now Luton is using their money to save his life, which is like cutting their flesh for the two traitors. But fortunately, for the time being, they are also in danger, and Luton's self-rescue is equivalent to saving them. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is that you can set up a revenge clause. If you are killed, we will arrange for someone to kill the person who killed you. Your 100 million, 200 million, can be regarded as your revenge fund. Fuck Sloane. Luton exploded immediately after hearing this. For Luton, his survival is the most important thing. Who wants revenge? I want to live. Well, I hope we can cooperate next time. Sloane was obviously not interested in listening to the wailing of a loser, so he decisively hung up the phone. Fuck. Under the stimulation of fear, Luton's anger was completely uncontrollable. He smashed the satellite phone on the ground and kept kicking it until the phone was broken into pieces. Click. It was also at this time that the power was restored. In less than 30 minutes, the efficiency was really fast. You know, it was a substation. Although Kai did not blow up the entire substation, the degree of damage was not low. I didn't expect it to be repaired in half an hour. In the author's small broken place, it takes a day and a half to repair a broken wire. The efficiency cannot be compared. The United States still has some advantages. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Kenilworth Town is a rich community. If this happened in the South City of Chicago, the efficiency, think about it yourself. When the lights came on, everyone in the room immediately felt relieved. This is how people are. Darkness always makes people feel depressed and fearful, as if there is something terrifying hidden in the invisible place. The opposite is true for light. In fact, there is no difference in essence, but the psychological gap is very obvious. Who did you call just now? Luton crushed the phone and was still panting when he heard someone next to him asking him. Shut up. This is not something you can know. Luton thought it was his subordinates, so he instinctively scolded. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. His people were all Mexicans, so they all had a serious accent in English. But this voice had no accent at all. Others also felt it, so everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a man in a velvet suit sitting on the sofa where Luton had sat before. Others confirmed that there was no one around Luton just now. Swish. A group of people pulled out their guns in unison and pointed them at the mysterious man. Hi. Although it's a bit redundant, I still have to introduce myself out of courtesy. My name is Kai, and I'm the sheriff of GA Town. Just this morning, I just received a message that someone wants to kill me. Unfortunately, the person who wants to kill me is you. I know why you want to kill me. Isn't it because of that batch of laundry? But I must say that I didn't take that batch of drugs, and I was wronged. A group of people looked at Kai talking to himself as if they saw a ghost. The muscles on Luton's face twitched, and his heart was also in turmoil. This luck is really bad. I thought I was just dealing with a little guy with some ability, but I didn't expect to encounter such a pervert. But in order to save his life, Luton could only smile falsely. Since it's a misunderstanding, I think we can solve it peacefully. I can apologize and compensate for your losses. If possible, I am willing to give you part of my business. In Luton's view, if the other party can solve it with money, then he will make a profit. If you are willing to cooperate with him, then he will make a fortune. With such a tough partner, he felt that he could travel across the entire United States in the future. Kai smiled and did not answer his request, but asked about another matter. You just said on the phone that you are willing to pay $200 million to buy your life. Luton's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. $200 million. He was impulsive just now. In fact, if he really had to hand over $200 million, he would be heartbroken for a long time. Especially the person in front of him. It seems that he is not an uncommunicative person. If he can really talk, maybe it will cost less than $200 million. But the words have been spoken, and he can't change them. Life is important. Kai didn't care about his expression, and he didn't plan to let him go. He just thought that since this guy dared to call out $200 million in one breath, it means that he can definitely come up with $200 million in cash. In this case, don't waste the money. Kai picked up a napkin from the table, and then took out a pen and wrote a column of numbers. Transfer the money to this account. I think you should have a computer here. Luton was still hesitating, but the others couldn't stand it. They were not Luton and knew some things that ordinary people didn't know. In their opinion, the pretentious criminal in front of them was too arrogant. Under at least 30 gunpoints, he was still pretending, and now he was blackmailing them. $200 million. Why didn't this bastard rob them? Especially Gustav and the other two, they couldn't bear it anymore. Before, they were afraid that they would be killed, but now the enemy appeared in front of them and they were pointed at them with guns. What were they afraid of? So the two looked at each other and made a decision at the same time. Kill this grandson, and kill Luton by the way, and then push the crime to this killer. Everything is perfect. Kill him. Gustav and the other two did not hesitate. After knowing that the other party had the same idea as themselves, the two didn't care about Luton at all. They shot first, and the others also shot subconsciously. No, Luton was almost scared to death. He knew that some people in this world could not be dealt with by guns at all. At least he didn't dare to bet. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang 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 bang. The Mexicans fired all their bullets at the same time. But what made them extremely desperate was that just when the bullets were shot at that person, two blood-red shadows suddenly jumped out from the shadow behind him. After the shadows jumped out of the shadows, they immediately surrounded Kai in the middle like two big pythons. What's more interesting is that the lower half of the long red thing was still in the shadow. Countless bullets hit the two red objects, but did not cause any damage. Those bullets were like shooting into powerful jelly, making a series of muffled sounds and splashing countless blood-colored mucus. Although the bullets made many holes, those holes would heal quickly. This unprecedented scene immediately scared the Mexicans silly. But Kai pouted his lips. These fools had completely angered the hounds. The Tindalus hounds all have extremely high IQs. They came out to protect the people this time just to please their master Kai. Although Kai would feed them some experience points from time to time, the wild and unruly hounds preferred bloody living things to food rather than feed. Moreover, killing prey was also their favorite pre-meal exercise for the hounds. Without this exercise, it would be like having no salt in the dish. With the suppression of their master Kai, the hounds would not have been able to act according to their temperament. Although they would kill these people and eat their souls, at least they died more happily. But this series of shootings angered the two Tindalus hounds. Kai thought about it and felt that these drug dealers were not human beings at all. They all had a faint smell of blood on them, which was the smell of dead people, which meant that they had human lives in their hands. In this case, Kai naturally did not need to show them any mercy. So Kai decided to let the two hounds indulge themselves. Click, 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 click. With a horrifying sound of teeth grinding, the two hounds gradually loosened their encirclement and exposed their bodies to everyone. Clouds of black smoke began to spread from them, and the hounds' eyes, which had been tightly closed, all opened. Their greedy and cruel eyes stared at everyone present, and their wide-open mouths shed highly corrosive saliva. The sticky saliva with the stench of sulfur fell on the carpet, immediately creating dark pits, and bursts of pungent white smoke came out from the corroded places. Except this person, the others are up to you. With Kai's permission, the two Tindalus hounds rushed out instantly. Before the Mexicans could understand what they saw, they were forcibly dragged into hell. Screams, wails, begging for mercy, cursing, and prayers, accompanied by spraying blood plasma and splattered meat, turned this magnificent manor into hell. Demons have different preferences for human souls. For example, some demons like pure souls, while others prefer evil and corrupt souls. Some demons like the souls of artists who are full of inspiration. In short, their tastes are all kinds of strange. Many hellhounds, including the Tindalus hound, prefer souls full of violence, cruelty, madness and evil. Souls like killers are their favorites. The souls of these Mexicans are also their favorite taste. So the Tindalus hounds will enjoy their feast very much? Unfortunately, this is not so wonderful for those drug dealers. As mentioned earlier, the Tindalus hound is a very cruel hellhound. Their pre-meal exercises are very terrible. They rarely kill their prey directly. They are born to let their prey die slowly in despair and cruel torture. This slowly may take up to several days. Some excellent individuals may even last for several weeks. Looking at the scene like hell happening around him, Luton knelt down. He didn't even want to stay alive now, but just wanted to die a little faster. He witnessed with his own eyes what it meant to be worse than death. Come on, deposit the money into this account. Kai was like an elegant salesman, very politely pushing the tissue in front of Luton. Luton opened his laptop at the fastest speed in his life and quickly entered the account number. It turned out that it was the donation account of the International Children's Fund. Then the drug dealer looked at Kai with a look of a psychopath. Such a cruel person actually donated to the Children's Fund? What's the problem? Kai asked caringly. This is the Children's Fund. Luton was afraid that he had entered the wrong account number. If he really made a mistake, he was afraid that he would need several days to die. Well, this is a good deed for you to offset your sins. I hope you can be a good person in your next life. Kai knew very well that people don't have a next life, but based on the habits of the previous life, he still said so. Anyway, Kai is not short of money, and there is no point in giving him this money. It is better to do some good deeds. Luton didn't know if he was stimulated by Kai's remarks. His hand slipped and donated all the money in his secret account. There was not only his money, but also his partner's money, and even part of it was the deposits that some dealers had placed with him. Luton had cheated quite a few people this time. Seeing the hundreds of millions of dollars in the transfer records, Kai was very satisfied. These were all ill-gotten gains, and it would be best to donate them. Soon, a call came from the Swiss bank. For such a large amount of funds to be transferred, the bank would of course have to confirm with the person himself. Luton quickly dismissed the bank's inquiries, and soon, the transfer was successful. Then Kai took out a black dagger. "Congratulations, you have a chance to die painlessly." Luton pulled the corner of his mouth, as if to express his honor. Then Kai's dagger went around Luton's back of the head, and with a slight sound of swish, the dagger pierced into his brain without any hindrance. Luton died without any pain. "Okay, that's enough, let's go." Looking at the hounds that were still raging, Kai frowned. He didn't like this kind of scene. He didn't hesitate to use violence, nor did he mind killing people, as long as they were people who deserved to die. But like the hounds, it was really a bit too much. The two hounds were a little sad. After all, the foreplay had just begun. But the master's order was absolute. They could only suppress their impulse and generously grant death to those unfortunate people. Kai left and took the surveillance video with him. Only a mess was left. The dead bodies and pieces of meat all over the floor, especially the pieces of bodies with relief on their faces in the house, made people shudder. After that, what happened in this house dominated the front pages of major media in Chicago and even the United States. The police were even more criticized, and they couldn't find even a little useful information. Who is the murderer? Why did they find these Mexicans? How did the murderer commit the crime? What are the characteristics of the murderer? Nothing. Kai cleaned up very well. As an old criminal policeman, he is professional in cleaning up the scene. But he forgot one thing, that is, to ask Luton to cancel the assassination. Kai really didn't expect it. He just simply thought that if Luton was killed, the commission or order to assassinate him would naturally end. But he miscalculated this time. Chapter 315 Political Games and Hannibal. The next morning, when Kai slept and came out of the police station office, Minnesota, no, the whole United States was shocked. Breaking news came one after another. First, Windham, Minnesota, a small city that few people in the United States care about, broke out a huge scandal. The chief of the local police station in Windham City stole the seized accounts, a batch of 227 kilograms of drugs. According to the news revealed by the media, it was a sheriff of the police station who accidentally found clues when investigating the loss of evidence. He found that his immediate superior, the chief of police in Windham City, had been stealing various stolen goods from the evidence room for a long time, and then sold them, making at least more than $30 million in profit. A policeman in a small city actually embezzled more than $30 million. This case is a big case even in the United States. What's more, this case is also suspected of a batch of 227 kilograms of drugs that had just been seized. This sudden news directly shocked the Minnesota government. This scandal has broken through the United States and spread to the whole world. The governor of Minnesota issued a statement overnight that the scandal will be severely dealt with and all relevant persons will be held accountable to the end. Even the state legislature has begun to question the deputy governor who is responsible for the state's police affairs. Maybe the deputy governor will have to bow and step down. But the climax is not over yet. Shortly after the governor issued a statement, according to the latest news from the police, there is evidence that the Indian chief of Minnesota is related to the case, because the news of the entry of the batch of drugs was given by the Indian chief to the chief of the Windham City Police Department. According to the former chief of the Windham City Police Department, Akero, the batch of drugs is now in a secret location in the Indian reservation. Then it was even more exciting. At about 12 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, the state police rushed into the Indian reservation on horseback. Then Indian Chief Thomas and his Indian warriors also rode horses and held guns to deal with the state police. The state police have mounted police. This immediately exploded public opinion. These days, racial issues have become politically correct, and the issue of Indians is actually more sensitive in the United States than blacks. There is no way, blacks are just slaves, but Indians. Americans almost killed the Indians, and the skinning order was rated as the most evil law in the United States. Therefore, the United States has always given great preferential treatment to Indians. For example, the Indian reservation system. This system was not a good system at the beginning, but it was later modified to become a system to protect Indians. For example, Indians can open casinos regardless of regulations. For example, any property entering the Indian reservation belongs to the Indians, etc. A series of extremely preferential laws. Now the state police actually rushed into the Indian reservation with live ammunition, which immediately caused a huge public opinion storm. A group of leftists began to criticize Minnesota frantically, believing that they were New Age racists and were almost on par with Hitler. But on the other hand, there were also a group of people who chose to support what the Minnesota government did. This group of people are really not racists, on the contrary, they support the law. Indian reservations do have a lot of autonomy, but that also belongs to the sovereignty of the United States. American laws also apply there. Even if it is a country within a country, it must follow basic laws, right? Moreover, if the state government just sits back and does nothing when it comes to such a big case, all 275 Indian reservations in the United States will become lawless places. Only then will the Indians be discriminated against by the entire American society. Both sides' views seem to be extremely correct, but no one can convince the other, so there is a chaotic fight. But do you think this is really two gangs spraying each other boldly? Of course not, there is a profound interest relationship behind this. These two gangs represent two major interest groups, and many people in the United States have long been dissatisfied with the preferential treatment of Indians. At the forefront are the Dutton family and Chief Thomas. That's right, the reason why O'Carroll was arrested and prosecuted so quickly, and even spread throughout North America overnight, was it really because of a sheriff's revelation? Don't be funny. It was the Dutton family that was pushing it behind this. That night, after learning what happened, Kai knew that the fastest way to prove his innocence was not to find drugs. The clues at the scene were checked by the Windham City Police and the Drug Enforcement Administration, but nothing was found. Kai felt that he would not gain anything if he took action. So he thought of another way, which was to find the Dutton family directly. O'Carroll betrayed the Dutton family and got involved with Thomas, and he also had a crucial autopsy report in his hand. The autopsy report after an Indian was killed. According to O'Carroll's guess, the Indian was killed by Case Dutton, the youngest son of the Dutton family and the favorite son of the old Dutton. This involved a previous fight between Thomas and the old Dutton. Thomas wanted to take back the Indian land from the old Dutton, so he sent people to destroy the fence of the old Dutton and let the old Dutton's cattle walk into the Indian land. According to the law, the property on the Indian land belongs to the Indian. Thomas wanted to use the cattle to coerce the old Dutton. At first, Thomas did not want to completely break up with the Dutton family. He was even willing to exchange interests and join forces with the Dutton family to make money together. But the problem is that the Dutton family is too stubborn. They can only buy land and will never sell it. So the old Dutton didn't plan to talk to Thomas at all. Since the Indians didn't give it, they secretly took it back. So the eldest son of the Dutton family, Lee Dutton, took people to take back the cattle overnight. Unfortunately, the Indians were not good people, so a fight broke out at night. Lee Dutton was killed, and an Indian was also killed. Now Thomas and the old Dutton were completely torn apart. But according to the autopsy report, the Indian was not killed by Lee Dutton's counterattack. The bullet holes on the Indian were very special. 5 bullet holes formed a circle on the left chest, and then the forehead was shot in the head, a typical battlefield killing method. It just so happened that Lee Dutton's younger brother, Keith Dutton, retired from the Navy SEALs and won the Medal of Honor. And what's more coincidental is that Keith Dutton lives in the Indian reservation and he married an Indian woman. The bullet in the Indian's body was not the bullet in Lee Dutton's gun. It is very easy to accuse Keith Dutton. Just take his gun and do a bullet mark identification. With the death of Lee Dutton, Keith Dutton became the most suitable heir to the Dutton family. So in order to protect Keith, the old Dutton directly cremated the bodies of the Indians and Lee. It was considered to be destroying the bodies and destroying the evidence. Even the coroner was manipulated by the old Dutton and lost his job. The only thing that can be called evidence is this autopsy report that should have been destroyed. As long as Thomas gets the autopsy report, he can overturn the Dutton family in one fell swoop from the charges of racial discrimination and interference in the judiciary. American politics has its own rules of the game. Some things can be done but not said, and the above two things can be done but not said. In fact, in the real elite circle, a lot of people are doing the above two things, but once they are exposed, it will be a big deal. So when Keith came to the Dutton manor with a report, the old Dutton almost got a brain congestion. So there was O'Carroll's experience. O'Carroll's status and position were not enough to make old Dutton make such a big move. Old Dutton's real target was Thomas. He wanted Thomas to shoot himself in the foot. So public opinion suddenly became a big deal. Although Thomas was still a little tender compared to old Dutton, he also had an advantage, that is, he was an Indian. So even if he was at a disadvantage, he launched a public opinion counterattack. But as it stands now, Thomas is indeed at a disadvantage. In particular, he led people to prevent the state police from entering the reservation to collect evidence. Not only did it make the state government lose face, but it almost confirmed that there was something wrong with it. Although the law requires evidence, people's hearts do not need it. Everyone can make a free judgment. The most innocent among them is the state government. They really did nothing, and even the state police raid on the reservation was not done by them. It was done by old Dutton. Although he is not a good person, it can even be said that he has violated the U.S. Constitution and criminal law to make the Dutton family develop to this day. But it is really difficult for him to collect 227 kilograms of drugs in one night. So he simply bluffed and let Thomas make the mistake himself, and put the blame firmly on Thomas. If Thomas had let the state police enter the reservation at that time, old Dutton would have been in trouble. From this, we can see that old Dutton is really ruthless. Kai was naturally happy to watch the show. No matter whether it was Akero or Thomas, or even the Dutton family, they were not good people. He was happy to see these people fighting each other. Other people in the police station who didn't have to patrol also sat in front of the TV to watch the show. Although they were also police officers, their impression of the police in Windham City. Anyway, they were happy to see the police in Windham City get into trouble. In the afternoon, the major TV stations here were still arguing about the Minnesota incident, and on the other side of Chicago, even more shocking news broke. The police over there finally discovered the tragedy of the Luton family. A manor. A full 70 people, and only a group of young ladies were left. The young ladies were frightened by the noise outside and did not dare to leave the room all night. When they walked out of the room trembling the next morning, 5 of them fainted on the spot, and the other young ladies were frightened to the point of urinating. When the police arrived, it was already past 10 o'clock. The first police officer to arrive was frightened to vomit by the tragic scene. It is said that 2 other police officers had psychological problems because of the huge impact of the scene. Chicago is not a rural place like Minnesota. It is an international metropolis. Both the media's sense of smell and the spread rate are several levels. Less than 3 minutes after the police arrived at the scene, the desperate reporter followed. The first police officer to arrive was shocked, so he made a mistake and let the reporter enter the scene of the crime. So, in short, in the afternoon, the whole United States was shocked by the scenes taken by the reporters. Outside the manor house, all the gangster bodyguards with guns were killed by one shot, without exception. Although this can scare those professionals, it is still less impactful for normal people. But the scene inside the house. Fortunately, the TV station has a large code. But just listening to the host's introduction is creepy. 2 hosts even vomited during the live broadcast. They were watching unprocessed photos. Now the little thing in Minnesota is nothing, the focus has shifted. At dinner time, some details were revealed. I have to say that big cities are big cities. The reporters there are really good at investigating. They not only learned the details of the Luton family, but also interviewed the surviving young lady. A drug trafficking group from Mexico has been developing rapidly in Chicago recently. It is related to about 15 murders and disappearances, and there are also many violent cases. At the same time, there are more than a dozen gun cases. In short, the Chicago police were almost collectively scolded for being autistic that day. By the way, there was a riot in Chicago that night. It was still in the South City. The blacks in this place like to make trouble very much. There was even a world where 30,000 gangs held a collective party. This time, the blacks' reasons were very strange. They protested that the police did not protect their safety. This is discrimination. Nima. A group of gangs felt that the police did not protect their lives. This kind of thing can only happen in this magical country. Although it was a protest, the scene changed as soon as the march started. Countless black hooligans went to smash and loot stores. Robbery, assault, and shootings in the city increased by 70%. Let's get back to the topic of homicide. According to the police's initial inference, this was a premeditated gang vendetta. There was no useful information left at the scene of the murderer, no fingerprints, no footprints, no DNA residue, and even the surveillance cameras were destroyed. The entire monitoring room was completely destroyed. They didn't even know how many murderers there were. The police only learned that the murderer used a weapon less than 50 centimeters to kill people at the beginning. The murderer had an extraordinary understanding of the human body. Each blow was immediately fatal, and the victims would not feel any pain. Nor would they have any time to save themselves. Outside the house, all the victims showed no signs of resistance. And inside the house, the police couldn't even guess what weapon the murderer used to kill those people. The police could only guess that the murderer used something like a chainsaw to make the scene look like that. What is even more horrifying is that the internal organs and many body tissues of the victims in the house have disappeared. In some places, the police even found some residual human tissues similar to those after chewing, killing, abusing corpses, eating people. There is no doubt that this is one or a group of extremely cruel and perverted murderers. Then several young ladies appeared on TV, and they trembled in front of the camera. According to their confessions, they have all seen the murderer. According to their description, the murderer is about 1.92 meters tall, wearing an extremely sophisticated suit, speaking politely, without an accent, but with a low and very magnetic voice, and does not give people a sense of viciousness or perversion. And he is a handsome guy. But when the reporters and the police asked them to give a portrait of the murderer, there was a problem. Almost everyone gave a different answer. If it weren't for the fact that their confessions were consistent before, the police and reporters would suspect that this group of young ladies were really riding on the popularity and giving false testimony. But all the young ladies admitted that they really couldn't remember the specific appearance of the murderer. The police suspected that they had suffered too much and had psychological problems, and they urgently found a psychologist in the hope of getting help. But whether it was hypnosis or conversation, the answers obtained by the psychological experts were surprisingly consistent. These girls did not lie, they did have contact with a murderer. At the same time, they also had some mild cognitive impairments. This is why the girls can't remember the appearance of the murderer. But the cause of cognitive impairment is a mystery. After psychological counseling, they found that these girls were indeed frightened, but these frights were not directly given to them by the murderer. Several psychological experts even speculated that the murderer had hypnotized them. But the problem is, they don't know how to solve these hypnotic suggestions, they can only try a little bit. Several psychologists even think that this is a topic worth studying, so some psychologists began to organize people to study those young ladies. But this is useless to the police. What they want is clues. What the young ladies said before was not a clue at all. The police knew that the murderer was temporarily male, about 1.92 meters tall, well-dressed, elegant in speech, suspected of having received higher education, suspected of having a deep study of psychology, selective in his targets, as can be seen from the fact that he never hurt those young ladies. The murder weapon was a melee cold weapon, proficient in fighting and assassination, calm to the point of being daring, psychologically twisted, cannibalistic, and arrogant. Although it seems that there are many descriptions, the problem is that there is no use. No evidence, no witnesses, the young ladies have no evidence, no motive, unknown modus operandi, etc. The police are very frustrated, but the media is going to climax. There is no way. The dead are all drug dealers, and many of them are illegal immigrants and wanted criminals. To be honest, except for those saintly white leftists, other people will secretly applaud in their hearts even if they don't say it. In addition to the above information, the media immediately made a far-fetched connection and gave the murderer a nickname: Hannibal. This nickname quickly spread throughout the United States, and even made Anthony Hopkins popular again. Well, Mr. Hopkins has always been well known, but it can't be considered a resurgence. But because the characteristics of the murderer are very consistent with Dr. Hannibal in his masterpiece, The Silence of the Lambs, Mr. Hopkins' popularity has soared. The old man chose to remain silent about this. This thing is really not a good thing. But the media doesn't care about this. They are now madly manipulating the real version of Hannibal, and even making up remarks that this murderer appeared under the influence of the movie. The old man had to ask his agent to issue a statement condemning the cruelty of the murderer, trusting the police, and even donating to the Chicago police, etc. But the old man didn't lose anything. Recently, the Hannibal series of films has been very popular, and the sales of videotapes have been boosted. This dividend is also a considerable income. At the same time, Netflix and HBO, which are heavy taste lovers, announced at the fastest speed that they plan to launch the Hannibal series of American TV series. For this reason, several TV stations began to compete for the adaptation rights of Hannibal. Hollywood film companies have also made similar plans. All in all, it was very magical. Except for the unlucky guy who died, everyone else started to party. Kai was a little depressed. Although he had selfish motives, he was also trying to get rid of harm for the people, but in the end he turned out to be a pervert. And Hannibal. This is nonsense. That disgusting scene was not done by him. But he couldn't tell others this. Did they see that Sagi and the others looked at him a little strangely? Anyway, Kai had made up his mind and insisted that it was not him. He had a perfect alibi. But there was one person who knew that Kai might be able to do it. That was Fatty Russell. No one knew about Kai's ability to clone himself, except Fatty. Kai had used this ability to save him and Sammy and sent them to the hospital. Listen, Fatty, you are not allowed to tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I will beat you until you lose your memory. Let your IQ stay at the level of a 3-year-old forever. Kai's hair stood up when he saw Fatty find his office. This Fatty was too lively and always had some strange ideas, so Kai could only threaten him viciously. Of course, this was useless. Fatty knew that Kai would not hurt him. Okay, but I have a condition. Sure enough. Kai knew this was the case. Say it, Kai said almost through gritted teeth. Tell me what human flesh tastes like? Is it delicious? Get lost. Chapter 316 Suspicion and Discrimination. Although the little fat boy looks stupid, he is actually smarter than anyone else. His life experience has taught him to be smart. For a child of illegal immigrants, it is impossible to survive on the dangerous streets without some tricks. So in order to get rid of this overly jumpy kid, Kai can only reveal some secrets to him, the Tenderless Hounds. When the 2 hounds emerged from Kai's shadow, the little fat boy almost fainted. It was not because of fear, but excitement. This kid is not interested in learning at all, but he knows everything about playing. He has been addicted to Lovecraft novels in Cthulhu game group, at a young age. If Kai hadn't stopped him, the little fat boy would have almost touched the 2 hounds. Although Kai has subdued this thing, it is hard to change its vicious nature. If it bites the little fat boy, Kai will really have no place to cry. After repeatedly telling the little fat boy that this is a secret and no one is allowed to tell it, the little fat boy left the police station with a satisfied look on his face and went to school by himself. Before he left, he said that he had an inspiration and was going to write a new game script. As soon as the fat man left, the DIA and the FBI teamed up to find Kai. No way, you're still here? Isn't the truth out? Seeing a group of people running to his office, Kai instinctively felt unhappy. Anyway, Kai didn't believe that these people came to apologize to him. Don't underestimate the bureaucratic atmosphere of these foreigners. In fact, as long as any system develops, the bureaucratic atmosphere will naturally emerge. There is no such thing as an advanced system abroad. No matter what system it is, it needs people to implement it. Similarly, human nature is common. People all over the world are the same, and no one is nobler than anyone else. If Kai was a big shot, the FBI and the DIA might really use this kind of battle to apologize, but with Kai's current status, it's almost like a dream. Don't say that Kai can fight. In the eyes of those big organizations, he can't plan anything. A small person is a small person. But having said that, the few people from the DIA were still a little embarrassed. After all, they did keep an eye on Kai for a day and a night. To be honest, when the truth came out, they were also stunned. They never thought that the police chief would be so wild. Of course, this was only the truth they knew, and they had doubts. But is it useful to doubt? This matter has exceeded the ordinary criminal case. Now, let alone the DIA, even the FBI is trying to avoid being dragged into the water. Originally, the FBI and the DIA could intervene in this case. But those politicians are so cunning, how could they get involved in such a deadly matter without any benefit? Racial issues have always been minefields, and if they are not careful, they will get covered in shit. So even if the FBI and the DIA have doubts about a police chief making such a big case, under the pressure from above, even if they know there is a problem, they keep silent. Now, the real truth is no longer important. Even Chief Thomas, who is accused of shit, doesn't care much about a batch of drugs. Because the truth is never important, at least for people like them. Ahem. We are not here for this case this time, but for another case. The FBI people were quite polite. Seeing Kai's dissatisfaction, they lowered their posture quickly. Anyway, it was not them who offended Kai, but the people from the DIA. Moreover, Kai was just a figurehead in the FBI. Many FBI executives knew that if this great man had not stepped in to solve the last Chicago case, the FBI and the DA might have overturned in Chicago. So they did not feel any pressure at all for such unrealistic words. Another case, Kai pretended to be stupid. Chicago Massacre, the FBI people said seriously. The commotion Kai made this time has been officially named the Chicago Massacre. In fact, there was a massacre in the history of Chicago. It refers to a fierce fight between gangs that trafficked in illegal liquor during the Prohibition era in Chicago on February 14, 1929. At that time, Al Capone's gang in Chicago, composed of Italian Americans, dressed up as policemen, forced 7 members of the gang led by Bug Moran, composed of Irish Americans and German Americans, to line up against the wall in the garage, and shot them without mercy. This case is called the Chicago Massacre or the Valentine's Day Massacre. This case is very famous and has been played in many Hollywood movies. But now, the case in Luton Manor has completely replaced the above case, because compared with a case that happened in 1929, the number of deaths, the tragic scene, and even the influence of this case are completely better than the Valentine's Day Massacre. So now the Chicago Massacre has specifically referred to the Luton Manor Massacre. Oh, I just saw this on TV, what's wrong? You don't think I did it? Kai pretended to be very surprised. Ahem, I know you have a very strong alibi, the FBI really didn't come here specifically for this. In fact, this case was too big, so big that the Chicago police couldn't handle it at all, and even the Chicago government didn't trust the Chicago police. The reason is simple. Such a big thing happened in Luton Manor, but the police didn't notice it until the next day, and it was because someone called the police. What's more, according to the police records, Luton Manor called the police before the tragedy happened. This is very fatal. Now the public opinion believes that the Chicago police were involved in this incident. Although it is just speculation, it also makes the mayor of Chicago and the Chicago police chief embarrassed. The Chicago police are directly commanded by the mayor. So of course, this case was transferred to the FBI, and the FBI had no choice but to do it. This kind of big case is a sweet potato for any law enforcement agency. If you can't solve the case, you will be scolded, but you can cheat the budget. If you accidentally solve it, you will make a fortune and be prepared to go down in history. So the FBI attaches great importance to this case. To what extent? Anyone who has the slightest connection with this case needs to be investigated. Unfortunately, Kai happened to be somewhat involved in this case. The previous major drug seizure case was handled by Kai and his men, and the Windham City Police only had a poor shooting. Later, the Windham Police chief framed Kai, saying that Kai took the drugs, which led to the Luton family sending people to threaten Kai. Of course, if you insist, Kai is not without suspicion, even if he has a perfect alibi. Don't forget Kai's identity and background. Until now, the FBI has not been able to obtain Kai's real information from the military, which means that Kai has been carrying out secret missions in the military. And it also means that Kai once had a very high position in the military. Such a person, even if he does not do it himself, can completely seek help from the military, or a relationship with his former comrades. Although this speculation is very unreliable, after all, no matter how good the military is, it is impossible to create such a horrific tragedy. But since there's this possibility, the FBI must follow up. What if? If it is really Kai who is doing something through the military, then the FBI will make a lot of money. It is not that the FBI wants to overthrow the military with this case, because that is impossible. The military and the government will only work together to cover up this scandal. If the truth of the matter is really like this, the FBI will only use this handle to trade with the military. Politics is very dark. What justice and righteousness are all dreams in the face of interests. Of course, this kind of thing is unlikely to happen. The military has eaten too much and does such a thing. Even the FBI does not believe that Kai will do such a thing. Because according to the analysis of the FBI's psychological profiler, Kai's personality is not that kind of perverted. But the process that should be followed still needs to be followed. Kai also expressed his understanding of this, because the FBI is different from the previous few DIA agents. Others will speak and confess in advance that this inquiry is a process that must be done, and others are low profile from the beginning. About last night, where were you from 10 to 12? The police station. There are surveillance cameras. I went out to buy a midnight snack. What time exactly? I didn't notice, but it was probably around 11. Kai's testimony was fine. Who would pay attention to their own time? What happened after that? After the midnight snack, I went back to the office. I talked to a few colleagues until around 12 o'clock. After eating, I went to sleep in the office. I didn't leave the office during this period. The colleagues on duty and the surveillance cameras should be able to prove it. Well, can you tell me why you didn't go home? There's nothing wrong with that. Did someone send me a threatening package before? I caught that person, and then I learned that the Luton family sent assassins to deal with me, so I thought it would be better to be in the police station. It's safer this way. Ahem. Antonio, the Mexican agent of the DEA, actually spoke. Logically, this case has nothing to do with the DEA case, but the DEA always thinks that this case is related to the 227 kilograms of drugs, so it requires a joint investigation with the FBI. Of course, the FBI was too lazy to bother with the DEA, but the Luton family was indeed a drug lord, so after the two sides argued, they exchanged information. Joint investigation and merging of cases were impossible. But that was also the reason why DEA agents came with the FBI. Can I say something? Kai raised his eyebrows. He had a bad impression of this Mexican. Although he was also a policeman and knew that keeping a skeptical mind was good for handling cases, he still felt a little uncomfortable when such a thing happened to him. Especially yesterday, Kai didn't know anything, but this guy regarded himself as the first suspect. Then tell me, can I still throw you out? The subtext was, don't talk nonsense, or I'll throw you out. The words were very unpleasant. But Antonio also knew that he had offended others, so he didn't react too strongly. According to the information I just got, you are proficient in fighting firearms and have rich command experience. Although I don't have your past resume, I think you should not be afraid of a group of gangsters, right? Although the FBI does not have the information about Kai after he joined the army, the ability Kai showed in Chicago before was so strong that he had no friends. That's why Antonio said that Kai would not be afraid of those gangsters. So, why do you have to stay in the police station? What are you hiding? Kai heard this. Even if he was not dissatisfied, he had to pretend to be dissatisfied. This matter was indeed done by him, and this Mexican agent suspected him, so Kai naturally would not be dissatisfied. But he wanted to show that he had nothing to do with this matter, so he had to show dissatisfaction, and coupled with the previous things, he really didn't need to be polite to this guy. Meatball, Kai shouted at the top of his voice. Meatball, who was too sturdy, pushed open the office door with a simple and honest face. Boss, throw this Mexican monkey out. Americans don't have a good impression of Mexicans. Some people would use amigo to refer to Mexicans. This word means Spanish people who are friendly to Americans, but in a specific context, it is a discriminatory name. In those states where discrimination is serious, Mexicans are even directly called monkeys, so Kai is already suspected. No, it's not suspected, it's racial discrimination. Antonio's face immediately turned black, which is why he doesn't like Minnesota. This is a traditional state with an absolute majority of white people. Many older white people still call black people niggers. Naturally, they can't say anything good about him, a Mexican. When he walks around in Minnesota, he is pointed at by white people wherever he goes. He is even inexplicably checked by the police, and the tone is very harsh. He believes that if he were not a DEA agent, he might be arrested by the police for no reason. In fact, even South Pacific people like Sage are discriminated against in other places in Minnesota. So Saji seldom says that he is from Minnesota. He only says that his hometown is in the town of Gardner, Minnesota. By the way, speaking of this, there is another interesting thing. Saji is obviously not black, but because society treats black people very well, sometimes this guy will be cunning and say that he is black. To be honest, Saji should be considered a yellow person. He is a Samoan, and Samoans belong to Polynesians. This kind of race is a general term for South Pacific races such as Maori and Inca. According to genetic research, 96% of Polynesian mtDNA and 1/3 of Y chromosomes are derived from East Asia. To be more precise, it is a race that differentiated from Eastern China, and the differentiation time is also very short, only less than 8,000 years. It's just because of the island climate that their skin has become darker. Back to the point, Kai's discrimination made Antonio completely explode. He's from Illinois, with a developed economy, so he cares more about racial discrimination. Although American society seems to take racial discrimination very seriously, but in fact, that's it. Except that you can't make a fuss about it in the media. Basically this kind of thing happens all the time among the people, and this is Minnesota. To put it bluntly, it's a big rural area, conservative and xenophobic. So before Antonio could get angry and draw his gun, Meatball grabbed the guy who was less than 1.72 meters tall, covered his mouth, lifted him up, and walked out. Antonio's companion Colin Bates immediately stood up to stop him, but Portman also came over on the other side, and a dagger was pressed against Bates' Adam's apple. "Calm down, kid. Don't let this place get bloody, Sheriff Kai. I think you should calm down. What you are doing is a crime. I will report this matter," and then, Bates saw his colleague being dragged out struggling, and he was in a bad mood. "Isn't this too barbaric? Then? Humph, you can sue me as you like. But I can tell you, nothing will happen then. I've had enough of this idiot. He has been presupposing me since he showed up, as if I was a criminal suspect. I want to ask, what evidence does he have to prove that I am involved in these cases? Just because I have a little connection with these two cases, this is a reasonable suspicion." Bates also knew why his companion did this. It was because Antonio was very uncomfortable with the atmosphere in Minnesota during this period of time. He was stared at with tinted eyes wherever he went, which would make anyone unhappy. Fuck, reasonable suspicion. I am a suspect just because I stayed in the police station for one night? Do I have to follow his wishes and walk around the streets and let people shoot me? Then let those killers have the opportunity to harm the residents of the town, which is fucking reasonable. This is a misunderstanding. Fuck, it's a misunderstanding. Even if you don't report it, I will complain to you bastards. Let's see who will be unlucky then. Don't forget that this is Minnesota. Preset positions are not a big sin, but Antonio's preset positions are a bit too much. He is completely forcing Kai to be a suspect. This is a bit of retaliation. Kai is really not afraid of the idea talking about racial discrimination. As I said, this is Minnesota. 90% of the politicians here are white. Racial discrimination? Haha, that's because these two people have never seen what real discrimination is. Black people in Minnesota are concentrated in big cities, and other places. Black people are not willing to settle down at all. Moreover, Kai is an elected official. As long as the people of GA Town still trust him, even if he steps down tomorrow, he can be re-elected the day after tomorrow. For example, Trump is criticized by people every day, but others are very stable. Why? Their approval rating is high. Besides, he is a small-town policeman. Even if he is exposed for racial discrimination, so what? Who the hell would care? The media might as well report the Chicago massacre. Soon, Brother Bates was also driven out by Portman. Kai is just a small-town thug, but thugs also have their advantages. Although the DA is very arrogant, it really can't do anything about this small-town thug. Because it is really out of reach, the DA will never have a chance to control him, even if it develops for another 800 years. The FBI looked at Kai's rage and looked embarrassed. But their attitude was very interesting. They were just embarrassed, but they didn't dissuade or warn. They just sat in the chair very subtly and watched Kai drive the two DA agents out. The Minnesota DA agents who came with him did not intervene, although they were also from the DA. The problem was that Antonio always wanted to make big news about Kai, which was not good for the DA. The DA had been in a bad state recently. If this guy really made big news, it would be even worse. They also couldn't understand why Antonio had to fight with Kai. The truth was out, but he still wanted to hold Kai accountable. This made them, who were also from Minnesota, extremely dissatisfied. So they also sat still. Kai sat down angrily, picked up the phone and said to Susan on the other end, "Tell the brothers below to keep an eye on those two bastards. Even if they throw a cigarette butt, bring them in." A grassroots law enforcement agency has many ways to make things difficult for someone. For example, for small matters such as spitting and throwing cigarette butts, the police station also has the right to educate, and this education is also divided into light and heavy in the regulations. Generally speaking, the police will only say a few words or simply pretend not to see it. But if the police are serious, they can also take you to the police station for education, put you in a temporary detention room for a few hours, or impose community labor as a fine. Of course, the more severe ones are speeding. The amount of speeding tickets ranges widely, and is different in each place. In some places, the top ticket is $2,000, plus a charge of dangerous driving. The specific operation depends on how the law enforcement police do it. The police in small places don't have law enforcement cameras. So in foreign countries, be polite to those small policemen. If these guys really want to cheat, they will definitely cheat you to death. So several FBI agents and DEA agents who came to understand the situation shuddered. It was too cruel. They were going to kill Antonio. Chapter 317 Invitation and Sniping. The FBI and Kai had a good relationship, so the FBI came here just to go through the procedures. They didn't believe that the Chicago massacre had anything to do with Kai. So after a few words, they said goodbye. Just as Kai sent several agents out, a Porsche 911 stopped at the door of the police station. Several agents looked at the Porsche in surprise. This kind of sports car is rarely seen in rural America. Compared with this kind of low-chassis car, ordinary Americans still prefer muscle cars with high horsepower. Especially pickup trucks, which have large space and high horsepower. They can not only be used at home, but also as trucks. Before the agents finished being surprised, a fashionable woman walked out of the Porsche. The woman had blonde hair, a pair of big Gucci sunglasses, a light yellow women's suit and a one-step skirt. She was wearing a fur coat and leather gloves on her hands. She looked like a local tycoon. Generally speaking, this kind of dress is a bit old-fashioned in the eyes of Americans who like to be casual, but this woman's aura can perfectly support her clothes, making her look not tacky at all, but rather a bit arrogant and noble. The woman took off her sunglasses and glanced at several agents. Then she walked up to Kai as if no one was around and stretched out her hand. Beth Dutton, looking at the woman who didn't take off her gloves, Kai frowned. This woman was too rude. So Kai ignored her outstretched hand and said directly, "Ms. Dutton, is there anything I can do for you? If you want to call the police, I can arrange for someone to take your statement." Several FBI agents looked at each other and felt that Kai was really too tough. You know, when dealing with rich people, whether it is the FBI or any other department, you need to be careful and careful. There is no way, it's a money society. Even the government needs to give in front of money. There is no way, in this magical country, suing the government is what many people like to do most. Especially those lawyers. The two things lawyers love most are money, and the lawyer fees in the United States are very expensive. So those lawyers like to make trouble very much. The bigger the matter, the higher the lawyer fees they get. The second is fame. Many lawyers like to sue the disadvantaged groups very much, and they don't even need money. There are many such examples, such as some cases against big companies. I forgot which state it was. A large chemical group in the United States polluted the environment in the local area and was sued by local residents. At that time, a group of lawyers jumped out to help the poor residents fight the lawsuit. Do you really think those lawyers are really for justice? Although it is undeniable that there are such people, there are very few of them. Don't look at what those lawyers say for free, but in fact, what they really want is fame. Do you know why those who study law like to intern in those big law firms? Because those firms are famous. For the profession of lawyers, fame and income have always been proportional. With fame, you can develop better connections, and connections are also very important in the legal community. The 9 federal justices of the United States Supreme Court are the interpreters and defenders of the United States Constitution. They have great power. The key is that these 9 justices are lifelong. Once they take office, no one can remove them except for death or resignation. This position is awesome, right? But such a position is actually inherited. If you look at the resumes of all federal judges, you will find that their mentors were once judges. This shows how important connections are in the legal world. So in many cases, lawyers regard fame as more important than money. And for fame, those lawyers dare to sue the FBI, not to mention the President of the United States. If the FBI provokes a rich man, if there is no real evidence, just wait for the defendant to be humiliated. For example, the famous Simpson murder case. This case is considered to be conclusive evidence in any country, but when it came to the hands of those big lawyers, they directly made it not guilty. You can imagine how awesome those lawyers are. The lawyers are awesome, and the rich who can hire awesome lawyers are naturally even more awesome. I'm getting off topic. In short, Kai was too tough in dealing with such an obviously rich man. The FBI agents were a little worried about him. But no one expected that the woman looked at Kai playfully, then smiled, took off her gloves, and extended her hand again. Although Kai had received more than 30 years of socialist education, he had also received more than 20 years of chivalry education, and some things inevitably influenced him. For example, the virtue of chivalry. Kai would subconsciously maintain his demeanor for women who were not his enemies. Although the woman was very rude before, now that others have changed, if he continued to be polite, it would be a bit petty, which was not only not allowed by the virtue of chivalry, but even the traditional education, male chauvinism, that Kai received could not tolerate himself being stingy with a woman. After shaking hands, Kai asked again, "Okay, Mom. I don't think you came here just to see me," and it's as simple as shaking hands. Hearing her last name, Kai could guess that it must be related to his previous report to the Dutton family. But Kai didn't think that the Dutton family still needed to find him. "My father has always taught us that the Dutton family never owes anyone a favor." Kai shook his head. Kai had investigated the Dutton family. In general, this family is not that evil. Although it is inevitable that they will do some dirty things in secret, this family has been leading the Minnesota Agricultural and Livestock Association, and has made a lot of contributions to the agriculture and animal husbandry of Minnesota. They have fought for the interests of many farmers, and many farmers are still quite grateful to this family. Otherwise, this family would not have controlled the association for decades. So although Kai has a general impression of this family, he does not have any bad feelings. "No need, we are just exchanging, and my goal has been achieved. So there is no human relationship. I found your father and didn't want to get anything from him." This is Kai's true thought. The reason why he went to the Dutton family is just for this quick effect. His goal is to get rid of suspicion and then fight back against Akero, the bastard. From the current situation, his goal has been achieved beyond a level. Akero will have to spend his whole life in prison. Unexpectedly, after hearing Kai's answer, the woman's eyes became brighter. As the most aggressive person of the Dutton family, Beth Dutton is extremely vigilant against anyone who rashly approaches her family. The real world is very cruel. Even the Dutton family must be vigilant at all times to prevent being divided by the jackwalls around them. As of now, there are three forces eyeing the Dutton family's land. One is the state government. The Dutton family owns so much land that it has affected the development of some cities, which is a headache for the state government. Since the last governor, the state government has been committed to dividing the Dutton family's land. Even during the term of the last governor, the Dutton family was sued. A town wanted to develop, but the surrounding land was all owned by the Dutton family, so the town sued the Dutton family and wanted the Dutton family to transfer a 4,700-acre piece of land. Of course, this nonsensical prosecution is naturally useless. That is private land, and private property is sacred and inviolable. As long as the Dutton family can pay the property tax, no one is qualified to touch their land. Not even the U.S. government. Although the current governor has also received campaign funds from the Dutton family, he is also actively promoting the division of the Dutton family's land. To be honest, this force is the mildest. Even if they sued, they didn't intend to take their land for free. They were willing to pay, and they paid according to the market price. Even if it was a little bit higher, it was okay and they could talk. The state government was even willing to give some concessions. But the problem was that old Dutton was too stubborn. Maybe the older generation was like this, like that old mule Earl. He was so stubborn. Before his father died, the only thing he told old Dutton was to keep their land and not let anyone take it away. Old Dutton has been holding this view for so many years. He only buys land. As for selling land? Impossible. After that, a real estate developer who was eyeing the Dutton family coveted the Dutton family. The Dutton family's land was basically all ranch farms, and there was no commercial development at all. This made many real estate developers drool at so many high-quality lands. So many real estate developers have always wanted to deal with the Dutton family. Finally, there was Chief Thomas, and there was no need to say more about this. So in order to protect the family, Beth has always played the role of a fighting dog, and she would bite any unscrupulous person she saw. She was also very cautious about Kai. This person knew too much. If he wanted something from the Dutton family, it would be difficult to get rid of him. That's why she made such a high-profile and rude appearance today. At first, she just wanted to give Kai a warning. Unexpectedly, Kai was more straightforward. Others didn't want to ask the Dutton family for anything at all. But this made Beth full of interest in Kai. The situation of the Dutton family is not good now, and it can even be said to be very bad. In their generation, the Dutton family has a total of 4 children. The eldest is the most concerned about the ranch. He is kind and enthusiastic. Many people like him. He also likes the cowboy job. Except for his lack of outstanding ability, he is definitely the best heir. Although the heir that the old Dutton most expects is the youngest son, if the youngest son really doesn't want to inherit the family business, it is not unacceptable to let the eldest son inherit. After all, the old Dutton also has a second son and a daughter. Although the second son of the Dutton family has a weak personality, he is a good hand-in-law. He can't inherit the family business, but he has no problem helping the family as a legal advisor. As for his daughter, Beth, she is the most capable and strong person in the family. If possible, she is actually the best candidate for heir, and the old Dutton does not have any intention of favoring boys over girls. Unfortunately, she has a fatal problem, that is, she hates ranch life and is even afraid of horses. She has no interest in the Dutton family's land, and she has her own business. But she is a person who puts family first. Although she does not like the Dutton family's business, she is willing to do anything to protect her family. Originally, the old Dutton thought that even if the youngest son rebelled, the Dutton family would not decline with the remaining 3 children. Unfortunately, there are unexpected events, and his eldest son died. The issue of heirs has not been resolved, and the old Dutton himself has problems. He has colon cancer, and it is in the late stage. All of a sudden, the entire Dutton family is in turmoil. So the Dutton family must win some people to support them. Akero's betrayal was not as light a blow to the Dutton family as it seemed. In their own territory, their own direct line betrayed them. How shameful it is, and more importantly, it made their enemies discover the fragility of their family. So Beth wanted Kai to replace Akero and become the sheriff of Windham City. Kai was not interested in the woman's proposal. He knew why Akero betrayed the Dutton family. Kai didn't have much desire for power, but he didn't want to be a puppet. Kai didn't care about the future of the Dutton family. But this woman was very awkward. The more you rejected her, the more she appreciated you. Fortunately, she was from a big family after all, and there was no reason for her to curry favor with Kai. Although she wanted Kai to join their family, she also knew that some things couldn't be too direct, so she invited Kai to visit the Dutton Manor in Windham City when he had time. First, old Dutton hoped to thank him in person, and secondly, old Dutton hoped to talk to Kai about donations. Kai didn't care about thanking him in person, but he couldn't refuse donations. Beth told Kai that old Dutton's donation was divided into 2 parts. One was a direct donation to the Guardian Police Department. This part was not much, only $6 million, the same price as the 227 kilograms of laundry. This time, Kai's tip-off allowed old Dutton to not only eliminate a traitor, but also severely hit his opponent. $6 million was not expensive. Their family was rich, and the land alone was worth more than $14 billion, not to mention other industries. Although $6 million was a lot, it was not something Kai could not refuse. What really made Kai unable to refuse was the second part. When the hellhounds happened before, didn't the farms around Guardian suffer heavy losses? Old Dutton was willing to help those farms. For free. Running a farm in the United States is not just about planting land and raising animals. They have a complete set of scientific management methods, and they keep up with the times and update frequently. But all this costs money, such as new agricultural machinery, fast and accurate disaster prevention, various international market information, etc. Ordinary small farms can't afford it. But old Dutton was willing to provide the best help to these farms, and it was free. And he could even provide livestock without interest, and he would buy them back. In short, there were a lot of discounts. These things didn't cost the Dutton family much, and they could even make some money. But for the farmers around GA Town, it was also great news. How could Kai refuse? So he could only arrange a time to visit, but just as the two stood up and shook hands to say goodbye, Kai suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. It seemed that something bad had happened. Without time to think about it, Kai threw Beth to the ground. Snap! With a slight sound, a small hole suddenly broke in the window of Kai's office, and a bullet shot through the window and the door of his office. Ah! A scream came from outside the door. It was a police officer from the police station. The whole police station was in chaos. It was a gunshot. Soon Sage and Portman rushed outside Kai's office. "Boss. Are you okay?" Sage shouted while trying to kick the door in. But Kai stopped him immediately. "Don't come in, it's a sniper rifle." "A sniper is aiming at my office." With Kai's experience, it's not difficult to tell what the bullet just now was. There was a bullet but no sound of shooting, and the bullet was at a large angle, so it must have been shot from a long distance. The police station was temporarily converted from a logging site, and there were no buildings around it. Kai's window was facing the back mountain. There is a sniper hiding in the back mountain. Don't come in. Upon hearing this, Portman immediately turned around to find his sniper rifle. He didn't want to fight back, but wanted to find the enemy's shooting position first. Upon hearing this, the others immediately got up and ran out of the police station. This is not that they are disloyal, on the contrary, this is the most correct approach. The enemy is obviously targeting the police station, and it's a sniper rifle. They are just police officers, not Rambo. Letting them fight against sniper rifles without knowing the situation is purely courting death. This is also what Kai taught them. When dealing with some fierce bandits, they should focus on protecting themselves. At the same time, Kai is also actively saving himself. Saji. Find me a gas mask. Got it. Years of cooperation have made them extremely tacit. As soon as Kai spoke, Saji understood what Kai was going to do. Soon Saji brought 2 smoke bombs and 2 gas masks. Saji carefully leaned against the door and opened the office door. Bang! A bullet hit Saji's hand. The enemy has been staring at this place. Kai had been lying on the ground before, and the window and the desk blocked the opponent's vision temporarily, but the man still did not relax at all. Saji shook his hand, and the bullet just now almost hit him. But Saji still had a way. He took a rugby from the nearby desk. Then he threw the rugby in. Sure enough, there was a gunshot, and a bullet hit the rugby. It was also at this opportunity that Saji threw the gas mask and smoke bomb in. Kai took it in front of the gas mask and looked back. Beth was already scared. Kai patted her cheek. Don't worry, it'll be fine, I'm here. After a while, Beth came back to her senses. Although she often intrigues with others and has a strong personality, she has never experienced this before. She can only look at Kai stupidly. Kai didn't have time to comfort her. He pressed the gas mask on her face. Then he said, in a moment, I will pull the smoke bomb. When I say run, you will run out immediately. Remember, bend down, don't stand up, and run to the side once you go out. Then hide in the corner. Did you hear me? Kai said loudly, and seeing that she was a little confused, he immediately slapped her in the face. Do you understand? This was a wake-up call, and she nodded immediately. Okay, wait for my command. Kai put on the gas mask while putting his hand on Beth's waist. This was not to take advantage of her, but to help her escape faster. Ready, Kai pulled the smoke bomb. The smoke spread instantly. Beth was very nervous and almost rushed out without waiting for Kai's command. Fortunately, Kai held her down. When the room was filled with smoke, Kai counted to 7 in his mind and immediately spoke. Run! Kai grabbed Beth and asked her to run in front, while he blocked behind her. Bang! 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 There were 3 consecutive sounds of bullets breaking through the window, and all 3 bullets were facing the door. Although the sniper had lost his sight, he knew that if they wanted to escape, they had to pass through the door. His prediction was correct, but the only thing he miscalculated was the timing. All 3 bullets missed, and Kai was fast enough to dodge the bullets. But there was nothing he could do about it. No matter how powerful the sniper outside was, he couldn't calculate when Kai would run out, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Gunfight and Car Chase. After running out of the office, Kai threw Beth to the ground rudely. Sage immediately walked over, grabbed Beth's collar, and pulled her to the corner, where not only was the view blind spot, but the wall was also thicker. On the other side, Meatball threw a bulletproof vest to Kai. Kai grabbed the bulletproof vest and put it on himself while contacting Portman, who climbed onto the roof. Portman. Have you found the shooting point? Still looking, Portman replied a little angrily. Portman is a sniper expert. It should be very easy to find the enemy's shooting point, but now Portman has searched all possible positions and can't see the enemy. This is absolutely a shame for Portman. A sniper can't find the enemy's sniper point after being attacked by others. This is too amateur. Hey. Is there any friend who can help and let that guy shoot twice so that I can find him? This kind of words is absolutely shameful for a sniper, but Portman has no choice but to come up with this bad idea. Kai didn't blame Portman. He knew Portman too well. Although he looked unreliable, his cooking skills were unquestionable. Now even he couldn't find the other party's position. It was very likely that the guy on the other side was really good. Meatball. Kai shook his head at Meatball, signaling him to retract fire. Meatball's honest face immediately became bitter. Although he was not afraid of bullets, it still hurt when he was hit. But since the boss had spoken, he could only rush forward. He didn't wait for the smoke in the room to dissipate, and rushed into the office, came to the window and fired at the outside. The sniper on the opposite side did not leave his sniper point immediately, so when a target as big as Meatball appeared in his field of vision, the sniper fired without hesitation. Then Meatball was knocked to the ground by a bullet. SHT, Meatball lay on the ground and kept rubbing his chest. The bullet hit his heart, almost causing cardiac arrest and death. Portman. Did you find that guy, you bastard? No. You have to shit again. Portman's voice was full of gloating. Are you sure? I'm very sure, you two. Stop the fucking fuss, hurry up. This is the first time that I, your boss, have been blocked in my own home since I was a child. Find that bastard for me. I'm going to skin him alive. Kai heard that the two bastards were actually chatting in the channel, and he immediately roared in anger. Okay, you are the boss, you have the final say. Meatball got up very frustrated, raised his gun and fired again. Little did he know that the sniper on the opposite side was almost scared to death by Meatball. He saw clearly that he hit the fat guy in the chest, but he didn't expect that within a few seconds, the guy got up again. I haven't heard of any bulletproof vest that can block sniper bullets. He didn't believe it, so he loaded the gun again. Bang! Meatball was knocked down again. But this time Portman finally found the guy. Boss. I found him. Fuck. Is this true? This guy is at least 5 kilometers away from us. Is he using a rocket? The current world record for the longest sniper hit was set by Craig Harrison of the United States. In an encounter in southern Afghanistan, he used an L-115A3 sniper rifle to accurately kill 2 Taliban militants from 2,475 meters away and rescued a British commander who was trapped in a siege. But now someone actually directly shot, double, and hit wherever he pointed. In Portman's view, this is even more fantastic than a fantasy story. You know, at 2,475 meters, a sniper rifle bullet will also fly for about 10 seconds, during which time the wind, air humidity and even temperature will cause the bullet to deviate. Military experts have calculated that the probability of hitting a target from 2,475 meters away is less than 1 in a million. But now, the sniper just now has fired 7 or 8 shots in a row. Kai was also shocked. Is it some kind of black technology? I don't care how he did it. Portman, keep an eye on him, report his position, I'll take people to kill him. Got it. Portman felt that this was a bit difficult, because the distance was too far. Even if others moved, he had no way to contain them, but the duty of a soldier was to obey orders. He just kept an eye on the target. Even if he lost the target, that would be a matter for the future. Saji, Meatball, follow me. The rest of you stay and protect Miss Beth. The enemy on the opposite side was obviously not a good person, and he brought his colleagues from the bureau to go there, just to deliver food. But before he took 2 steps, his cell phone rang. Kai didn't intend to answer it, and hung up without even looking at it. But this phone was very stubborn and kept ringing. Kai had no choice but to take out his cell phone. It was Logan. Logan? What's the matter? I'm a little busy here. If it's not very important, I'll call you back later. Logan was an old antique. He didn't know how to use a computer, and even the phone could only use a rotary dial phone. When using a cell phone, his hands were as clumsy as a big elephant. The only thing he could do so far was to answer the phone, and he couldn't do anything else. As for the electrical appliances at home, apart from the toaster and the remote control, he knows nothing about the others. If he wasn't busy right now, Kai really wanted to hear why Logan called him. Well, I'm not sure if it's important or not, but I heard gunshots. I think I have to tell you. Gunshots? Where? Kai didn't think of the sniper on the opposite side at first. It's behind your hill. Logan's voice was very calm. Kai was about to open the car door when his hand stopped. Where? The hill behind your police station. He was actually bumped into by Logan. Who's with you? Kai knew from the beginning that it was a bit far-fetched to let Portman keep an eye on the sniper on the opposite side. The 5 kilometers just mentioned was the straight line distance from the sniper point to his office, And if they wanted to get there, they would have to walk more than 5 kilometers. By the time they got there, the bastard would probably have disappeared. So Kai never thought that he could catch the bastard. What he really wanted to do was to release the Tindalus hounds directly after reaching the mountain and let them chase the bastard. Kai had already told the hounds that they could play with the prey this time, and it would be best if they could eat it without leaving any. But unexpectedly, the sniper's luck was much worse than expected. Logan was actually nearby. Only Tank and I are with us. The boss asked us to go up the mountain to see how the trees are growing. We will move to another place soon. The timber processing plant of the Saji family owns a lot of mountains and forests. For sustainable development, they will not always cut wood in one place, but will move to another place after a period of time. It is the same as moving livestock to another place. Very good. Do me a favor. What? Help me catch that bastard who shot the gun. I want to see which bastard is looking for trouble with me. There are 2 possibilities for this attack today. One is for himself, and the other is for Beth. Because the timing was too coincidental, someone sniped him just when Beth visited him. Snipers are not ordinary gunmen who can be found casually. It takes at least 2 years and 30,000 rounds of bullets to train a qualified sniper. The bullets here refer to sniper bullets, and the price of a sniper bullet is 25 to 50 times that of an ordinary bullet. That is to say, to train a special shooter, the cost of bullets alone will range from 1.5 million to 3 million. This situation now shows that there is a lot of involvement behind this sniping. From this point of view, it is more likely that the sniper is targeting Beth. But for some reason, Kai feels that things may not be like this. He always feels that it is still his fault, and Beth is implicated instead. But Kai really can't think of who among the people he offended has the ability to let such a powerful sniper deal with him. Need a live one. If the situation allows, try your best. I will rush over as soon as possible. No problem. With the relationship between Kai and Logan, there are many things that don't need to be said. After hanging up the phone, Kai was still thinking about that question. Who the hell is so bored that he sent such a powerful person to trouble him? He is just a small sheriff now. Kai and Raukyu drove to the lumberyard together. But just as the car drove out of the town, 2 cars came from the side. A Pontiac Catalina 2+2 and a Ford Mustang Boss 429. Although these 2 cars look inconspicuous, they are actually antique cars. In the eyes of real car lovers, they are definitely top-notch cars. Kai doesn't know much about cars, but Sage is an enthusiast. He immediately felt that there was something wrong with these 2 cars. There are no such good cars near them. These 2 cars are very famous in the United States, but they have been discontinued for a long time. Except for auctions, it is impossible to see them on the road. For example, the Ford Mustang Boss 429, some auctions are at least $200,000. The Pontiac Catalina is a luxury among luxury goods. But this kind of car ran to GA Town. There must be something wrong. But before Sage could react, the 2 cars sandwiched Kai's Chevrolet in the middle. Then their windows were rolled down. Be careful, Sage shouted immediately. Bang bang. 2 M1911s stretched out from the 2 cars, and without any hesitation, they fired at the cab of the Chevrolet. 2 bullets hit the bulletproof glass, causing the window to crack immediately. These 2 guns must have been modified, otherwise they would not have such a strong power. The ordinary M1911 would not have such an effect on the bulletproof glass. After being attacked, Kai immediately stepped on the brakes and let his Chevrolet fall behind the 2 antique cars. Raukyu did not wait for Kai to speak, opened the sunroof and leaned out, holding an M4A1 and hitting the rear of the 2 antique cars. Seeing the bullet smashing the rear of the car, Saji was actually heartbroken. Fuck. Raukyu, can't you be gentle? Raukyu muttered a few words while firing. The wind was too strong to hear clearly, but it should be a curse. Kai also rolled down the window and let Saji control the car in the passenger seat. He half leaned out of the car. With a python in his hand, he aimed at the rear tire of the Ford Mustang and fired a shot. Bang! The rear tire of the Mustang exploded directly, and even the wheel hub was directly deformed. Then the Mustang really became a Mustang. The rear end of the car swung wildly, and the speed was too fast, so the body of the car shook violently a few times, and the car flipped over. At the moment it flipped over, Saji drove Kai's Chevrolet past a Mustang, and at the same time Kai pulled out the Magnum Eagle and aimed at the Pontiac Catalina. But at this moment, A bullet shot out from the window of the Mustang and hit the rearview mirror in front of Kai, directly breaking the rearview mirror. WTF, Kai's dynamic vision is much stronger than that of ordinary people. He saw clearly that the person in the Mustang actually shot him at the moment of the rollover. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Kai immediately turned his head to look at the overturned Mustang. He just saw a figure kicking open the door of the Mustang and climbing out. Meatball. Shoot him. Kai didn't have time to pay attention to the man, but aimed at the Pontiac Catalina. But the Pontiac Catalina obviously learned the lesson from the Mustang, and braked and turned, aiming the front of the car at Kai's Chevrolet. Bang, 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 bang. Then a few gunshots rang out, and the windshield of the Pontiac Catalina was shattered from the inside. Others planned to have a face-to-face confrontation with Kai and his team. A strong horse. Fuck. Is that still a human? Before Kai could react, he heard the meatball who came to the door of the car curse loudly. Turning his head, Kai was also shocked. It turned out that it was the person who got off the Mustang, who actually chased after him, well, facing the rifle fire of the meatball, and chased after him, using his legs. The man's speed was shocking, and he easily dodged the bullets fired by the meatball. It was just like the bullet time in the Matrix. Running towards the bullets and dodging them all was a bit too much. Could it be a mutant? Kai thought so, and his men were not slow. He took a grenade from Meatball's tactical vest, pulled the ring, and threw it directly into the broken windshield of Pontiac Catalina with all his strength. The people in the car saw Apollo thrown on the back seat, and their faces turned blue immediately. Then he immediately unbuckled his seat belt. This guy was quite safety conscious and actually fastened his seat belt. But it was precisely because of the seat belt that he could not get the grenade from the back seat, and it also delayed him from jumping out of the car. FK, boom. A ball of fire surrounded the antique car, and the people inside were burned to charcoal. This result stunned Kai. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to kill one. But anyway, killing one is also good. The person chasing Kai from behind saw his companion being blown to death, and he was also decisive and immediately turned around and ran. Without any hesitation. The mission target is more difficult than expected. But the problem is that if he wants to leave now, Kai has to let him go. Kai looked left and right and found that there was no one on this road, so he quickly put away the python, cold python, and eagle, magnum eagle, in his hand. Then opened the king's treasure house and took out a modified desert eagle from it. Aim and pull the trigger. Bang! There was a loud bang. The moment he heard the sound, the man subconsciously wanted to dodge the bullet. But as soon as he moved, a sharp pain came from his knee, and then a huge force threw him away. When he fell heavily to the ground, he found that his left foot from the knee down was completely blown off. Then he knew nothing. Kai put away his modified Desert Eagle and walked to the side of this unlucky guy with Meatball and the others. Wow, is he having his period? The blood flow is a bit exaggerated. The man's blood flow was indeed a bit exaggerated. If I really want to describe it, I can't even use the word flow to describe his current state, but rather spurt. Saji was very experienced. He tore off the guy's belt and tied up the unfortunate guy's upper knee in a few strokes, which barely stopped the bleeding. Saji touched his neck and listened to his heart. This guy's heartbeat is so fast. Chapter 319, Killer and Carjacking. Kai also went forward to check and found that it was true. This guy's heart rate was completely abnormal. Even though he was unconscious, his heart rate was still several times that of an ordinary person. No wonder he bled so much. However, as time went by, his heart rate was also slowing down. It seemed that he was not in danger of death. Forget it, let's ask other brothers to take over. Let's go to Logan. After losing so much blood, this guy obviously lost his ability to move. He should not be in danger. We can ask other people in the police station to take over. Understood. Meatball immediately took out the intercom and started calling people. Kai and Sage walked to the burning Pontiac Catalina to see if the unlucky guy inside could be saved. What a pity, Sage said with some emotion. Kai also nodded in agreement. This unlucky guy who was killed by the explosion was not very old and looked very handsome. It was a pity that he was burned to charcoal now. It was indeed a pity. Why did he have to be a killer when he could do something else? Who would have thought that Sage's next sentence almost made Kai sprain his waist? What a pity for a good car. Are you talking about a car? What else? Pontiac Catalina. That's a Pontiac Catalina. Now one costs at least $600,000 US. and the original parts are now extinct in the market. If you want to refurbish one, just counting the modified parts, you can buy at least 1 or 2 Lamborghinis. Moreover, if you don't have some connections, you can't find a technical master to help you modify the car. Is this how killers make money now? It seems that Saji has been feeling sorry for the car from the beginning. Forget it. As long as you like it. Kai was a poor policeman in his previous life. He couldn't afford a good car and didn't have any concept of cars. So he couldn't understand Saji's enthusiasm at all. And if you really count, this Pontiac Catalina and even the previous Mustang are so tacky in his eyes, and he can't see what's good about them. Soon, 2 police cars and an ambulance arrived at the scene. Kai and Rauki got on the car and rushed to the lumber yard. Is this the sniper? When Kai and his team arrived, the sniper had already been caught by Logan. He was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and shabby clothes. He was different from the previous killers. This one looked like a tramp, and the other 2 drove antique cars to kill people. Kai didn't know how to describe it. Should he say that they were fearless or stupid? The characteristics of this antique car were so obvious that even if someone was killed, it would not be difficult for the police to track him down afterwards. This sniper did a good job. He was not good-looking, and his clothes were the cheapest ones, without any conspicuous features. Yes, this guy is weird. At first I thought he was our compatriot, but then I found out that he was not. Logan touched his forehead and recalled the previous battle. After talking to Kai on the phone, Logan took the tank to the ambush side of the sniper. Logan has 4 main abilities: delaying aging, extremely strong healing ability, beast senses, and sharp bone claws. Among them, the beast sense gave him super tracking and combat intuition, so it was not difficult for Logan to track a sniper who had already exposed his body. But he still underestimated the sniper. When Logan approached the sniper with Tank, the sniper discovered them in advance. Originally, Logan and Tank thought that this arrest should be easy, but unexpectedly, the 2 of them almost fell. The sniper's movements were so fast that the 2 of them could not react at all. What surprised Logan and the others was that this guy could actually make the bullet turn. If Logan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there were people in the world who played guns like this. He saw clearly that the sniper took out a Chiappa Rhino revolver, and when he fired, he swung it and the bullet drew a big arc. Logan was hit by accident. He was shot on the head and his skull was blown off. But what happened next was the turn of this poor sniper to believe. First, after being shot, Tank transformed without any problem. From a 1.9 meter tall man, he instantly expanded into a 2.9 meter tall giant. That was not all. What was even more terrifying was that the guy who was shot in the head actually stood up with his head half smashed. It was like a scene from Resident Evil. Then this guy was beaten half to death. There was no way. No matter how powerful that guy was, he couldn't do anything when he met these 2 unreasonable things. His bullets hit these 2 monsters, and others were fine, especially Logan. The scene after he was shot was extremely terrifying. There was a big hole in his body, and even his internal organs were smashed, but within a few seconds, those wounds healed instantly as if they had never appeared. Take him back, Saji asked Kai with his head tilted. Forget it, this guy saw the details of Logan and Tank, so he interrogated them here and then killed him. Kai shook his head. Logan and Tank came here to live a peaceful life. Kai didn't want his troubles to affect their current lives. They were not having an easy time either. Sage nodded, and then went to find water. Why did he find water? Of course, he wanted to splash water on the sniper to wake him up. Although urine could also have the same effect, the people present were all decent people. Who would do such an unreasonable thing? Then Meatball urinated to wake the sniper up. Although they were all decent people, the problem was that the nearest water source was 2 kilometers away. Sage was too lazy to run that far, so... Cough cough cough, Mike woke up in the smell of stench, but just as he regained consciousness, a heart-wrenching pain came from his lungs. Every time he breathed, it was like pouring hot coal ash into his lungs. It felt hot and burning, like a red-hot knife stirring in his chest. But Mike's strong willpower still allowed him to overcome the pain that would make an ordinary person faint. He opened his eyes and planned to observe the environment he was in, and then wait for an opportunity to fight back, or look for an opportunity to escape. The killers of the Mutual Aid Association never know how to write the word give up. Unfortunately, 5 big men surrounded him, all with weapons in their hands, and there were 2 monsters among them. Mike instantly understood his situation. But he was not panicking. Although Mike was old, He had not been in the organization for long. He was still a novice. This mission was actually a test. Since it was a test, there would be an examiner. His examiner was one of the 12 killers in the Mutual Aid Association, Fox. As the youngest and friendliest member of the 12 killers, Fox always took good care of new members. It seems that you are aware of your situation. Now, tell me, who are you, where are you from, and who sent you to assassinate me? Kai asked the sniper in front of him. It was fate that brought me here. You were chosen by fate. Mike glanced at Kai, said something that seemed to be true, and then closed his eyes and stopped talking. Seeing that this guy was still so arrogant, Saji and Raukia were naturally unhappy and planned to teach him a lesson. Anyway, according to Kai's meaning, this person must not be kept. In this case, they don't have to talk about human rights. But Kai stopped him. Because there was no need. The man in front of him had a firm look in his eyes and a calm expression. Even though he was seriously injured and imprisoned, he was not panicked at all. This showed two things. First, this person was determined, and second, this person might have a backup plan. No matter which one it was, it showed that this person was not the kind of person who would cooperate obediently. In this case, don't waste your energy. This is a deep forest and there are no outsiders. Let's just keep it simple. I don't like the word fate. I never liked it before. Kai grabbed his head and turned his head around so that he was facing him. Open your eyes and look at me. Mike opened his eyes subconsciously, but he immediately knew that he had been tricked. Suddenly, Kai's eyes turned golden and two flames ignited from his pupils. Then Mike felt his mind begin to blur. He immediately grabbed his injured leg and twisted it hard. He tried to use pain to resist Kai's erosion of his spirit. He didn't know what it was, but he had received anti-interrogation training in the Mutual Aid Association. In order to keep themselves away from the public and remain mysterious, the Mutual Aid Society keeps their information extremely confidential. Therefore, their anti-interrogation training is extremely cruel. Not only do they need to train in torture, but they also need to train in some mental and drug-based forced confessions. So when Mike realized that the other party wanted to obtain information through some mental means, he immediately used pain to stimulate his mind. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Kai's methods. This kind of mental interference, in fact, does not have much technical content. It means that your mental power is stronger than mine, so you are awesome. Of course, there are methods. But it is just a simple spell, but this spell has no effect on those with abnormal mental power, such as a lunatic. No matter how much mental interference you do, it will be useless. Or for some people with extremely strong willpower, it will not have much effect. But for now, Mike has no way to interfere with Kai's mind. First, although Mike is determined, he is seriously injured and his body is constantly tortured by pain, which also distracts his attention. Second, Kai's mental power is much stronger than Mike. In the end, Mike died. He was shot in the head by Kai, and then two hounds came out to clean up the place. This was also the first time that everyone saw the Tindalus hound. Whether it was the well-informed Logan or the daring Red Tank, they were all frightened by the monster in front of them. Fuck, boss. When did you start to have a hobby of raising pets? And, they are so unique. Meatball looked at the two Tindalus hounds disdainfully sharing the corpse, and shivered a little, feeling a little disgusted. Well, it's a long story, I'll talk about it later when I have time. Kai was actually quite disgusted, too. Killing people on the battlefield and watching two monsters eat people are two different concepts. Just as Kai and the others were watching the hounds destroy the corpse. In the family restaurant in GA Town, a frivolous man was chatting with the waiter in the family restaurant. According to him, he was on a car trip. He was a Canadian and planned to drive all the way from Canada to Florida. Most women like this kind of playboy because it's cool. And although this man was a little bloated, he looked good and his conversation was very humorous. After a while, a waiter wrote his phone number on a napkin and gave it to him. Seeing the waiter making a phone call gesture to him when he left, the frivolous man smiled slightly and blew a kiss to the waiter. At this time, two police cars escorted an ambulance and whizzed past. Seeing this scene, the frivolous man retracted his smile and took out his mobile phone. Hello, Sloan. Mike and the others failed. Sloan, this name once appeared in the mouth of the head of the Luton family in Chicago. Well, then execute a cleanup plan. Anyway, the client is dead. We don't need to invest more energy in a dead person. By the way, how is Firefox? Has she left? She has no doubts. She has set out to find Carlos' son, the man said here and suddenly paused. Then he hesitated and said, "Perhaps, we can tell the truth to Fox. You know her ability very well. If she stands on our side, enough, Barry. I know you like Fox, but you should know what Fox's belief is. She is more like Carlos than us. If she knows the truth now, perhaps we will face another Carlos. You understand the seriousness of the matter. If she doesn't know the truth, she will always stand on our side. Okay, maybe you are right." But Barry knew Fox's belief in destiny, but the problem was that what was fake. Did Carlos also find clues from the mission and then betrayed? No buts. Barry, you should understand how serious what we did is. Don't let your emotions control your thinking. If Fox finds out the truth and is unwilling to stand with us, then, kill her. Sloane's voice was still so magnetic, but the content of his words was extremely cold. Understood, Barry said through gritted teeth. Okay, start the cleanup operation. Remember to tell Firefox that Mike and the others have failed the assessment mission, and you have taken action to kill the target. Sloane didn't say much. He knew very well that Barry would do what he said. After all, this matter involved more than just him. Kai put down his phone with a sullen face, was silent for a while, and then suddenly threw the phone out fiercely. The others were a little surprised when they saw this. Kai rarely gets angry, at least he wouldn't show it so violently. "Boss, what's going on?" "Someone attacked the ambulance and killed the killer," Kai said, gritting his teeth, but this was not the real reason why Kai was furious. "He also killed several of our brothers." Chapter 320 Sad Daily Life. December 15th, heavy snow. Today, Kai attended a funeral held by the police station for the police officers who died. A total of 3 police officers died on the spot, and 2 police officers died before Kai arrived after being sent to the hospital. Only 1 police officer was seriously injured due to luck, and is still in the hospital. What awaits him is 3 operations and a year or even longer recovery period. Faced with such a tragic situation, Kai couldn't look directly at the families of the police officers who died. Even during the funeral, Kai didn't dare to look them in the eye. Kai has not been used to this kind of scene since his previous life. Even if the families didn't blame Kai, Kai always thought it was his responsibility. Others gave their sons and husbands to him, but he failed to protect them. This feeling was not imposed on him by others, but Kai felt that he should have done better. If Kai had chosen to escort the injured killer himself, then his colleagues would not have died. He also blamed himself for not thinking that the enemy had accomplices. He could have thought about things more carefully. Kai knew that this kind of oath was the most meaningless thing. But when he looked at those crying people, he couldn't help but think. Kai never thought that he was a weak person, but when he looked at these people, he couldn't help but blame himself. Saji and Kai were the most familiar with each other, and he knew Kai's character the best. Although Kai always looked aloof and rarely got along with his companions, in fact, he was a person who valued his companions very much. When they were in the army, why was the casualty rate of their team 0, before the goat was sacrificed? That was because Kai was always unwilling to give up on each of them. Many times, when they were in danger, Kai would come back and rescue them from danger. "It's not your fault," Saji comforted. "I know." Kai understood better than anyone that there was nothing wrong with his handling at the time. What happened later was an accident. But he still couldn't help thinking about those ifs. "Don't worry about me, I'm just in a bad mood. It will be fine soon." Kai needed to be quiet. When he was lost, what he often did was to find a place where no one was and be quiet. Loneliness and quietness are a very good placebo. Saji looked at Kai, opened his mouth, and finally said nothing. He knew how powerful his boss was, a man who, in his opinion, would never be defeated. But after the others left, Kai stood alone in front of the 5 new tombstones for a while, and then walked into the forest. Minnesota is very cold in winter, especially in GA Town, which is close to Canada, and the weather is even colder. At the same time, the snowfall in Minnesota is also very heavy. After entering November, Minnesota will have dozens of snowfalls throughout the winter. Now it is December, and the heavy snow has arrived as expected. The mountains and forests are also covered with snow. Kai, wearing a black coat, came to a hole where there is a stream. Because of the water flow, it is not frozen. Kai sat down on a stone by the stream. Looking at the gurgling water and the ice and snow, the depression in his heart unconsciously dissipated a lot. He came here not to think about anything, he prefers to be in a daze alone. After emptying his mind, many things will slowly calm down. "Hey, Kai," How long are you going to sit here? It's getting dark. He didn't know how long he sat there, until a shivering voice woke Kai up from his daze, and Kai realized that it was already dark. Kelly? When did you come? Kai didn't notice Kelly's approach at all, which surprised him. Although he was in a daze, he didn't have even the most basic defense. I've been here for a long time, but I didn't want to disturb you, so I waited aside. As a result, you just sat there for a whole half day. I can't stand it anymore, I'm almost freezing to death, he said without caring about anything, and pulled open Kai's coat and hid in it. Wrapped in Kai's coat and smelling Kai's breath, Kelly couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up in his heart. Well done, Kelly. The man in front of him was definitely the kind of person who would not listen to anything. Even if Kelly hinted countless times, this guy was like an idiot and turned a blind eye to Kelly's hints. Kelly once doubted whether Kai really didn't understand. But thinking about how quickly he hooked up with her mother, Kelly realized that this man did not understand at all, but chose to ignore it. This hurt Kelly very much. She was a girl with a good figure, good looks, rich family, good grades, and a very nice personality, but she was chasing a 28-year-old man, but the other party was unmoved. What happened to this world? Aren't 18-year-old beautiful girls attractive? Isn't it said that men are loyal? They are only loyal to 18-year-old beautiful girls. Wrong? Why? I put it here, and Kai didn't even take a sip? Kelly, whose worldview was hit, even asked her mother for advice with shame. Of course, no matter how thick-skinned she was, she didn't say Kai's name to her face. But who is Sandra? A bitch who wanted to catch a guy since she was 18. How could she not know what her little bitch meant? It was just that she had taken a fancy to her little wolf dog. But anyway, although Sandra was a bitch, she was still very good to her daughter. And although she likes Kai, but, before she found out Kai was abnormal, she would definitely tell her daughter how cruel and horrible it is for a 38-year-old widow to fight. But she has already given up. There is no chance for the little wolf dog. He is just an occasional bed partner. So her rejection of this matter is not as great as she imagined. Occasionally she thinks of Kai and her, and then Kai and Kelly. Oh. I can't think about it. If I think about it, it will be 404. It's too exciting. Sandra is such a free and easy bitch. So she simply gave her daughter advice knowing it. It's really exciting. Unfortunately, Kai is still indifferent. He really doesn't seem to be interested in Kelly. But is it really like this? Of course not. To be honest, Kelly is really hot after her blood awakening. Kai naturally has feelings for this kind of hot girl both physically and psychologically. Unfortunately, as a policeman, Kai has no idea as long as he thinks of Kelly's age and high school student status. That's a crime. Actually, this is also related to China's national conditions. Those girls in Chinese high schools are really girls. Who is like the United States? They are like they have taken hormones. They have developed like that at the age of 17. And the education style is also very different. Whether it is the school or the parents, Chinese high school students are forced to study. Early love? It is definitely a big event. But in the United States, parents here are not opposed to their children's love. And even encourage it. A child who is 17 years old and still has nothing will be despised. In short, because of these concepts, Kai turned a blind eye to the vague affection between Kelly and Susie. There is no way, he can't get over the psychological barrier. Sandra was still wondering, did the little wolf dog change to vegetarian? When Kai played a friendly match with her, the intensity was unfailing. Finally, after figuring out why, Sandra didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was the first time she saw such a principled man. If it were other people, no matter how old you are, as long as you can get in bed, they will never let you go. Sandra and Kelly were helpless about this. However, Kelly felt much better about it, at least it was not her charm that was wrong. It's a matter of age. Although this question seems very ridiculous to Kelly. This broken place in the United States always boasts about freedom, so in many cases, things like this that are consensual will never become a problem for people. As for why Kelly suddenly launched an offensive against Kai now, the reason is also very simple. She just celebrated her 18th birthday. If it weren't for the things that happened in the town these days, she would probably prepare a grand birthday party. But it was also this opportunity that made Kelly feel that her chance had come. People often say that you should take advantage of the opportunity, and now is the best opportunity. Kelly saw that Kai became a little depressed because of the sacrifice of her colleagues, so she felt that her chance had come. What would a man who urgently needs comfort do when he meets a hot girl who throws herself into his arms? There is no need to think about this answer. Kai held Kelly's waist. Her intimate behavior made Kai feel a little uncomfortable. He wanted to push Kelly out and then take off his coat and put it on her. Kelly immediately became anxious when she felt Kai's action. She was not afraid of the cold. What a joke. After she awakened her blood, this temperature was not worth mentioning to her. This was a trick. Strategy. You know it. So in order to turn the disadvantage around, Kelly decisively used the skills taught by her mother, turned around, and knocked on the door with her two peaks. Kelly put her hands around Kai's neck. Kelly intended to comfort this sad man according to the original plan, but when she saw his eyes, she suddenly had nothing. The girl was a little panicked. What was I going to say? Feeling that her rhythm had collapsed, the girl simply used the extinction. What the hell, just use the ultimate move. Kelly kissed Kai's lips. Kai's eyes widened, he was a little confused. After the lips parted, Kelly's red cheeks looked so tempting. No. She's still a child. Just when Kai was about to reject Kelly in the most tactful way, the girl said something that completely ignited Kai's nerves. I'm already 18 years old. The omitted content, you can imagine it yourself. After all, Kelly's recovery after the awakening of his bloodline is far beyond that of ordinary people. And Susie was furious. It was agreed that we would be rivals for life, and you actually took the initiative? How despicable. Seeing Kelly so proud and pretending to be a delicate bitch, Susie felt like she was about to explode. Actually, Susie was much smarter than Kelly. She had long seen that Kelly needed her mother to clarify things for her. Kai had an unreasonable resistance to minors. But Susie was not in a hurry, she was young. Young girls have great advantages, otherwise why would there be the saying youth is invincible? Unfortunately, she forgot one thing, she was 6 months younger than Kelly. 6 months. To snatch Kai back from Kelly, the bitch, she had to wait for 6 months. By the way, this girl really hadn't considered the situation that she couldn't compete with Kelly. She was so confident that she always thought that Kelly was the kind of silly villain who played the role of a vase and only bullied the heroine in soap school dramas. She would definitely achieve a counterattack, snatch back the male protagonist, and then slap the villain in the face. Well, American soap operas are actually similar to those online novels. Let's not talk about the quarrel between the two girls here. We should focus on the follow-up of the police attack case. 5 police officers died, 1 police officer was seriously injured, and 3 medical staff were injured. This is also a big case in the United States. Not to mention Minnesota now. The occurrence of this assassination case has made the situation, which was originally eased by the mediation of the state government, tense again. Although Kai knew that the target of this assassination was him. But others don't believe it. Such a big battle is just to kill a small town sheriff? Not to mention anything else, the cars of the 2 dead killers alone are worth $3 million. You can imagine the strength of the manipulator behind the scenes. Would a person with such strength make such a big fuss for a small town sheriff? And the timing is so coincidental, it happened to be when the eldest daughter of the Dutton family visited to launch the assassination? So from the outside world's point of view, this is a premeditated attack on the Dutton family. Even the parties involved think so. The first time Beth Dutton calmed down, she thought that this was a killer sent by the family's enemy. And the first suspect is Chief Thomas. Although old Dutton thought Thomas was not so stupid, he was too lazy to think about it when he could not find other suspects. In addition, now that everyone thought it was Thomas, then it was Thomas. After all, he was an enemy, so it was right to kill him. So Thomas was shot gorgeously. And he didn't know why at first. But it doesn't matter, others will tell him. The first person to tell him about this was old Dutton. After learning that his daughter was assassinated, old Dutton let this thing pass through his mind for more than 10 seconds. Then, it was decided that it was you, Thomas. That afternoon, old Dutton led his cowboys into the Indian reservation. Of course, old Dutton was not so fierce that he would just start fighting. He knew very well that even if he really wanted to shoot Thomas, the cub, others would not allow it. So old Dutton just made a big fuss, but he really didn't think about a fight. Old Dutton has 4 million acres of land, countless industries, and at least tens of thousands of people working for him. But the core strength of the Dutton family is only the hundreds of cowboys. These cowboys are not the kind of cowboys who can only herd. They are skilled in guns and horses, and have received professional training. The relationship between them is a bit like that between Ming Changjin and his 3,000 followers. In short, these cowboys rely on the protection of the Dutton family, and killing people is not a big deal for them. In fact, there are many desperate people among these cowboys. On that day, he took his cowboys and hundreds of employees to show their strength, rode horses, carried guns, and rumbled to the reservation. The fact is indeed as expected by Old Dutton, and soon someone came to stop the big fight. The state government directly sent the governor's envoy and countless police to stop them. Then Old Dutton started all kinds of operations. In short, Thomas lost everything in this battle without even seeing the enemy. The loans that major banks originally planned to give him for the casino were all cancelled, and the government also set up trouble for him in various matters. He was exhausted. His plan to buy the Dutton family's land was also completely broken. Neither the governor nor the state government officials would support him anymore. In order to avoid greater conflicts, they would even take the initiative to help the Dutton family suppress Thomas. The conflict for these lands is already big enough. For the state government, stability is now paramount. They are politicians. Although they are a little dissatisfied with the Dutton family, they will never joke about their political careers. Moreover, Thomas has gone too far. In order to fight against Dutton, he not only developed drugs, but now directly launched an assassination. It's over the line. Chapter 321 Mutual Aid Association. The Police Station Office. The atmosphere in the police station has been very bad these past 2 days. These policemen did not enter the police station through formal channels. To be honest, they were all let in by Kai through the back door. At that time, in order to fight Hamilton, the gang leader, Kai had to kick out all the policemen who colluded with him. But Kai couldn't be a commander without troops, right? So he asked Sage to recruit all his trusted brothers. This is how the initial prototype of the GA Town police station came into being. Later, after defeating Hamilton, Kai recruited another batch of people in the town. In other words, the police officers in the police station now have no relevant working experience before. These people have only been police officers for 7 months from March to now. Most of them have not yet completed a 1-year training period, and they are not even qualified to take the police examination. They are completely auxiliary police. To put it bluntly, they are civilians. They can't adapt to this kind of sacrifice at all. In their view, being a policeman is just a job, just like being a cashier in a supermarket or a cowboy on a farm. They just go to get off work and get paid. Death? Many of them have never thought about it. But now they saw the sacrifice of their acquaintances who they had been with day and night before. The impact on them can be imagined. They still have the mentality of civilians. Of course, Kai has solved the identity problem of the 5 police officers who died. They were buried as police officers, and Kai also gave the pensions according to the regular police standards. In addition to insurance and the like, basically their families have received enough compensation. This is the only thing Kai can do for them. This makes some people feel a little relieved, but not much, just a little. To be honest, compared with this spirit of dedication, Americans really can't be compared with Chinese. They pay more attention to themselves. It's hard to say who is good or bad in this regard. Everyone has their own aspirations. Now some people have begun to submit resignation reports. In this regard, Kai did not try to keep them. What can be done? Just as they think, being a policeman is just a job. Although the salary of this job is good, it is not enough for them to joke with their lives. It's strange to say that in 2007, the number of police officers killed in the United States was only 127, and in Minnesota, only 3 police officers died in the past year and this year, 2 of whom were in car accidents while chasing motorcycle gangs. Only 1 died in a fight with gangsters. But in a small town like GA Town, 5 police officers died. It's equivalent to the number of deaths in Minnesota in 2 years. Since Kai came to GA Town, it has become a high incidence area for vicious incidents. Kai himself thinks he is poisonous. In the police station office, Sage walked in with a sad face. Kai, Portman, and Raukiu are all outsiders, and they are not as good as Sage. He is a local, and most of the police officers in the police station are his friends. It can be said that whether from a psychological perspective or from the perspective of other people's resentment, Sage suffers the most pressure. Brother, how are you? Are you okay? Raukiu looked at Sage's haggard face and asked with concern. If Kai was just depressed because of his sense of responsibility, he could ease it through psychological adjustment. But for Sage. In short, Sage has not had a good time recently. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Sage wiped his face and cheered up. Boss, can you tell me what happened now? Kai did not tell the truth to others, because the truth was too far-fetched and most people would not believe it. And those who really believed it would be too troublesome. So Kai did not reveal the information he got. But Sage and his friends saw those killers with their own eyes, and they were definitely not ordinary people. Those killers should be here to kill me, Kai said truthfully. Bang! Mad fuck, Sage slammed the table hard as if to vent his anger. Who are they? Let's go find them now. Well, Kai made a very strange expression. This is a bit difficult. Sage was a little strange. Why? Because we don't know where they are at all. What? The topic changed so quickly that Sage was completely confused. Remember the case in Chicago, the massacre? Others were a little strange. Why did they suddenly talk about this? I always feel that this assassination is related to this case. The other three stood up immediately and looked at their boss in surprise. They were scared. To be honest, when this case happened, they did suspect their boss. After all, the Luton family had just threatened their boss and died that night. But looking back, they all knew that the boss stayed in the police station that day. So they dispelled this suspicion. But now that Kai said this himself, it is hard not to think that this case was done by their boss. They have known Kai for several years, and this is the first time they know that Kai has a habit of eating people. There is no way. The Chicago massacre is too famous. Even now, the media is still operating it everywhere. Especially those media in Chicago. They actually treated this case as a hot spot and a big IP, and hyped it up crazily. Hundreds of suspects have been listed by these bastards. Of course, they have no real evidence. It's all nonsense to grab the popularity. But unexpectedly, some people who were so eager to get the title started to worship the so-called Hannibal. The Chicago police recently reported 3 copycat crimes and countless phone calls claiming to be Hannibal. Now, the name Hannibal has really stepped out of the movie and spread all over the United States. Under the media's hype, Hannibal has become a killer and cannibal who kills people every week to replenish his food. Why are you looking at me? Those were done by the hounds. Don't you know whether I eat people or not? The three of them sat down awkwardly. They had seen how hounds eat. But when they thought about it, the boss actually let those 2 things out. Too cruel. And you still say you are not a pervert. They were just joking, and they would not seek justice for a group of Mexican drug dealers. It can even be said that if they really had to do it, although they would not be as cruel as Kai, they would not be much better. Then, what does it have to do with this assassination? Sage asked. Then tell me, besides the Luton family, who has the time to want my life recently? In fact, Kai couldn't figure it out. The Luton family might be a great force in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of those who have experienced life and death, they are just that. To put it bluntly, they are just a group of gangsters. How can they have the ability to command such powerful killers? Don't be ridiculous. If that were the case, the United States would have been ruled by Mexicans long ago. Indeed, where did those killers come from? Saji nodded. Excluding all the impossible, the remaining one, no matter how absurd it is very likely to be the truth. But Saji is still a little curious about what kind of people those killers are. They are too wild. Others dare to chase cars with their legs, and they can even dodge bullets. About this, unexpectedly, Kai's face became even weirder when talking about this. It turned out that those killers came from an organization called Mutual Aid Society. Mutual Aid Society is basically everywhere in the United States. For example, there are so many kinds of mutual aid societies, such as alcohol and drug rehabilitation societies. As the name suggests, mutual aid societies are associations that help each other. In this process, everyone will share feelings, emotions, views, experiences, measures, and results to help everyone solve one or more common problems. The previous answers have already introduced the relevant concepts very comprehensively, so I won't repeat them here. Most of these mutual aid societies are non-profit and can be regarded as organizations full of positive energy. However, a mutual aid society that produces killers is obviously not the kind mentioned above. This mutual aid society has a long history. It is said that this mutual aid society was originally established by a group of ascetics. About 300 years ago, a group of ascetics who were practicing asceticism in the mountains of northern Italy discovered a mysterious language on the loom. According to the blind spots that were not woven in the linen woven by the loom, 0 and 1, binary, were determined, and then converted into letters to form people's names. At first, the ascetics did not know what these names meant, until they found that everyone whose name appeared was a heinous person, and each of them would cause a disaster. If they are not stopped, these people will bring more and more killing and hatred to the world. So the ascetics thought that this was God conveying their will to them, and they called this loom the Destiny Loom. And around this loom, they formed the earliest mutual aid society. After the loom gave a name, they would kill, saying that this was fate, an order they must execute to maintain the stability of the world. Moreover, what's more ridiculous is that they really seem to be blessed by God and have some special abilities. For example, they can speed up their heartbeats to dozens of times that of ordinary people, thereby obtaining abnormal dynamic vision and unparalleled athletic ability. Anyway, normal people can never do this. If the heartbeat of ordinary people is so fast, they would have exploded long ago. In addition, they also have an ability that sounds very awesome, but it's actually just that, arc shooting. Simply put, it makes the bullet turn. It is said that some powerful mutual aid killers can make the bullet draw a circle. Very powerful, right? But Kai thinks this thing is useless? Can't a bullet traveling in a straight line kill people? Why must it have an arc trajectory? He felt that this ability was not practical except for being a little cool. Of course, it could also be that Kai had high standards. Anyway, when Kai got this information from the sniper's mind, he was confused. He always felt that this guy was fooled by a cult. There are many cults in the United States. And the Destiny Loom. That's nonsense. If this loom is so awesome, why did World War I and World War II still happen? Didn't Hitler's name ever appear on the loom? If the loom is so powerful, then their mutual aid association could have killed Hitler when he was still a painter in Vienna. That's not difficult. Maybe this could have prevented World War II from happening. But the problem is that this world still has Hitler, and Hitler still started World War II. Is that thing really there? Meatball asked stupidly. The other three people looked over with squinted eyes. This kind of thing sounded unreliable. According to the intelligence obtained from the sniper, this mutual aid society does fight for justice, but they are all murderers or other criminals. This is of course powerful, it can scam criminals. But the problem is, that is the Destiny Loom. Destiny. Can't the target given be a little more lofty? For example, a role that can influence the international situation. If it doesn't work, South America, the Golden Triangle, and the Golden Crescent are full of drug lords and warlords who are harming the country and the people. Why have they never heard of anyone running to assassinate those people? Even those people are in the news, and there is no need for that damn loom to convey it. Are those murderers more harmful to the world than those drug lords? This is a logical flaw. Then, boss, didn't you get the specific information about the mutual aid society from that guy's brain? Saji understood what Kai meant. Kai had no grudges against that mutual aid society. There was no reason for the mutual aid society to find Kai inexplicably. To say that Kai will harm the world in the future. Not to mention Saji, even his dog doesn't believe it. Whose big bad guy who destroyed the world ran to the countryside to be a small sheriff? In this case, the only family that can be related to Kai is the Luton family. Now that all the Luton family members are dead, if they want to take revenge, it seems that they can only go to the Mutual Aid Association. No. The sniper named Mike is just a new member of the Mutual Aid Association. They have not become formal members yet. They have little access to the secrets of the Mutual Aid Association, and they don't know where the Mutual Aid Association's lair is. They are trained by a woman named Firefox. The woman told them that unless they complete the assessment and become formal members, they will be taken back to the headquarters. That's why I just said that we can't find their location. Sage nodded, not surprised. A mysterious organization like the Mutual Aid Association naturally cannot casually tell outsiders about its headquarters. Otherwise, how can it be kept secret? Then what should we do next? Should we just let it go, forget it? Wishful thinking. I didn't even have time to settle with them when they came to kill me, and now they have killed our brothers. I will definitely find them, and then, there is no need to say the rest. Everyone else understands. Boss, what do you mean? I remember you have a brother who works in the FBI, Kai looked at Sage and said. There are 5 brothers in Sage's family. Almost all of them have served in the military. 2 of them are still in Afghanistan and Iraq. Of the remaining 2 brothers, one is in the Delta Special Forces, and the other was in the 75th Ranger Regiment. He later retired and joined the FBI as a special investigator and has been active on the East Coast. Hobbs? Yes, he did join the FBI. That's good. You contact him first and see if he can find out anything. I will also go to Major General Hawk and General Colton to see if they have any intelligence. In addition to the ability to fight, special operations also require intelligence work, so Kai plans to see if there is any news from the Special Operations Command. Okay. I'll call Hobbs now. Chapter 322 Dutton Farm. Facts have proved that the Mutual Aid Society is indeed mysterious enough. In the following months, Kai used a lot of connections, but both the military and the FBI were confused about the Mutual Aid Society. After all, the information Kai could provide was too little. More importantly, the Mutual Aid Society rarely held public activities, and they chose their targets too randomly. Even the police found it difficult to find cases related to the Mutual Aid Society among the thousands of homicides in the United States. Of course, this is a later story. Now, Kai has other things to worry about. He has to go to an appointment. An appointment with the top local tyrant. The patriarch of the Dutton family, John Dutton. John Dutton is a giant among American farmers and owns the largest Dutton farm in the United States. Running a farm and reaching the level of the Dutton family is considered to be the pinnacle. It can even be said that the Dutton family has the pricing power of some agricultural products and livestock in the U.S. market. If something happens to the Dutton family, even the entire international market will be slightly shaken. After the assassination, apart from causing trouble for Thomas, the rest of the old Dutton was to donate to the town of Guardian. Previously, they only donated money to the police station and the farmers who were damaged. This time, it was more direct. All those who were injured and sacrificed because of this incident received a considerable donation from the Dutton Family Foundation. As the head of the police station, Kai could not pretend that he didn't know about the matter. So after dealing with some trivial matters, Kai finally set a time to meet the big boss who played an important role in the whole state of Minnesota. The Dutton Manor is more than 100 kilometers west of Windham City. It was the first farm established by the Dutton family when they first settled in Minnesota. It is also the most beautiful farm in Minnesota, and even in the United States. There is a large lake to the west of the farm, and snow-capped mountains to the north. Between the snow-capped mountains and the lake is an endless grassland. Every winter, a large number of livestock are driven here to spend the winter. The ancestral house of the Dutton family is here. It is a building standing on the hillside with a history of hundreds of years. Especially because this lighthouse with Gothic as the center reminds many people of the Renaissance, there are many facilities inside the building, such as heated floors, fireplaces, including bathrooms, wine cellars and indoor swimming pools. This house also has a huge 15-acre landscape garden, 130 rooms, at least 2 or 3 private cinemas, bowling alleys and a very beautiful outdoor swimming pool. At the foot of the mountain in front of the house, there is a huge racecourse. This is the favorite place of Old Dutton. When he is not patrolling the farm, he will ride his horse and run a few laps on this racecourse every day. But today, it is not Old Dutton and his favorite black horse Ada who are galloping on the racecourse, but a young man and woman riding on a strong yellow horse and galloping on the racecourse. Between the galloping of the horses, the girl's lovely laughter makes this winter pasture covered in silver become particularly lively. After running a few laps, the horse stopped at the entrance of the racecourse. A sturdy cowboy with a black beard came forward and pulled the reins of the horse, making the horse stand still so that the man and woman on the horse could dismount. The man on the horse gave the cowboy a thankful smile, and then turned over and dismounted very neatly. After dismounting, the man stretched out his monkey arms and gently carried the girl off the horse. "I didn't expect you to be so good at riding a horse. Have you been a cowboy before?" At this time, Beth Dutton, who had been standing outside the fence and watching, came in and handed a can of hot coffee to the girl, whose face was flushed, not knowing whether it was excitement or cold. "No, I just learned for a while," the man smiled and said. The girl took the hot coffee from Beth very politely. Then, with a little expectation and a little embarrassment, she asked the man, "Kai, can you bring me here again in the future? This is the first time I know that riding a horse is so fun." Yes, this man is Kai. He was originally invited to visit the Dutton Manor, but unfortunately, the governor came to visit the Old Dutton today. There was no way, so the Old Dutton had to let his daughter come out to greet Kai. Kai looked at Susie helplessly. He was not talking to Kelly about this girl, but Susie. Too slutty. But the truth was not like that. Originally, Kai came to visit the Dutton Manor this time, only to bring Portman a meatball, and did not plan to bring anyone else. Kelly did plan to come with him, but the problem was that her mother had already prepared a Christmas trip. They were going to spend Christmas in warm California. This was Kelly's 18th Christmas, and Sandra had already planned to give her daughter a unique Christmas gift. Kelly originally did not plan to leave Kai. The girl was in the heat of love and wanted to hang on Kai. In the end, it was Kai who persuaded Kelly to agree. First, 18 years old is very important for a girl, and even more important for the girl's parents, because that means the child will leave them. So Kai felt that Kelly should not reject Sandra's kindness. Secondly, it was Kai's problem. It was the first time he fell in love with such a young girl. She was only 18 years old. In Kai's previous life, he joined the army before going to college, so his first love came very late. He had no experience. The little girl was too clingy. Kai was the kind of person who liked to have his own time. He was not used to someone following him all the time. He preferred the kind of relationship where they had each other's private space. But Kai didn't know how to explain to such a girl. So he simply let Sandra take her out for Christmas, and he could relax for a while. But unexpectedly, Susie came to Kelly's house as soon as she left. She didn't want to spend Christmas alone. This reason was so strong that Kai couldn't refuse the pitiful Susie at all. Indeed, such a child actually spent Christmas alone. Kai didn't feel much about Christmas, but he also knew that foreigners valued Christmas, and that feeling was the same as the Spring Festival in China. Just think about it, spending the Spring Festival alone, how miserable it would be. At the same time, Kai also felt that Susie's mother was really a jerk. He didn't know that Susie's mother, who was far away in Minneapolis, was also very aggrieved at this time. Although she was not very responsible, she would still spend Christmas with her daughter every year. The madam also has a holiday, right? But this year, Susie didn't know what was wrong with her. She insisted on going on a Christmas trip with her classmates, not spending Christmas with her mother. Susie's mother just felt that Christmas night was really lonely and cold. As for what Susie was thinking, the plan worked. This damn IQ. In order to win Kai back, Susie tried her best to find all kinds of loopholes in Kelly. She didn't expect that Kelly would go on a trip during Christmas. This was simply a godsend. Regarding Susie's request, Kai could only look at Beth. Although he was rich, it was a joke to want to run a farm like Dutton Manor with tens of millions of assets. Let alone other things, the horse Kai just rode was a quarter horse. Quarter horses are one of the most popular horse breeds in the United States. They are one of the 10 fastest animals on land. They are often used to participate in cowboy competitions and are known for their competitive nature. They are also often used in professional horse riding and other competitions. And the horse Kai rode was of pure blood. Tracing back to the bloodline, several generations of horses were champion horses. This also means that it is worth up to 7 figures. This is just the price. The daily maintenance and trainer fees are also sky high. Kai can't afford it at all. Horse riding has always been an activity that only rich people can play. In modern society, it is even more exaggerated. Except for the local tyrants, ordinary people can't play it at all. Take the Dutton family's horse farm for example. They have a total of more than 30 horse farms and more than 2,000 horses, and most of them are famous stallions. Among them, 1/10 are purebred horses and Arabian horses with excellent bloodlines. These horses cost tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars to breed once. From this, we can see how rich the Dutton family is. Apart from other things, the market price of these horses alone is astronomical. Of course. As long as you want to come, you are welcome at any time. But, these beasts are not so easy to control. The horse that was originally led by the bearded cowboy suddenly took a step forward and approached the crowd for some reason. Then Beth suddenly took a few steps back as if she was stared at by a beast. It seems that she is very afraid of horses. Beth's character is very similar to that of Old Dutton. She is family-oriented, tough, cunning, never gives up, and will do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. It can even be said that she is cut from the same mold as Old Dutton. Old Dutton values his daughter very much. He even believes that when the crisis comes, the person who can truly protect the family is none other than Beth. Unfortunately, she is afraid of riding horses. She has no idea how to control animals that are taller than herself. In addition, some things make Beth extremely resistant to ranching, so she will go to the city to run her own business. Although it is not understood that Beth was born in such a family and is afraid of horses. But adhering to personal privacy, Kay and Susie did not ask, "Well, my father's meeting with the governor is about to end. If you want to meet the governor, I can take you there now." Beth obviously did not intend to talk about that topic, and she quickly turned the topic to the next meeting. Obviously, the Dutton family was very grateful for Kay's 2 helps, and even took out their own connections to introduce to Kay. Connections are much more valuable than real money. Don't say that the United States is not a society of favors. In fact, where's there no place that does not value favors? The upper-class circle in the United States is a circle that needs favors. It cannot be said that there are no examples of those who dream of breaking into the upper class with real talents and knowledge, but they are very rare. I have seen a joke before, saying that the United States is so good and no one cares how much money you have. It is as if the American dream is real. Americans rarely ask others how much money they have. They prefer to ask others which school they graduated from. The best way for Americans to distinguish classes is to see which university you go to. Those top universities are the stepping stone to enter the upper class. This is also a circle. And it is more exclusive than many people imagine. If you don't believe it, you can look at those political and business celebrities in the United States. They all graduated from top prestigious universities. So connections are very important in the United States, even more important than other places. Here we can also see the sincerity of the Dutton family. Forget it, I'm not used to contacting politicians. The Dutton family is willing to let Kai accept the governor. In addition to showing sincerity, there are other ideas, such as pulling Kai into the Dutton family system. As long as Old Dutton introduces this person to the governor, it is basically equivalent to telling others that this person is from our Dutton family. For others, this may not be a big deal. A sheriff can expand his network of contacts through the Dutton family, which is a win no matter how you think about it. But Kai is different. First of all, he really doesn't like politicians. Secondly, he has no intention of doing anything for the Dutton family. Ness was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's okay. I'll let Rip take you around. This place is a bit big, and you will get lost if you are not careful." Beth apologized and walked towards the big house. Today, Old Dutton wants to introduce all the family connections to Beth and let Beth run for state legislator. If Beth doesn't want to take over the farm, then go to politics and continue to contribute to the family there. This is the first time Susie heard that you can get lost by wandering around someone else's house. Let's go. The Dutton Manor is very beautiful in winter. It is definitely not to be missed. The cowboy named Rip pulled out a horse and took them around the farm. Rip is the cowboy leader and the brand of the Dutton family. As mentioned before, the Dutton family has never been a kind family. All of their core cowboys are homeless people who have made mistakes. They follow the ancient tradition and are branded with a Dutton family's mark. The Dutton farm is the home of branded people. They will never be bullied in this family. This is the slogan of the Dutton family. It is also because of this that many outlaws and marginalized people in society will join the ranks of Dutton's cowboys. Don't think that the cowboys of the Dutton family are the same as ordinary cowboys. In addition to doing the work of ordinary cowboys, they also do a lot of dirty work that cannot be seen by others. And Rip is the manager and leader of these cowboys. Rip was once a juvenile delinquent. He had no family. He was taken back to the Dutton farm by Old Dutton very early and taught carefully. He is a perfect cowboy. Whether it is managing the entire farm, managing people, or even those shameful jobs, he can complete them perfectly. Even many times, he represents the will of Old Dutton. These materials were collected by Kai before. To be honest, Kai doesn't like the style of the Dutton family very much. They not only do things by any means, but also simple, rough and unscrupulous. Take the autopsy report for example. In order to destroy the autopsy report, Old Dutton directly sent Rip to burn the entire morgue of the Wyndham City Criminal Identification Center. When they burned the morgue, they also left the coroner who had been knocked unconscious in the morgue. If it weren't for the coroner's luck, he would have been burned to death. If this kind of person were in China, he would be a typical evil force. Moreover, he colluded with officials and businessmen and traded money for power. He is definitely a key target for attack. But no matter what, this is the United States. The existence of this kind of person conforms to the rules of the game in the United States. Even if he wants to attack, it is the business of the US government. Kai doesn't have to do anything extra for the US government. But if Kai wants to get close to this family, Kai asks himself that he can't do it. If the Dutton family didn't give money easily and it was considered a good deed, Kai would not be interested in visiting. After walking around with Rip, the time for the appointment has come. Old Dutton is an old man who looks serious. Although he is called an old man, he actually looks very young and very imposing. At first glance, he is the kind of person who keeps his word, which gives people a great sense of oppression. Susie, a lively girl, could not help but keep silent when she saw the old man. Old Dutton was not a smooth-talking person. On the contrary, his principle of doing things was to be tough, just like a cowboy, and he liked to do things with a cowboy's mindset. Just like many things he had done, if he couldn't solve the trouble, he would solve the troublemaker. There was nothing much to say in his conversation with Kay. He expressed his gratitude, but Kay just said that it was what he should do. Then out of courtesy, Old Dutton introduced his children to him. Beth didn't need to be introduced. The focus was on his two sons, the second son Jamie Dutton and the youngest son Keith Dutton. Kay had nothing in common with Jamie. He was a lawyer, and perhaps because his father was too strong, Jamie always gave people a shady feeling. In our local dialect, we say that this person is not manly, does things unpleasantly, and always likes to act in a perverse way. On the contrary, Kai felt good about Keith. He was not the kind of dandy who always caused trouble as Kai imagined. On the contrary, he was very much to Kai's liking, and he was also born in a military family. He had previously served in the Navy Special Forces, the famous Navy SEALs. But Keith was similar to Kai, neither of them was good at talking. Although Kai refused to be recruited by Old Dutton, the overall atmosphere was still good. At least Kai liked their Mexican food very much. But at this time, there was a sudden sound of barking outside. Old Dutton frowned, very dissatisfied with the noise outside. Although Kai's status was not very high, he had done a favor to the Dutton family. So he was still a distinguished guest of the Dutton family. The current situation did not conform to the rules of the Dutton family. But soon, Old Dutton had no time to care about this. Because just now, his grandson disappeared. Chapter 323, Intrigue and Deception. The Dutton family all pursue a late marriage policy. They believe that only when a person matures, he is qualified to get married. Because only in this way can he understand what responsibility is and be able to protect his family well. Old Dutton is like this, and most of his children are like this. The eldest, second and eldest sister of the Dutton family are not married. Only the youngest, Keith Dutton, is the most rebellious in the whole family. Keith wanted to be with an Indian woman, but he ran away from home because of the opposition of Old Dutton. Keith is also the only one of this generation of Dutton family who is married and has children. He has only recently returned because of a series of changes in the family. His wife also broke up with him. I don't know if it's because of returning to the family. And his child was left by his wife. Keith couldn't even visit his child. As a result, the next time he heard about the child, it was that the child was missing. After Keith's wife Monica couldn't find the child, she had no choice but to find the Dutton family. Seeing Keith rush out of the house out of control, Old Dutton was no less, and almost rushed out one after another. Old Dutton had lost many loved ones in his life, but this time, he would never allow himself to lose his grandson. Now both Kay and Susie were a little embarrassed. To be honest, it was a little inappropriate for them to stay here when something like this happened in someone else's family. But it didn't seem right to leave rashly. While the two were embarrassed, Jamie, the second son of the Dutton family, was more sensible. He immediately stood up to apologize, saying that something happened at home and he was not hospitable enough. He would arrange a car to take them back. Kay was also ready to agree. Someone else's child was lost, so what was the point of them staying here? But before Kay could speak, Beth grabbed Kay and asked for Kay's help. Miss Beth, I'm the sheriff of Gardner Town, and I don't have the power to enforce the law here, Kay said a little embarrassedly. To be honest, Kay's words actually meant more of an excuse. He didn't think the Dutton family needed his help. They were wealthy and powerful, with hundreds of gun-toting cowboys under their command. The Windham City Police Department had become the Dutton family's thugs. The state police and the mounted police were not to mention. There was also the Livestock Commission. Don't think that the American Livestock Commission was just a simple civilian organization like the industry associations in other countries. On the contrary, many state livestock commissions had their own armed forces. Strictly speaking, they should be police, affiliated with the state police. The Dutton family had so many resources, and Kai didn't think they needed his help. Beth's actions were a complete waste of resources. The key point was that Kai really didn't like some of the Dutton family's ways of doing things. "I don't trust those idiots in the Wyndham City Police Department," Beth gave a very good reason. "The Gardner Police Department has always been controlled by the Dutton family, and they act like thugs. It's a dream to expect the professional quality to be high." Others had just entertained Kai and donated so much to Gardner. Even if Kai didn't like the Dutton family, he couldn't turn his face so quickly. So he had to stay. Keith's son Tate disappeared in the Indian reservation. Although the Indians did not like white people to intrude into their territory, Tate was not only a white child, but also the blood of the Indians. Monica's family was also somewhat famous in the local area, so the Indians in the reservation had to accept it, but they still warned the white people not to make trouble on the Indian land. It was also because of the participation of the white people that the Indians who had originally helped Monica find her child began to stand aside. They believed that Monica's actions hurt them. This was the land of the Indians, and they had the ability to find their own children on their own land. Monica's approach of asking the white people for help was a sign of distrust of them. Even Monica's brother was very angry. But Monica, who was so anxious, had no time to care about these things. She just wanted to find her child. Unfortunately, there was no result after searching all night. After dawn, everyone formed a human chain and conducted a carpet search of Monica's home within a radius of 30 kilometers. It was also at this time that Beth brought Kay to the scene. Old Dutton and Rip were stunned when they saw Kay's arrival. He didn't expect Kay to come to help them at this time. Although they didn't talk for a long time yesterday, Old Dutton could still see that the young sheriff in front of him didn't like their family. Old Dutton didn't care about this. There were so many people who wanted him dead, and it didn't matter that a police officer hated him. It was just a pity for him. Through the previous drug case and the later assassination case, Old Dutton could see that Kai was a talent. Unexpectedly, someone else came to help today. Kai didn't like their Dutton family and never asked them for anything. He came today, which was really just a simple help. In this regard, Old Dutton felt that he needed to appreciate this. After exchanging a few words with Old Dutton, Kai quickly entered the working state. Although the Dutton family was not a good family, the child was innocent after all. In this case, Kai felt that he could help. According to the process, Kai first asked Monica about the situation before the child disappeared. Monica also explained the things before the child disappeared intermittently. It turned out that Monica and Keith had a falling out before, and Keith was not allowed to get close to their son Tate, but Old Dutton wanted to be close to his grandson, and even Monica could not stop him. That day, Tate rode with Old Dutton and said that he also wanted a horse of his own. Old Dutton was not surprised, because the Dutton family had cowboy blood. He told his grandson that as long as Keith agreed, he would buy a pony, but the condition was that Tate had to help clean the stables, clean the barn, and be responsible for feeding and drinking water for the pony. Little Tate agreed immediately. So Monica's family had an extra pony. Yesterday, after Tate had dinner, because of the agreement with his grandfather, Tate went to the stable alone to feed hay. Although Monica was a little prejudiced against the Dutton family, she felt that her son could take care of the pony as agreed, which would be good for his growth, so she did not stop him. But as time went by, Tate didn't come back. Monica went out to look for Tate, but she only saw the foal wandering alone outside the stable, and little Tate was nowhere to be seen. "Did you find any traces?" Kai asked. This time it was Case who spoke up. "We looked for it. There was a blizzard last night, and the footprints were buried." Kai nodded and said to Old Dutton, "Does your family have any enemies?" Old Dutton was stunned by this question. Enemies? There are some to say, their family is full of enemies. But almost instantly, Old Dutton thought of one person, Thomas. Thomas's recent situation is quite bad. 2 consecutive inexplicable scapegoats have basically made him enemies on all sides. What's more, Old Dutton knows very well that those things have nothing to do with Thomas. It was completely a unilateral frame-up by him. And he also knows that Thomas knows it well. Well, now that his grandson is missing, who is the biggest suspect? Is there any need to say? Thomas, Old Dutton said with gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Case picked up the gun and walked out without saying a word. Now those Indians are not happy. This is a reservation. Besides, Indians have their own code of conduct. Thomas didn't become a chief by inheritance. This is not the old society. Indians keep up with the times. They have their own management committee. Their chiefs are elected, although they are lifelong. But if a candidate can't convince the public, how can he become a chief? What does a chief do? It is a position to fight for the welfare of all Indians. Although from the outside world's point of view, the Indian community is actually no different from the Indian society, and the local Indian chief is the boss. But when it comes to treating his own people, the chief must provide the most basic protection. Tate's mother is an Indian. He was born and raised on an Indian reservation. In the eyes of most Indians, he is an Indian. No matter how bad Thomas is, he will not use Tate to threaten old Dutton, because that violates the rules of Indians. Now Keith looks like he wants to kill Thomas. It would be strange if other Indians can do it. It's not the turn of white people to run wild on the reservation. Monica's brother was the first to stand up to stop Keith. It seemed that he was going to teach Keith a lesson and let him know where he was. But before he could say anything, he felt a pain in his abdomen, and then he fell to the ground. Just as he was about to look up, Keith's gun was already against his head. When the other Indians saw this, they immediately pulled out their guns and pointed them at Keith. At this time, they could tell who was close to them. White people are always white people, and Indians are always Indians. Keith has lived in the reservation for 10 years, but he is still an outsider. Go away, I'm only looking for Thomas. Keith looked at the Indians with red eyes. Some of them were his friends, but Keith couldn't care less now. No. Keith, stop. Stop. Just like all the Romeo and Juliet style love, Monica was also hesitating between her family and her lover. Especially when she knew that her brother was killed by Keith, and her brother also killed Keith's eldest brother, she was even more tormented. This is also the reason why Monica wanted to stay away from Keith. At this time, Kai walked to Case and patted his shoulder. I guess it wasn't the chief who did it. Kai said this because he didn't want to escalate the conflict, and he also felt that it was not the Indian chief who did it. It's not because Kai thinks Thomas is a good person. The word good person has nothing to do with the upper-class Indians. The upper class of Indians has long been corrupted. This may be the strategy of the US government. Anyway, the upper and lower class Indians are now completely two classes. The upper class Indians have made a lot of money thanks to the government's preferential treatment, and they even dare to get involved in any business, not to mention casinos, and there are many drug dealers. But in dealing with their problems, the US government is more cautious. Generally, as long as they don't cause big trouble, the government will turn a blind eye. It's a bit like the ancient Chinese policy of restraining local chieftains. As long as you don't come out to make trouble, you can do whatever you want in your territory. Say they are good people? Even idiots don't believe it. Kai just thinks that Thomas is not an idiot. Thomas is already exhausted from dealing with two things in a row. If a kidnapping case is exposed, Thomas will not be able to handle it, not to mention that he is just an elected chief. He is the father of all Indians. To make money, the US government will definitely turn a blind eye to these Indian chiefs, but it is not okay to make trouble, and it is such a drastic measure. What about the rules of the game? If every Indian chief does this, what is the government for? All Indians should just be independent. The Dutton family is not an ordinary family. It is a big family that has been entrenched in Minnesota for hundreds of years and has been run by 4 generations. It is a powerful class with huge power. After being tricked by old Dutton twice before, many people are dissatisfied with Thomas. If it happens again, no matter what, Thomas will be finished. Kai gave the reason, and old Dutton calmed down. Just as Kai said, Thomas is not that stupid. I didn't do this. It was also a coincidence that Thomas actually walked in at this time. Thomas, apart from his skin color and appearance, did not look like an Indian at all. Instead, he looked like a white elite on Wall Street. He was dressed in a suit and tie, very neatly and exquisitely, without any ethnic flavor like other Indians. When Keith saw Thomas, he immediately rushed towards him with red eyes, but before he took 2 steps, an Indian gunman with 2 big braids put a gun to his forehead. But Keith did not retreat, but pointed his gun at Thomas. This chief was quite brave, turning a blind eye to Keith's gun and just looking at old Dutton. The other Indians also raised their guns again, and Rip and the cowboys were naturally unwilling to be outdone. Ahem, I say, there is a policeman standing here. Can you show some respect? Kai was very unhappy with this group of unruly people. He was also a policeman, but this group of people seemed to treat him as if he did not exist from beginning to end, and they drew their guns whenever they wanted. The Indian glanced at Kai indifferently, not caring at all. Old Dutton was more humane. He waved his hand and asked the cowboy to put down his gun. Case was also pulled back by Rip. The police officer is right, I didn't do it. John, you won't put the blame on me, right? That's your grandson, you. Case thought Thomas was threatening them. Ahem, Case, I think what Thomas meant is that if you really believe that Thomas did it, then the real mastermind will not let Tate go. Kai felt that Case did a very bad job on this point. If a soldier cannot control his temper at all times and keep himself calm, he is not a qualified soldier. Although it is a bit unkind to say this. Anger can't solve any problems. Old Dutton understood what Kai meant. You mean, this was not done by Thomas, but most likely by Thomas's enemies? It is indeed very likely. Anyway, if it were me, I would do it. Just kidnapping a child can make the Dutton family and Chief Thomas completely deadlocked, and make public opinion in the situation completely turn to the Dutton family. It doesn't take much effort to solve Chief Thomas. I think no one will refuse it. Yes. That's what I mean. You know whether I did the two things before. Now if you frame me for this, it won't be the Dutton family that will benefit. Thomas looked at Kai with great appreciation, thinking that this was a smart person. Old Dutton was also very decisive. After figuring out everything, he immediately asked, who is it? Baker Brothers. Before this, Thomas borrowed money from the bank to buy land under the name of a real estate developer named Daniel. This land was next to the Dutton farm. Thomas will work with Daniel to build a high-end hotel on this land to match the casino. Thomas's ambition has aroused the vigilance of some people, that is, the Baker brothers who also opened casinos. The Baker brothers don't like Indian tribes to expand reservations in disguise, and they don't like new casinos to steal their business. So they threatened the real estate developer Daniel a few days ago, but Daniel had Thomas behind him and didn't care about the Baker brothers at all. Daniel scoffed at the warnings of the two and even spoke rudely. Daniel got into trouble for his stupidity. He didn't know that the eldest of the Baker brothers was the director of the Minnesota Liquor Authority. The next day, all the applications for selling alcohol submitted by Daniel would be revoked. To get rid of the trouble, the only way was to terminate the agreement with Thomas and turn to the Baker brothers casino. Later, in Thomas's Paint Horse Casino Hotel, the Baker brothers unscrupulously demanded in front of the tribal lawyers and committee members that the slot machines in the casino must be obtained through the brothers' leasing company in the future. Otherwise, contractors, communities, including Daniel and Dutton Farm, will become troubles for Thomas to build a casino. But Thomas, who had experienced many storms, was not scared, and even humiliated the Baker brothers because he was backed by the reservation. After that, there was a crisis at the Dutton farm. The farm was put with poisonous grass, and hundreds of cattle died at once. This is also one of the reasons why the conflict between Thomas and the Dutton family was completely intensified. Then the Dutton family took advantage of Kay's betrayal and started to fight back, and Thomas was in trouble. These days, the Baker brothers have been taking advantage of him. But Thomas now tells old Dutton that he has never done anything to the ranch. To be honest, Thomas and the Dutton family really don't have any big grudges. It can be said that it is a dispute of will. Thomas wants to redeem the land that was taken away decades ago, while the Dutton family does not want to sell the land. This matter is not enough for Thomas to run to assassinate and kidnap. Business matters can be solved in business. The same is true for old Dutton. If the ranch had not been poisoned, he would not have played tricks with Thomas. On the contrary, the conflict with the Baker brothers is even greater. Both sides run casinos, and colleagues are enemies. Hearing Thomas' confession, old Dutton remembered that the Baker brothers had indeed approached old Dutton before, wanting to join forces with him to deal with Thomas. But old Dutton never thought of joining forces with the Baker brothers, but after Thomas's reminder, he understood one thing. The Baker brothers did what they did, and it was very likely that they planted alfalfa to frame Daniel and Thomas, provoke a war, and profit from it. But for now, this is all later. The most important thing for them is to find Tate. In order to reconcile with old Dutton, Thomas reconciled with old Dutton, and at most he did not buy the land of old Dutton's family and gave up opening a new casino around old Dutton's land. This involves land tax. If Thomas runs a casino next to old Dutton's land, it will increase the value of the surrounding land. According to U.S. law, the collection of land tax is based on the value of the land. Once the casino and community are built, it means that the Dutton family will have to pay tens of millions of dollars more in land tax. Thomas can change the land, but the conflict between him and the Baker brothers cannot be reconciled. If Thomas wants to grow stronger, he will definitely offend the two brothers. In this way, the Indians, under Thomas' arrangement, also joined the ranks of looking for children. On the dirt road on the edge of the reservation, people found 2 fresh tire tracks. Following the tire tracks, Jamie found one of Tate's boots. Monica collapsed on the ground and cried bitterly while looking at the boot. Case looked at Kai. Although Kai didn't say much before, he had gained the trust of many people. At least the Dutton family believed in him more than the Indians and the useless police. The same was true for Thomas. I think I need to pull my dog out, Kai said while looking at the child's shoes. Chapter 324 Rescue of Hostages. Kai's dog was quickly brought over by Raukiu and Portman, and the group of people who were quick-tracked were stunned. When you come out to visit someone, you bring your own dog with you. When everyone saw the dog's appearance clearly, they were even more surprised. The people here are either cowboys or Native Americans. They are all the masters of digging for food in the soil, not those white people who don't know the difference between grains. They can see clearly that this is not enough, it is clearly 2 wolves. That's right, Raukiu and Portman brought back 2 wolves. 2 North American gray wolves. North American gray wolves are not only giants among wolves, but also the largest among all canines. The 2 wolves brought by Kai are about 90 centimeters tall at the shoulder and weigh almost 100 kilograms. The group of people looked at the 2 white gray wolves and were a little afraid. It is not surprising that gray wolves of this physique would attack people and kill a few people. In particular, the way these 2 wolves looked at everyone was like hungry wolves that had been hungry for more than 10 days, and they were full of desire and greed when they saw pieces of fat meat. Those who have seen gray wolves were also scared by the look of these 2 wolves. Their eyes were too weird, as if these 2 beasts had wisdom, and their eyes revealed cruelty and tyranny. What was even more surprising was that these 2 wolves seemed to be wild and hard to find. They didn't listen to Meatball and Portman very much, and wanted to bite them when they saw the opportunity. The 2 of them were also like being stared at by wild beasts, and they were cautious with the 2 wolves. They really couldn't help but be cautious. Others might think that they were just 2 gray wolves, but they knew what kind of monsters were hidden in the bodies of these 2 gray wolves. When Meatball and Portman received a call from Kai asking them to drive to pick up the 2 hounds, they were almost scared to death. The Tindalus hounds were too cruel. The cruelty here does not only refer to their habits, but the key is that they look cruel enough. But the boss has the order, what can they do? As a result, when they drove for a while, 2 huge gray wolves blocked their way. It was also at that time that they knew that the Hound of Tindalus could actually possess other creatures. Excuse me, these are 2 wolves I caught in the mountains before. I wanted to kill them, but later I saw that they were smart and couldn't do it, so I just raised them as dogs. This is pure nonsense. Others are not those newbies in the city. They all know how big the difference is between wolves and dogs. Wild North American gray wolves are known for their ferocity and brutality. There have been records of North American gray wolves killing brown bears. They are also untamable. Their natural wildness and deep pride make them fearless when facing stronger opponents. By the way, I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Gray wolves have been listed in the Red List of Endangered Species of the World Conservation Union. Private individuals are not allowed to domesticate them. Others have nothing to say about this. Really, no one cares about this. Wolves are wolves. As long as they can find the children, they can't care even if Kai leads the bear out. This is Minnesota, not New York. There are not so many things to be picky about. The hounds of Tindalus have the strongest tracking ability in the known world. Even if the prey they target flees to the ends of the earth, they cannot escape their tracking. Following the smell is a piece of cake. Although they are very dissatisfied that Kai treats them as ordinary hounds, they have no choice. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and they have no room for resistance. They can only be police dogs. After smelling the boots left by Tate, the 2 gray wolves are like wild horses that have broken free from their reins, and they jumped out with a whoosh. A group of people can only ride horses to follow the 2 gray wolves in the snow. In fact, other people don't really believe this. It snowed heavily last night, and those who kidnapped Tate still drove. If the hounds can find them by smell, it would be really weird. If it is so easy, why do we need the police? Keep dogs. The result is shocking. The 2 gray wolves are actually more endurance than horses. They ran for a whole day and finally stopped at a place called Crazy Mountain at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Madman Mountain, Thomas and Old Dutton both knew this place. Tindalus Hound was sure that the child was there. If Kai hadn't strictly forbidden them to rush in and cause trouble, there would probably be no one alive there now. What is this place? Kai's predecessor Adam had lived in Windham City for so many years, but he had no impression of this place name. Why don't I remember there is such a place name in Windham City? Oh, it's actually called Carter Mountain. Later, because a group of free militias settled here, it was called Madman Mountain. Free militia? Is it the National Guard? Or the State Guard? The name of the free militia sounds very American. They like the word freedom very much. Although Kai suspects that most Americans don't understand what freedom is, they still like to make trouble. Thomas shook his head and said with a little fear and shame, neither. They are a group of semi-militarized lunatics and extremists among us Indians. The world is big, so there are all kinds of people. Let's not talk about anything else. There are also a large group of separatists in California and Texas. So it's not surprising that there are extreme nationalists among Indians. The philosophy held by these people is very interesting. They believe that the United States and even the entire North American continent originally belonged to them, the Indians. Both whites and blacks are invaders. They advocate that North America should be returned to its original owners. It's ridiculous, right? Before the whites established a regime in the American continent, the indigenous Indians here had no concept of nation at all. Even the name of Indians was given to the Indians by whites. They were previously divided into tribes. Strictly speaking, the so-called Indians are actually composed of thousands of indigenous tribes. Their languages and customs are completely different from each other. It is too much to talk about nationalism. As I said before, the world is too big, so there are all kinds of weird people. Of course, there are others who want to establish the North American Indian Empire. And I don't know if it is because of the discrimination. This group of people is not only very radical in their program, but also in their actions. They not only hate whites, blacks and any other races that are not native to North America, but they also hate Indians who disagree with them. In short, it's very confusing. If it's just like this, then it's nothing. Americans are very accepting of such mavericks. But the problem is that these people are not as great as they say. They rely on extreme nationalism to recruit a large group of Indian bandits, and then do all kinds of business. Once they commit a crime, they will run to the Indian reservation to hide. Because of the special ethnic policy, ordinary police can't do anything to them. Although the Indians hate them, as long as they don't harm the Indians themselves, they won't bother, so this group of people is becoming more and more lawless. Now, Kai asked Thomas while asking Rauki and the others to prepare their weapons. Thomas's face was uglier than that of old Dutton. He was the chief of the free militia, but these people were actually traitors and got involved with the Baker brothers, and turned around to mess with him. You know, strictly speaking, the Baker brothers are the enemies of their entire Broken Rock tribe, and they are also Kai's casino. They are mortal competitors with their reservation. This is intolerable. It is the obligation and responsibility of the Reservation Management Committee to assist in combating criminals. Thomas looked at the free militia camp in the distance, smiled and said a set of official words to Kai. But the meaning behind the words was very clear, that is to kill them. Understood, Kai waved to Meatball and the others. Let them prepare. But at this time, old Dutton stood up. This is our Dutton family's business, and we will solve it in our own way. Kai disliked this kind of words the most. Then how do you plan to solve it? Kai said unhappily. In front of me, a policeman, fighting with those gangsters on the opposite side? If you guys solve it in your own way, then what the hell do we need the police for? Kai really didn't like this kind of behavior of ignoring the law and the police. For a society to function normally, the law is the bottom line, but now this group of people in front of him, no one takes the bottom line of society seriously. If I don't know, forget it, but now that I'm standing here, I have to follow my words here. Do you understand? Mr. Dutton? I don't care how rich or powerful you are. So don't play your old tricks in front of me. Now everything must be under my command. Okay, old Dutton didn't expect Kai to react so strongly. However, given Kai's help to their family, he really couldn't say anything. The sheriff in front of him was not the spineless one they had encountered before. Others really didn't take the Dutton family seriously. And if you have to say it, the Dutton family really couldn't do anything to Kai. This is the disadvantage of the huge difference in levels. Others in the Dutton family are all related to the upper class in Minnesota, but what about Kai? He is a sheriff in G.A. Town. Others' law enforcement power and police badges are granted by the people of G.A. Town. His Dutton family has neither land nor connections in G.A. Town. How to play? You can only blame it. Jade Town is too remote. The people of the Dutton family didn't fancy the land there at all. Old Dutton didn't say anything here. On the other side, Rip and the cowboys were not satisfied, especially Rip. At that time, Rip's father divorced his wife, so he took a gun and killed his wife's family. At that time, only Rip survived. At that time, Rip took a frying pan and smashed his father to death, and then ran away. It was Old Dutton who picked up Rip from his abandoned warehouse, branded him with the Dutton family's mark, and gave him a place to live. From that time on, Rip was loyal to Old Dutton and the Dutton family. He completely accepted Old Dutton's education, and his style of doing things was infinitely close to Old Dutton, and even his way of thinking was extremely similar. He believed that this was a grudge between the Dutton family and the Baker brothers and the Free Militia, and the grudges between cowboys should be resolved in the way cowboys do. What way? Of course, the gun in his hand. Now that Kai is talking nonsense here, Rip will not indulge him. What's more, Rip really despises the police. He and many of his brothers are criminals, but for so many years, has there been a policeman to catch them? In Rip's view, the police are just drugs of the Dutton family. If they are needed, they can be used. If they are not needed, then get out. Rip walked directly in front of Kai and pressed the brim of his cowboy hat against Kai's forehead. Listen, Officer Kai. Your duty is over. What happens next has nothing to do with you. You don't want you and your guys to be injured or killed for no reason, do you? Kai looked at Rip, didn't say anything, just smiled. Hey, cowboy, come here, look here. Kai pointed to his waist. Rip looked down and saw a desert eagle pointing between Rip's legs. See? I'll teach you one thing now, that is, threatening the police will get your balls blown. When the other cowboys saw this, they immediately pointed their guns at Kai. Meatball and Portman naturally took out their guns and pointed them at the surroundings. This scene was nothing to them. The craziest action they had ever taken was that a small team of them charged at more than 300 armed men. It was a small scene in front of them. Enough, this is Beth rushing out with Monica. Monica doesn't care who comes to solve the problem, she only wants her son. Kai looked at Rip with a sneer, then took back the gun, but at the moment of taking back the gun, a knee made Rip, a 1.9 meter tall man, kneel on the ground and scream. Asshole, now is the time to inform you that you are under arrest for assaulting a police officer. Kai took out handcuffs and handcuffed Rip. When Beth saw Rip being handcuffed, she immediately tried to stop him, but Kai pointed his gun at her. Listen, lady, stand back. This guy pointed a gun at me today, and no one can save him. If you want to stop me, believe it or not, I will directly issue an arrest warrant and arrest anyone who dares to stop me. That's the nature of the rustic sheriff. Because the grassroots towns lack the necessary judicial personnel, many sheriffs are public prosecutors and judges, with 3 powers in one. It can be said that Kai is not only a law enforcer, but also a prosecutor and a judge. As long as he wants, he can issue a valid arrest warrant. Of course, this thing is also a violation of regulations, and any court can rule it invalid. But before the court issues an injunction, it is valid in a sense. Kai really can't stand this group of people ignoring the police. It would be fine if he couldn't see it or didn't participate, but he was standing next to him. When they were looking for someone, they begged him one by one, but when they found him, they threw him aside. Who the hell are they looking down on? Beth looked at Kai's gun, feeling a little at a loss. She didn't quite understand how things turned out like this. It was fine before. It can only be said that the people in the Dutton family, no matter who they are full of privileged thinking. But Kai couldn't stand this. Old Dutton looked at Kai, then looked at his youngest son, and finally grabbed his youngest son Keith's hand and said very hard, "Can I trust you, Sheriff?" "Of course. You can always trust the Jade Town police, I understand. I will stay here, until you rescue my grandson, Father." Keith wanted to go by himself. But Old Dutton grabbed Keith's shoulder. "Trust him?" Old Dutton looked at the information. He knew that the sheriff in front of him was different from other policemen. At least he was trustworthy in terms of combat effectiveness. Thomas was more straightforward than Old Dutton. After all, what does it have to do with him? Even if Old Dutton's grandson was really dead, it would have nothing to do with him. Besides, the Free Militia are Indians no matter what, so if he can avoid taking action, then he should try not to take action. "Portman, find a sniper point. Meatball and I will do it." Kai didn't bother to care what they did. If Kai didn't participate, then the Duttons could do whatever they wanted. But since he participated, everything was different. Just like he said before, everything must be done according to his rules. Understood. Kai immediately took Meatball and sneaked towards the camp from the side of the Free Militia barracks. Portman ran to a water tower about 800 meters away from the camp and aimed at the camp. Although these Free Militia claimed to be semi-militarized, there were no sentries arranged inside the camp. Perhaps they never thought that someone would deal with them in the Indian reservation. When Kai heard from the headset that Portman was in place, he immediately rushed into the Free Militia camp to attract firepower. When the gunshots of Kai and Meatball rang out, the Free Militia immediately rushed out of the barracks and began to fight back. From their counterattack, we can see the traces of military training. They are not like ordinary criminals who like to appear in groups and then gather together to shoot. On the contrary, they enter the preset firepower points in a very organized manner and encircle Kai and Raukyu from all directions. It is the most useless to shoot at birds in a swarm. Not only does it waste firepower, but it also exposes the enemy too much. The flames of the various firepower points hidden in the camp flashed, and it was Portman's turn to perform. Portman cleared the firepower points one by one. The enemy was not stupid. After realizing that there were snipers outside, they immediately dared not show up. But in this way, their firepower would be greatly reduced. This is the best time for assault. Kai immediately took Raukyu from the right side and quickly occupied the entire camp. After entering the camp, Kai immediately threw the rifle in his hand. In such a narrow environment, the accuracy of the pistol is much higher than that of the rifle. With the protection of the natural shield of Meatball, Kai's advancement speed was quite fast. He immediately came to the center of the camp, which was a barracks. His ears and eyes were constantly observing the surrounding situation. Soon he heard a child crying from the noisy voices. Kai immediately gestured to Meatball to cover himself. The people in the barracks were in chaos. They were afraid of the snipers outside, so they had to retreat. But hiding here was not a solution. They had a dispute about what to do next. Some wanted to rush out, while others proposed to surrender. Kai wanted to see the situation in the house, but the windows and entrances around the house were guarded by the militia. As soon as Kai showed his head, he was forced back by bullets. He had no choice but to ask Portman for help. Portman. Did you see the child? I saw it, but they are now blocking the doors and windows with something. I'm going to lose my sight. You have to move faster, otherwise I don't know if the child will move. Portman understood what Kai meant. He planned to force his way in. So he had to know the child's location so that he could protect him in the first place. This practice is strictly prohibited in the military's tactical manual, because it is not only irresponsible for the safety of soldiers, but also may kill hostages. But for Kai's team, this is not uncommon. Understood. Report position. Under the third window on the left, Kai took a deep breath and tilted his head to Raukyu. Raukyu nodded, did some stretching exercises, and then picked up a steel plate from the side. Then he told Kai that he was ready. Go. 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 Bang. The body of Meatball suddenly knocked the door open, and then rushed towards Tate's position. The militia inside was startled. When they were about to shoot, Kai also rushed in with Meatball. His face was calm and he raised both hands in front of him at the same time. A Desert Eagle and an M1911 started from the center line of his eyes and swept outward one by one. Bang 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 bang. The sound of gunfire rang out like a storm. The dozen people gathered in the house had no time to react at all. More than half of them fell down, and the rest were also shot. Their attention was just on Meatball. At such a close distance, with so many densely packed targets, with Kai's shooting skills, it was more difficult to miss than to hit. Kai threw the gun in his hand that had no bullets, and pulled out another M1911 from his waist. He slightly turned sideways, bent his elbow and raised his right hand horizontally, and held his right hand with his left hand. The gun was right in front of him, with the muzzle slightly downward, facing the people lying on the ground to prevent them from counterattacking. Put down your guns. Don't move. If you move, I will kill you. A militiaman seemed not ready to surrender, and stretched out his hand tremblingly to grab the pistol that fell beside him. Bang! A piece of his skull flew out, and the whole person fell backwards. Now the others dared not move. Meatball, the hostages are safe. Portman. Call someone to clean up, okay. Chapter 325 End of Home and Disappearance. After Portman gave the signal, Old Dutton and Case immediately led their men into the camp. The scene in the camp really scared them. Corpses all over the ground. For old Dutton and his cowboys, the free militia was a trouble, but of course it was just a trouble. It was not a problem to beat them, but it was just a matter of how many sacrifices. But the problem was that these tricky extreme lunatics were beaten to pieces by 3 policemen. And the 3 policemen were fine. This made the cowboys who had been a little arrogant before shut up. Cowboys are typical strong people. If you want them to be obedient, you must be stronger than them. This is why old Dutton never thought of letting his second son take over the farm. His second son is a lawyer, and he is quite good, but he is too kind, or too weak. He always cares more about the evaluation of people around him, and he always wants to meet everyone's expectations. But cowboys don't think like this. Cowboys will only let others do what they want. I'm getting off topic. Anyway, Kai taught all the cowboys a lesson with his toughness. No cowboy dared to look down on him this time. Case didn't pay attention to these things. He just wanted to see his son as soon as possible. But just when he was about to rush into the house, Kai stopped him. Leave the gun outside. After Tate was caught by this group of extremists, he was treated roughly, but fortunately he was not sexually assaulted. There are many pedophiles in the United States, and most of them like homosexuals, so boys in the United States should be careful when they go out. In order to ensure that Case would not do something that no one wants to see in a rage, Kai decided to confiscate Case's weapons. Although Case was impulsive, he was not stupid. When he heard Kai say this, he naturally thought that Tate's situation was not good. But the more this happened, the more reluctant he was to put down his weapon. Seeing him like this, Kai pursed his lips. He could understand the anger of a father encountering such a thing. The child was not abused too badly. I promise. Looking at Kai's serious eyes, Keith hesitated for a while, but still handed the weapon to Kai. Then he rushed into the house. Then he heard the boy's shrill cries and the screams of several men. Kai acquiesced to Keith's fists and feet. If there were not so many people watching, Kai would have wanted to kill those bastards who escaped. A group of grown men actually bullied a child. There is no point for such people to live. So Kai told Meatball before that if Tate's parents did something, as long as they didn't beat anyone to death, he should just pretend not to see it. Then Monica also rushed over. For a mother, Kai had no right to stop her. Then the screams inside became more miserable and louder. Sometimes, when women become cruel, men really have nothing to do. Old Dutton originally planned to go in, but when he reached the door, he stopped. He stood at the door in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. In the end, he wiped the corner of his eyes and said thank you to Kai seriously. Beth looked at her father from a distance, feeling mixed emotions. This was the first time she saw her strong father showing weakness. Even though he didn't cry, she saw his weakness. Meatball came out with a bitter face. What's wrong? Kai got a cigar from somewhere, leaned against the window outside the barracks, and puffed out smoke. Too damn brutal. Meatball wiped his face, as if he wanted to use this action to give his eyes and brain a rest and forget what happened inside. I think we may have to write a very long report. It's better for those guys to be beaten to death than to live. Monica is an Indian, and she doesn't discriminate. Indians do still have many bad customs, and they are called barbaric for a reason. For example, the way they treat their enemies. Meatball has grown up, and this is the first time he has seen someone dig out another person's eyeballs with his fingers. That's not all, there is another guy who is even worse. His entire scalp was peeled off. Keith was calmer. He just kicked those guys in the balls and left. Only a crazy Indian woman was left to ravage those unfortunate guys. If the district attorney knew about this, Kai and his team would have to write a report, which would be the least of their trouble. They might even have to go to court. Although Portman didn't enter the room, he was very curious, so he secretly took a few glances. Remember to remind me not to mess with women in the future, especially Indian women, okay? Stop being so funny. Call an ambulance. No matter what, they can't die in our hands. By the way, remember to call an ambulance that's far away. Kai didn't help them call an ambulance because he felt sorry for them. On the contrary, it was like rubbing salt into their wounds, which was equivalent to stabbing them again, or even more terrible than this. In the United States, ambulances are not free, and even if you have medical insurance, it will not be fully reimbursed. In most cases, insurance will only reimburse 50 to 80% of it. This may not seem like much, but in reality, many reimbursements will be rejected. Generally speaking, the charges for ambulances range from free yuan to tens of thousands of dollars. It's just that free cases are very rare. Because ambulances are operated by private companies, they have profit requirements. What's worse is that ambulance services and medical care are billed separately. Ambulances are equivalent to very expensive taxis, and the service fees of those ambulance first aid personnel are calculated separately. This price usually starts at $500. If the ambulance is far away or the injured are seriously injured, then I'm sorry, you will receive a sky-high bill. In other words, these unlucky guys are not only seriously injured, but also going bankrupt. Because these guys have never purchased medical insurance. When Kai returned to the Dutton family mansion again, the doctor had left and Tate had been injected with sedatives and fell asleep. Because the child was frightened and abused, he will not only receive physical treatment in the next period of time, but also receive a considerable amount of psychological counseling. But even so, this is already the best situation. You know, the Baker brothers originally did not intend to let Tate live. They even asked the Free Militia to kill Tate using the Indian method of dealing with traitors, and threw Tate's body to the Dutton farm, so that old Dutton would completely lose control and have a life and death contest with Thomas. In the end, no matter who wins, the Baker brothers will take the opportunity to kill the winner and become the biggest winner in the end. After figuring out the Baker brothers' conspiracy, Thomas and old Dutton, the two old foxes, immediately chose to abandon their previous grievances and form an alliance. For Thomas, the Baker brothers are mortal enemies who want to destroy his casino, and for Dutton, the Baker brothers are enemies who hurt his family. The two of them are both in the interest of the two, so why not cooperate? You know, the Baker brothers' casino is also a piece of fat meat for Thomas. As for old Dutton, he is very interested in the land under the names of the two brothers and the position of the Liquor Management Committee. Farmers, especially large farmers like him, will naturally not be exposed to the alcohol business. So driven by hatred and interests, the two ruthless and black-handed bosses have decided to kill the Baker brothers and swallow up their wealth. Sometimes the struggle for power among the upper class is no different from the fight for territory among the street thugs. Maybe sometimes they appear to be very gentle, but when necessary, they are greedier than anyone else, meaner than anyone else, and like to use violence to destroy the enemy more than anyone else. Just like the saying goes, if you can't solve the problem, then solve the one who created the problem. Even the latter is simpler and more thorough than the former. Kai is not interested in the conspiracy of the two old foxes. The reason why he stayed is entirely because of Monica's pleading. The scene of Meatball rushing into the enemy's barracks and protecting Tate with his body brought great excitement to the frightened child. This made the child unable to leave Meatball for a while. This made Tate's parents feel regretful for their dereliction of duty, and they were extremely grateful to Meatball and Kai. So in order to stabilize Tate's emotions, Monica strongly hoped that Meatball could accompany Tate in the next few days. Meatball was a little at a loss about this. He really didn't think that he would become a hero for a child one day. What's even more ridiculous is that it seems that because of this incident, Monica is more certain that Keith and his family are a huge trouble. The reason why Tate was kidnapped was because of the fight between the Dutton family and others. Monica originally loved Keith, but after her son was kidnapped, Monica made up her mind to take her children away from here. She was not sure what she and Tate would encounter if they continued to stay here. Today it was a Baker brother she had never heard of, so who'd it be next time? She had imagined that if Keith left the Dutton family, perhaps all the troubles would disappear. But this lesson told her that she thought too much. Keith is the youngest son of the Dutton family. As long as the Dutton family exists, troubles will continue to come. It just so happens that Meatball makes Monica very fond of him. Although Monica is a new age woman, the wildness in the Indian blood still exists, otherwise she would not like Keith. But Meatball is not bad, strong, that's for sure. The key is that her son likes Meatball. Of course, this is just a good impression, which is nothing. Even Keith didn't notice Monica's change. He was still thinking about making up for the harm his son suffered. Children's hearts are sometimes very fragile, but sometimes they are as strong as steel. After a few days, Tate became lively again. Of course, this doesn't mean that Tate has completely gotten rid of his previous psychological shadow. This can be seen from his love of entanglement with the Meatball. He still lacks a sense of security. But the psychologist said that this is a good change, even better than he imagined. Generally speaking, when a child experiences a major trauma, his temperament will change drastically, such as autism, silence, and timidity. But these symptoms are not reflected in Tate. He is still cheerful and even has no rejection of sports such as horse riding. It can be said that Tate's situation is quite good. If he can have a good environment next, he will recover faster. And the problem lies in this environment. Monica has been arguing with Keith these days. She wants Tate to leave. Keith naturally refuses. It is because of his negligence that Tate has experienced all that. Now, his idea is to keep Tate in his sight. Old Dutton also meant this. He finally got Tate to live in the Dutton farm, and he didn't want his grandson to be away from him again. But Monica was not easy to talk to, and she directly said the reason for all this loudly. This is all because of your Dutton family. My son and I just want to live a peaceful life. I don't want him to be in danger because of your fight again. Can you guarantee that next time we can be so lucky? I am not interested in your land and farm. Case, you fight with those people for your family, that's understandable, because this is your home, but Tate is not. He grew up on the reservation, he has his own home. Old Dutton and Case were speechless in the face of Monica's questioning. For Case, his father gradually weakened, and the contradictions between his second brother and eldest sister became more and more obvious. No matter how rebellious he pretended to be, some things could not be given up. For example, the Dutton farm. Although Case never wanted to inherit the family business, could he watch the Dutton family weaken? Let the land that the family had been operating for generations be taken away by others? Let the Dutton farm become someone else's property? He couldn't. This was where he grew up and where his mother died. He couldn't let go. But for Tate, it was different. Even old Dutton didn't want Tate to endure this. As for protection, if they could really protect Tate well, how did he get kidnapped? The two sides were deadlocked, and in the end, Beth came up with a compromise. Send Tate to Guardtown. Both sides felt that this was acceptable. First of all, Guardtown had Kay and his men. They had witnessed the combat effectiveness of these Guardtown police before. In this regard, they were really relieved. At most, they could donate more money to the Guardtown Police Department. It wouldn't be too much to let them take care of him, right? Secondly, Guardtown was not far from here. Even if Case and old Dutton really missed Tate, they could go there to see him. Or let Tate come to see them. Just like that, Monica and Tate returned to Guardtown with Kay and his men. Neither Case nor old Dutton expected that they were walking into Tiger's mouth by doing this. Especially Keith. In the near future, his wife will become someone else's wife, and his son will also become someone else's son. But these are all later stories. After all, at this time, no one can guess what will happen next. Before leaving, Monica's grandfather prayed for the departing child according to Indian customs. Monica and her family belonged to the Blackfoot tribe of Indians. That is, the Blackfoot tribe. Back then, the Blackfoot people were the most powerful and militarily aggressive Indian tribe on the Northwest Plains. At the same time, their religion and wizards are also very famous. The Blackfoot Indians believe in a god called Inigen. And Inigen is the name that the Blackfoot Indians call the dragon in their culture. This tribe has always insisted on believing in dragons, because in their view, dragons do exist. At the same time, like other Indians, they firmly believe that all things have spirits. Monica's grandfather is a wizard of the Blackfoot tribe. Of course, it is not certain whether it is true or not. Before they left, everyone got a small animal totem as an amulet. Kai is a dragon, Meatball is a bear, Monica is a crow, Tate is a muskrat, Portman is a snake, and finally Susie's cat. Among them, Susie's amulet is the most interesting. Because there were no cats in North America before, it is said that the earliest cats were brought to North America by European colonists in the 17th century. Although the Indians believe in animism in their customs, there are no cats in their traditional beliefs. According to Monica's grandfather, Felix, a witch of the Blackfoot tribe, this cat totem was not given to Susie by him, but it chose Susie. In short, it's weird, maybe all the charlatans are like this. But Susie likes it very much, because her amulet is different. This difference makes her very happy. She specially found a rope and hung this small totem on her chest. However, Susie's happiness did not last long. Just after returning to GA Town, she was notified. Her mother disappeared in Chicago. Did Susie give up spending Christmas with her mother because she wanted to hook up with Kai? This hurt her mother very much. In order to relieve the depression of being abandoned by her daughter, her mother decided to numb herself with work. She took her young ladies to Chicago. She originally planned to develop her business in Chicago. It happened that no one was with her during Christmas, so she planned to take advantage of the Christmas peak season to go to Chicago to expand her business. But within 2 days of arriving in Chicago, she disappeared, and then her young ladies called the police. But a brothel owner is missing. Let's put it this way. In a big city like Chicago, there are hundreds of missing cases every day. The case of a professional fallen woman with strong mobility and uncertainty like Susie's mother is impossible to be taken seriously. According to the understanding of the Chicago police, maybe she was drunk somewhere, or went to other cities, or was simply shot in an alley. There are too many uncertainties, and the police simply don't have the police force to investigate one by one. But it has been a few days since the report was made, and Susie's mother's sisters have not received any news. This is a bit abnormal. Even though her mother was not responsible for her daughter Susie, she had a good reputation in the industry. Her career was going well and she was planning to make a big splash in Chicago. How could she suddenly abandon her girls and disappear? Moreover, nothing in her mother's house was moved, even the bank cards and banknotes were still at home. This did not meet the characteristics of leaving on her own initiative. Then the remaining possibility was. In short, Susie's mother was always nice to the girls under her, so those girls informed Susie, their only relative. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.